Kate. I'm the HR generalist over here at Midwest Express Clinic. We've been in business for 7 years.
Link established. Mic on.
Hey there, I just wanted to give a little disclaimer here before we start the stream. Our streams are meant to be more fun and casual. During our live streams, there might be light swearing, and we also allow other members of the community to come in on some of the streams. In addition to that, occasionally, myself or my guests on the streams may have an alcoholic beverage, so if you're sensitive to that kind of stuff, I'd recommend that you don't watch the live stream. If you're looking for our more serious content, like our installation guides, our how-to videos, all that content does not contain this type of language or content in it. We do the live streams to give us and you guys a chance to interact with us and vice versa, and also hang out and talk with other people in the community. So, with that out of the way, you guys get comfy, and I'll be live here shortly. What's up, everybody? How are we doing tonight? We are doing another late night upgrade session here. So, all right. How do you guys like the new intro rolling out here? Trying to mitigate people complaining about what's in the streams. That was a decoy, Tim. Did you guys think that that was me live? You didn't see the jump cuts? Let me see here. My headset just beeped at me, which is really weird because it's been on the charger all day. Okay, we're at 82% for some reason. No, do not auto shut down. All right, so as said with most of our streams, this is going to be a casual thing. I could be doing this on my own, but instead I decide to fire up my computer and let you guys join in and hang out and heckle me while I'm working on my printers. So last night the Ender 5 stream got completely derailed because a guy actually gave us really good information on how to replicate a bug, which we sent an email out and posted everywhere, and patched our U1 R2 firmware, which is a firmware for like the stock board that's in these machines, and basically all the 8-bit boards. So as far as I know right now, the easy boards are not affected because they're running Marlin 2, and I'm actually going to test that right now. So the issue is that the Z would be off. It's supposed to say 5. So I'm going to go ahead and home, and then I'm going to tell it to start a print here. And I got some G code on the SD card. So I'm going to see if this one has the issue, like the one that's built around Marlin 119 does. So, but right now this board has this printer has our easy board in it. And I'm going to go ahead and open up the live chat. So if you guys want to join in on the live chat, you can head over to discord.th3dstudio.com and you can find me in the live streams channel. So anything you say in that Discord channel will be broadcasted to this channel, so it will be public. So just be aware of that. I'm just getting all my windows sorted out here. And let me switch over to the monitor here. I need to get a new arm for this. So basically what was happening is that on the LCD here you can see it's showing Z5. So what would happen is if you cancel a print and restart it, the Z would not show 5, but it would show another number, and what that other number was doing is applying an offsetted value from where the probe got its Z home position, and eventually what happened is a compound and your nozzle would get closer and closer and closer to the bed, or further and further and further, depending on what distance difference was getting detected. So I'm going to show you guys here, so I'm going to have it start a print. I'm just going to preheat the hot end to make this go faster. Because, like I said, I don't believe it's present on the Marlin 2. So it's an issue that's been present in 119 and still is present in the official Marlin for 119. But because they're focusing development time now on Marlin 2, it's not going to get patched. So luckily, the feature that causes this problem is basically there for people that put a G28 after their G29. I do know UBL, Unified Bed Leveling, will use that as well. So you guys using 119 with UBL, you should upgrade to 2.0. I don't use UBL on any of my machines. It's a very complicated setup, and I don't mind letting my printer get a fresh mesh every time I start a print. It doesn't take that long. Well, with our probes, it doesn't take that long. With BL Touches, as I learned last night, it takes a long time. So, like, I had no idea how slow the BL Touches were because we have no machines here that use them. And I understand why those guys want to store their meshes, because it takes them minutes to generate a mesh, which is just long. So I'm going to see if I can tighten up these lock nuts on my arm here. So this thing keeps wanting to go down. It's very annoying. This is just some cheap camera arm. So see if I can. I need to just buy a new one. Anyone got any recommendations for a camera arm that doesn't suck? That's, I don't know, around $100 or less. I think this one was like 30. You can see here I tightened it up, and now it's staying put better. So excuse me when I tighten up these other ones here on the arm. Okay. Oh, that's much better. Okay. So I apologize. I did not stream me putting the Easy ABL on here, but it was actually really simple. I actually tucked the BL Touch wiring harness. I disconnected it from the BL Touch, pulled this back, and tucked it up in here. So the BL Touch wiring harness is still in here. It's just not connected. And then I disconnected it inside the control box. And then I slipped the Easy ABL wire inside the split loom all the way down, and the cable is long enough to reach inside to the control box, and the Easy ABL control board's in here. The bottom is on here, but I'm going to show you guys what it looks like inside. So you can see here we're starting to print, so I'm going to let it go ahead and do its starting process. This is a 5x5 grid. You can see how fast our probes are. I would definitely, after seeing how slow the BL Touches need to get good accuracy, this is why I will further push our own probes, because they're so much faster. So originally the BL Touch on here with an 8 millimeter a second probing speed, which is a decent speed, and all of our probes, even our old ones, can handle that, is getting 0.04 millimeters of accuracy. When I slowed it down to 4, it's getting 0.01, like barely 0.01. It's like between 0.01 and 0.02. This sucker is getting 0.002 or lower every single time, and we're running right now at a 15 millimeter second probing speed. So, and we're almost done here. It's got one more point, and there we go. There's a 5x5 grid done. So I'm gonna cancel this print and then rehome it and see if this bug is present with Marlin 2. I'm just gonna let it do the purge line here. I think I have my offset set because I did do a print, and this thing is under extruding, which is why I'm upgrading it, and it's because of the crappy plastic extruder. We all know they suck, so I'm putting our little upgrade here. But you can see here, the ABL is working on here. Got a nice first layer going down, but I'm not gonna let that print. I'm gonna stop it. And there we go. So I just stopped the print. So what will happen is on the 119 builds is when you start another print or even just do a G28, this Z value here, which is kind of hard to see. Let me move this table closer to my desk because I pulled it away to get to the drawers in here. So hang on. All right, so let's see if I can get in closer here. Okay, so you guys saw I canceled the print. We're showing Z5, so let me go ahead and auto home. Get the part of the print it did start off the plate here. And if the bug's present, we should see not 5. And if it is, then I got to turn it off. But you can see we're showing 5. Now the thing is here, I want to see what we're getting accuracy-wise on this probe. So this will do 10 probes here. So it's going to home. And then we're going to do 10 probes. Wait, can you guys not... Wait, are you guys talking? I just realized... No. Oh, there it goes. Oh. Oh, Tyler, if your kids are crying in the background, just don't be on here. Oh, God. Yeah, let's not do that. That's like... Oh, wait, I gotta turn the volume up because no one can hear anybody in Discord anyway, so... But that's fixed now. So, oh, I just realized it just finished. Okay, so there we go, 0.002, which is fantastic. Let me go ahead and preheat. So in terms of, like, the only thing I changed on this is it's got the Easy ABL versus the BL Touch in our board, obviously. But between the last time I tested the M48 with the BL Touch, the only thing that's changed is we now have an Easy ABL on here. So I don't know about you guys, but that's a really, really big accuracy difference. You know, we're talking 10 times more accurate at a minimum here. So I'm going to let this preheat, and then we're going to run it again just to see. So, oh, Nere's is in here again. Nere's, I hope you have like a proper headset or something instead of, because like the audio that you've been doing with your phone is really bad, and it just kind of...
Even with the push to talk?
That's better. Are you on your phone still, or are you on your computer?
On my phone.
Okay. Do you have like a little cheap headset that came with the phone that you could plug into it?
Will that work with Discord?
Yeah.
Should, yeah.
Yeah, there should be no reason why I wouldn't. That's going to be a hell of a lot cleaner.
Problem is I can't wear headphones because then you can't lay down with headphones on.
You got a Bluetooth?
You can put earbuds in.
Yeah.
They're not that...
I'm 460 pounds, dude. You lay down with your head sideways, the earbuds in, you're not going to have an ear.
I'm sure you can figure it out.
I got you beat, so yeah, but you can do it.
But yeah, even just the ones that come with it. So... I see, Vert, you said tested and latest Marlin bug fix with UBL issued and present last night. Yeah, so the thing is, I went through all the commits on 2, and I couldn't find a specific commit that mentioned anything related to fixing this problem. So I think it's one of those things that just got inadvertently fixed when they fixed something else, or it got lumped into something. So it's not like I can go back and be like, oh yeah, it looks like it was fixed in here. Let me backport that to 119. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So... But it is what it is, but let's just see here. Here I got M48 probe test.
When I ran the test, I got 4.97, but it didn't change. I did it a couple of times, 4.97, 4.97, just never changed.
Well, here's the thing. This is getting 0.002, which is good for this testing, because what's going to happen then is if the bug is present, it's going to show itself somewhere. But it's not showing itself, so... there we go. I just ran 10 probes in that time. I don't know, what did that take, like 5 seconds?
But like I was using UBL, and UBL is active at boot, so that difference was probably the bed compensation, and it was consistent.
Okay.
Stayed.
Yeah. So, but I can check here so I know. And actually, I think I can replicate this issue even easier if I just did a level bed command. Doesn't even have to start a print. The steps to replicate the guy provided last night was, you know, from starting a print, he's not going to be going through the LCD. You know what I mean? So, I'm going to check it one more time. Because this firmware, I do believe, has that restore after G28 enabled in it.
If it weren't a compounding issue, it wouldn't wouldn't have been
it
an
wouldn't
issue.
matter, but
Like,
it compounds. It's
yeah.
like it. So what it's doing is, even though it's displaying only like 4.96 or whatever, it's taking a little off every time. You know, it's taking whatever that value is off, and your nozzle's getting that much closer to the bed. So if you have a probe with a higher deviation versus one with a smaller, it's going to present itself way faster, and you're going to notice it. Whereas in our case, you know, where all of our machines are really well dialed in, we're not going to notice it. You know, that's why it never presented itself until the guy.
It just ended up adjusting the Z offset every once in a while, and you never noticed.
Yeah, it was like such a, and we never restart our printer, so it was just like, you know, what are we going to notice on there? And most of the machines are so accurate that the bug's there, but it's not doing anything because the probe is so accurate. You know, if you're pulling 0.001, it's not going to show that, and you're not going to notice that. It's going to take you, 50, 60 prints to even notice that it's, a little bit closer, and there was actually a guy that posted in our, I made sure to communicate everything. We posted on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, or email lists. I want to make sure everyone is aware that there's an update out. And then this guy's like swearing at me in our support group. It's like I didn't know about the problem, couldn't replicate the problem because the people that reported the issue never actually explained in detail what the issue was, like the guy did last night. There was no troubleshooting done. So
yeah, and a lot of it can be like, oh, your printer's not properly built, something's out of whack, go through this.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, it's working, and it gets it to the point where their probe is accurate enough where it's not representing the issue.
Yeah, so this is still showing 5. So 2.0, as we're on 2.0, we haven't updated this branch to 2.01 yet because I haven't had time to test it, and I know this one works, so I don't want to push an update and break other things. That's why our... Oh.
It was a subtle cumulative error that took his malfunctioning ABL sensor in order to even discover.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, if we're getting like stupid accuracy and the problem is compounded by a low accuracy, then how are we supposed to even be able to replicate it? Because there have been people that have mentioned it. I want to say at least 4 or 5 times, and we'll go on multiple machines, and we're like, we can't replicate the problem.
Well, you did replicate it, but it was noise that was so small, you just ignored it.
Right, so like I said, I wasn't looking. Why would I look at the Z number on my LCD when I'm starting to print? I've never paid attention to that. It was that one key portion where he specifically mentioned that. He noticed that the Z was changing. It wasn't 5. And that's what tipped me off, because the other people are like, I just have to adjust it. And most of the time, it's just mechanical on the printer. They got springy couplers or stuff's loose. And yeah, you're going to have variance then. You know what I mean? But go ahead.
On top of that, the only reason he even looked was because the nozzle crashed into the bed.
Yeah, and like I said, like I told him last night, I don't ever look at that. Why am I going to sit there and look at my Z height? I'm just going to start my print and go through my normal, process. So, but I appreciate him giving me the heads up and actually giving me details, like, because what people have to don't understand is they just are like, this doesn't work, and there's no troubleshooting information. There's no steps to reproduce this issue. It's just, this doesn't work.
Exactly, reproducibility is the key.
Right. So, I don't know. It's a little irritating that I took time out and derailed what I was currently working on to address a bug that was legitimate, and then I get shit on. And he's still
remember, mean people taste good.
Well, I have someone you can eat then.
Mean people and politicians, delicious.
Most mean people are politicians.
Yeah, I'm done with this guy. So I'm not gonna say his name, but I posted a post with a link to the MailChimp URL it's like a HTML version of the email we sent out. Said, after a very late night on streams, community members, we've identified and squashed a bug that was present in the unified firmware U1 R2X branch. Please see the article for full details on the bug and update information. And I explained in detail, what the issue was, how to reproduce it, how we found it, that kind of stuff. And then, post it, right here, what you do if you're using an ABL probe with this firmware. You should make sure you're using the latest starting code. In our firmware pack, it's located in the installation guide /easy ABL Pro folder in your slicer, and update to the latest firmware from our website, and there's a link to download there. So, and then this guy goes, and I've seen some issues, like he's one of these guys that posts a lot of problems, and most of them are self-inflicted. He's doing stuff that he honestly shouldn't be doing. Like, he's very new, and he's like swapping out his entire hot end with a direct drive and all this other stuff. And he's in over his head, but then lashes out at everybody. It's really irritating. But he's like, so this has been the reason I've been pulling out my hair the last 3 weekends in a row trying to correct this stuff. Like, I don't know what his stuff was. And then we put him on post approval, and then he's complaining about that. He said, so banned from posting topics because of shit that wasn't able to be corrected by myself. So thanks.
No, because you're being a jerk.
So thanks for stepping up
you're
to the
gonna be
plate and
toxic.
fixing us and telling us all. Now am I able to post again? ? Like, I told him, I was like, if you're gonna be, because I've gotten complaints from other people in the group about this guy. So he's already been on thin ice. And, I told him, I was like, if you're going to be hostile, I will ban you from the group. Just final warnings. You posted many things in here that are hostile and rude. You're allowed to be frustrated, but being hostile and abusive is not tolerated at all. And then this is what he just posted. Hostile ? Seriously? Why are you taking this personally? If I asked if this was the reason and thanked you for fixing the issue, how am I hostile?
It's called passive-aggressive, asshole.
And instead of giving me my posting privileges back, well, I didn't give them back. It's just a Facebook group thing. You can put someone on post approval for X amount of time. And instead of giving me my posting privileges back, you threatened to remove me from the group. I'm sorry, why are you so indifferent to my issues with your products that I was never supposed to get support included? I don't know what he means by that. I do know he has one of those clearance machines. And I don't even know what problem he had with it, but it was something basic that I think Tyler helped him out with. I don't know if Tyler's in or yeah, he's in here. He's probably listening. And then he said, and then he's taking,
it's not about you having a problem. It's about you being a douche nozzle.
No, here's the thing. He said you didn't want, because I posted here, I said I was only able to fix problems that can be proven and replicated here due to how our in-house machines are dialed in. While they present the issue while observing the Z height after the steps required to reproduce, it still didn't affect our first layer due to the extremely high accuracy we're getting here. So he's taking this as, he says, you didn't want to listen to my problems because your machines were dialed in so well. Even if after I stated I had problems ever since I upgraded the firmware, like, where have I been hostile? Like, no,
it's open source firmware, bro.
This firmware, this feature's been on in the firmware for over a year. So even there's no way he would have. That machine was flashed with firmware that is only like a month old when we shipped him out. So it would have had that on there. So, like,
isn't this a Marlin issue though?
It is a Marlin issue.
And it specifically states in Marlin there is no guarantees at all.
We have it on our stuff too. Like, I said the issue at its core is not something we did or didn't do. This is a software bug in Marlin firmware itself. So you want to yell at someone, go ahead and make a fool of yourself by yelling at them. I'm like, I could have done nothing, but once I found the issue, it was patched and alerted to our customers in less than 24 hours and on my personal time on the weekend. Like,
well, that's common. Assholes don't like being called out as assholes.
Like, I don't get it. Like, how does he not see that he's coming off really bad? Like,
because the world revolves around him. To him, he's right. Everybody else is wrong. Everybody else is the bad guy. That's just the way people like that.
I believe it's called Golden Boy syndrome.
Whatever.
More just idiocy and selfishness and I don't know what you call it. It's just stupidity. It's like that guy freaking out because they wouldn't give him the toothbrush for a penny. It's like, are you fucking kidding?
like I don't know about like everybody else, but like when I got my printer, I considered everything that went wrong to be my fault. I wasn't good enough to make it work.
Yeah.
Yeah, except for the filament that I got that was completely shattered.
I'm stocking the parts for the Ender 5 Plus LCD stuff right now
Woohoo.
because I'm gonna roll this firmware out tomorrow.
Tonight. All right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it tonight. But I've been so hang on, where's my little maker coin? Definitely have an extrusion issue with the stock plastic extruder, so color me shocked. Where did I put it? I had it. Because I was printing, I did one of our maker coins for the test print.
I did blame a lot of my problems on it being a Delta, though. And partially my own fault.
Well, the deltas are like
Yeah, deltas are pretty tough.
Deltas are like 3D printing on like super hardware.
Yeah. Well, was that or an ANET at the time? And I had seen a post that somebody's house caught
it
fire,
fell.
so I went with the Delta.
Okay, I heard something fall, and I thought it was just my PTFE tube cutter moving. But here, this came off, and you can't really see the under extrusion on the outside here, but I'll show you guys a picture I took while I was printing, and you can see how under extruded the infill is. But Logitech, oh my god. Logitech's autofocus is the worst thing in the entire planet. All my arms are loose. You know that?
It's like I've had a little bit of work with deltas. They're kind of cool, but they're definitely way more involved than a typical machine.
They're really great when they're working.
And when they're not, they're horrible.
Yeah. There's like there is no simple solution.
I swapped to a smoothie board on the one I had, so it made my life even harder.
Like they're really cool to watch, and like operation-wise, I like how everything's symmetrical. But
yeah, it's just when they go wrong.
Like code-wise, I like looking at it because like everything's all nice and symmetrical and even. And
yeah.
The kinematics are beautiful in Deltas, as long as it has automatic bed mesh leveling.
Well, my hatred for the BL Touch started when I put one on my Delta because I only had 18mm probes on the market, and I went through 3 probes before I got one that actually had a halfway decent accuracy.
No, well, the core problem is you can't mechanically level a Delta. It's not possible. You have to mathematically level it.
Right.
Because the first layer plane is a construct mathematically.
I'm well aware of how the deltas operate. I'm just saying I had a probe on there to get the readings, do all the calibrations and everything. So you can see here the outside looks decent. That's the start and stop lines. It'll be a little better, but not terrible. This is like the first print after doing the upgrade, and this profile's not dialed in very well. But like this looks okay. However, let me show you a picture of what the infill looks like, which is why I'm changing this. And I wasn't even running this that fast. So what am I doing tonight? I'm swapping the couplers because one of them is off-centered, I noticed. So that's why my lead screw was making all sorts of noises. Do you remember that last night, Vert?
Oh yeah.
Where it sounded like there was nails
angry.
on. Yeah. One of the couplers isn't drilled straight, so I'm just replacing them both. Like just standard run-of-the-mill Chinese stuff.
Didn't matter how much you lubed it either. Like,
no, I put more lube on it than Louis Rossman does flux on a board. So this is what the infill looks like, and this was after cranking the hot end up to like 230. It was at 210. I went to 220 and then 230, and it's like but you can see how weak the infill is. So I'm curious to see if just swapping that out is going to do that. I'm pretty sure it is because that lever's really loose. I can't tighten it down anymore without breaking things. So, but that's how the infill looks on this. I mean,
it doesn't look good.
It's standard. I mean, this is like nothing new for these Creality machines. So, and
like I've definitely seen worse, but like that doesn't.
And you can see here, like because it's not gripping all the way. It's just kind of like eating away a little bit. Like we had green in there at one point. So it's just kind of like, num, 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 num. Let me take little bits out of it. So, yeah. So anyways, I'm going to show you guys how I did the install of the AZABL. And
Those little bits are indicator that there's a problem.
no, this just means that I don't know.
It's chewing on it.
It's hungry. Let me see chat. Okay, semi-new question for someone who just jumped in here. The firmware you're talking about pushing tomorrow, does it support the stock LCD screen, or does that need to be swapped out? We already have the firmware for this on our site, only for the LCD swap. I'm not doing any support for the touchscreens because the touchscreens are closed source and I can't do anything with them, so I'm not going to waste my time. This kit is $20, so you get a lot more features, even with the stock board, with this LCD conversion. So this LCD conversion works with our Easy board, and it works with the stock reality board. The firmware for the stock reality board that's in here to support this LCD is already on our site. The Easy board firmware is only on this printer and my computer right now. I have not posted that online. So I'm going to put up a bundle page for the Easy board for the Under 5 Plus that'll include basically everything in one shot. So you guys, if you have an Under 5 Plus, you're like, I want to go to Easy board. It's going to add all the stuff to the card for the LCD, the adapters you need, the board itself, and all that other fun stuff. So one thing I want to go over, if you're going to convert the Easy ABL and get rid of this little rattly thing here, there's a couple of things you should do. The installation took me like no time at all. It was actually very painless, which is good. So the sensor mount, Ender 5 sensor mount, or Ender 5 OEM mount, works with this. Same carriage as the Ender 5, so the Ender 5 and the Ender 5 Plus use the same exact mount. That's what I use to mount this on here. And if you notice, this is split loom. So if you find the little seam here, I actually put our Easy ABL wire in here, but I still put a zip tie here to secure it, which I'm going to cut because I'm changing this fitting out because these are notorious for just blowing out. And I don't want to deal with it a month down the road. So let me show you guys. Our hot end's already at temp, so I guess we'll start here. So I'm going to cut this zip tie. By default, this printer comes with a zip tie right here on the wire, so you need to cut that. And if we pull this back here, and I'm actually going to take this out a little bit. So you pull this back, okay, say it's split loom. What I did here, so I didn't have to pull the whole BL Touch cable out, I pulled the little wire loom, or whatever you want to call it, the braided wire wrap. So I just folded the BL Touch wire over itself and then shoved it up into here. So here's the original BL Touch harness. I'm just going to put it up in here and pull this back down. It's out of the way. I don't have to pull it out. If I ever want to go back to the BL Touch for some reason, it's already still in here. And then I just disconnected it inside the control box. I'm going to show you guys the control box, and we're going to come back up top here, because up top we're going to do a couple of upgrades tonight. I'm changing out this white milky tube, and what's going to happen is this tubing, or this connector, is going to get replaced with our tough PTFE fittings. They're stronger and more reliable. And I'm going to change out this extruder for our aluminum one. Unfortunately, the aluminum ones are on back order. The one I have, I think, is the one I use for product photos. So hopefully all the parts made it back in there when I packed it back up, but we'll find out. The reason I'm not doing the tough extruder on this is, one, I'm never going to print flexible on here. And two, because I don't want to deal with redoing this bracket, the filament sensor's right here, and our aluminum extruder is a direct replacement for this plastic one, meaning all the filament paths are going to line up. So it's the easiest one, and it's just going to fix the problem with the extrusion. So let me take you guys down below, and I'll show you how I fitted the Easy ABL. So hopefully this is, like, you guys watching that are thinking about doing this conversion, is this clear enough that you literally just put the Easy ABL wire in this split loom all the way down. There is a zip tie here by the PTFE fitting that I cut and put a new one on. I use the ones that come with the Easy ABL Pro. You do get a bunch of zip ties with it. So you snip that, put the cable all the way in, and it's going to come all the way down to the back of the machine here. You can see right here, here's my sensor wire for the Easy ABL going into my control box. So that's pretty simple. Mount the sensor, route your wires, tuck that BL touch wire back up in the top here, and then follow the directions for the proper mounting distance, because the tip of this needs to be 2 millimeters higher than the nozzle, and then you calibrate it with 2 millimeters off the bed. And this is all in the installation guide, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time on it, so follow the guide, but this is just like specific information for this printer, and I just wanted to point this out to make conversions for people easier. So I'll show you what I did in the control box and where I put all the other parts for the kit. I'm going to disconnect the power here because I don't want to have a video floating around me getting electrocuted on stream. All right.
Not like that one channel that like gets views off of it.
Oh, Electro
Dance,
Boom?
baby, dance.
Electro
Tim,
Boom?
do you still have the video of you destroying your monitor?
Probably.
Oh, that was bad.
Yeah, Tor and I were in a live chat, and we were talking about how strong the ABS parts were, and I was like hitting it with, I think a pair of pliers or something, and a piece broke off.
At his monitor.
It flew off so hard it shattered my Acer Predator monitor.
Ooh,
That was a $800 oops.
that sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, it did. Like the video footage was from the security camera in my office, and you just see me freeze when I see the whole screen just whitewash and all the crack lines show up. I'm like,
Better the screen than your eyeball.
Yeah.
I mean, I had glasses on. I would have hit my glasses. But it took a lot of force to break the part, was what I was trying to illustrate. The LCD upgrade kit is out of stock. It should show in stock. Cause let me check that. I just hit save changes. It should show. Let me double check.
They're sold out already.
No,
They
well,
bought them all.
no, there's no way. We have a ton of LCDs. We have a ton of the screw hardware that goes with it, and the printed part we don't manage stock on that because we just print a ton of them in. I put that 5+ upgrades. LCD upgrade kit. The link's in the video description. Oh, what the hell? You guys are right. Why is this out of stock? Hang on. Oh, hang on. You know what? I think so. Here's how this page works. Each one of these little parts, the LCD, the screws, the T-nuts, the bolts, the case, they're all individual products. However, I'm willing to bet the bundle page itself that contains all those. Update. Refresh. Yep, that was it. Okay, we're good. So, and we got them in PLA or ABS. If you're not going to be enclosing this, you can save a couple bucks by just PLA. If you want to be cheap and source all the parts yourself, we sell the LCD screen separately. You can get it from other places, but if you get it from another vendor, I'm not going to be able to help you if it doesn't. I can tell you that we test all of our LCDs before we ship them. So you're guaranteed to get one that not only works, but we also check for dead pixels. So, yeah.
Unless UPS beats the crap out of it.
Well, in that case, we file a claim. So, but the STLs, the STL is also a link that we based ours off of. Jay Arstide, or I can't even pronounce his, Daede on Thingiverse. He has his, but his has like the Ender logo on it. It's a pain to print, which is why we got rid of it. And plus, I thought it looked, I don't know, I prefer just a clean. So, yeah. So there we go. That's all up there. And I know Aaron was printing those parts over the weekend, so we should have a bunch of them ready to ship tomorrow, Tuesday at the latest. So, all right. So let me show you guys how I put the Easy ABL kit in here, and then we'll go into the other upgrades. I was gonna do a stream on putting the Easy ABL on, but oh no. Okay, so number one, this is connected to the board. I just dropped this and it just yeeted itself out, but it didn't damage my header on my board, so that's good. All right, so you can see here, my arms are all crossed. Hang on. Let me get my light in here. I like put a rotating head for this light or something. Because it just, whatever. So if you guys see here, here's the servo connection for the BL Touch and its ZN step. Now, there's a couple of ways to hook our board up. If you don't want to cut this cable, if you notice, this is not cut, so this is still intact if I want to revert. What I did was we have a product on our site that's branded as the CR10S Pro Z signal wire. Now, this is a 3-pin JST, but only 2 are populated, okay? And what I did was, since this is a 2-pin header here, if you take, I'm going to switch over to the scope cam so I can show you guys closer. I'm going to show you guys, it's really simple to make these 3 pins fit in the 2-pin, and you just need a set of flush cutters. Let me go over my scope cam. It's live, cool. All right. Let's move this. Come on. Okay. So, all right. Where are my ends here? Let me focus. This is all manual focus, so. All right. Hopefully you guys can see what I'm talking about, and it makes sense. More importantly. Some more light in here. There we go. So, these cables are 3-pin JSTs. Now, the 3-pin will go into our EasyABL board, no problem. It doesn't matter which end you cut. But since the ZN stop is a 2-pin on our board and the stock reality board, so if you're doing an EasyABL conversion on the stock reality board, this still applies. If you don't have to buy this, I think the cable's $2 on our site. You don't have to buy this if you don't mind just cutting the wire going to the BL Touch and you use that existing 2-pin cable. So it's optional, but this is what I did. And all you need to do to modify this cable that we use for the CR10S is, if you notice here, we've got a blank spot here. I'm just going to nip this off, and this will fit in a 2-pin header with no issues. So I'll usually line this up like this, give it a little snip, and voila, it's that simple. So here's the original board here. So if you're using the original board, here's our ZN stop. So you can see it's 2 pins. And I can now plug that in there. And this will work perfectly fine. There's no problems with doing this. You can see here, still functions. And the latch actually still has one latch on here, so it still latches in. So that's how you would do it. You don't have to cut your original cable for the BL Touch. You can just leave it there. So yeah, I just wanted to show that. And then the other end, this end here, would go into the EasyABL control board box. And that's all there is to it. So I was trying to think of how to do that because I know some people don't like cutting their wires. I was like, you know what? We have those. And it's like a $2 item, so it's a cheap solution. And if you don't, you could literally just, so see this wire here, you can just pull this out and snip it off and use this black and white wire to connect it. Or like I just showed, you can use the other one. So a couple of things with fitting the Easy board to this machine. As I went over here, I'm just going to recap this real quick. Let me see if I can, I'm getting like glare off this. See if I can pull this back a little bit. I still got light in here. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So you do have to have the dual Z cable adapter for the steppers because it is a dual stepper machine. I'm just going to adjust the focus here. I just need a Logitech camera that has working autofocus to save me so much time. So see here, I printed off the little housing for this. It took me like 10 minutes on my CR10. I just did it at a 0.3 layer height. And this little adapter board press fits into here. And now it can't short anything out. It can just hang out. So my 2Z cables go into here. This one goes to the board. We have the Reality dual cable LCD adapter. This will allow this 12864 to interface with our board. And like I said before, even though this has an SD slot on it, because the Creality boards don't put the SD data pins to the cables on the EXP1 and 2 headers, you're still going to use the onboard SD slot with our board or with the Creality board. And that's really all there is to it. So the dual adapter and the dual LCD add-on for the EZ board itself, the LCD conversion kit, and then, like I said, if you don't want to cut your cable, you can see here, I've got that CR10S Pro Z end stop signal cable that I modified the end on. So that's working great. Now for the control box itself, I didn't formally mount it yet, but it's just hanging out down here. So you see here, my sensor wire comes in through the grommet. I found it was easier to push the grommet out first. So what I mean by that is if you kind of work it out here, so right here, it's easier to push the cables through, and then you just kind of push the grommet in again, and you just kind of work it in, and there we go. So my sensor wire's through the grommet here. You can see my Z end stop cable is coming from the board. Here's my power, and you can pull the power from your PSU or just from the always on fan header on our EZ board, or even this power input terminal. I usually come off this always on terminal. And then the EZ board case, if I slide this open here, I just realized you guys didn't see that. So you can see here, the Z end stop cable goes in here. And if you are using our CR10S Pro cable, the switch is going to be in the down position for the Z end stop switch here. So if I put it up, the probe's not going to read triggered. If I have it down, that's what you want. So that's all there is to it. So that snaps back on there, and you know, this is all fully enclosed. I'm probably not going to mount this. I'm just going to leave it hang out down here. It's not going to cause any issues. So, but that's stashed underneath there. Once you set this all up and you have the switch in the right position, you don't need to go back into this control box. So that's all there is to it. I mentioned before, I had already switched out the MOSFET because the factory one died. This is also the MOSFET that's on our website. And there's a printed part behind here that mounts this to the stock Reality location. So, and I'll show you guys because, you know, it's easier to see. I know there's going to be people having their MOSFETs fail because I've been seeing them pop up in the groups. So I just grabbed some random N3 screws I had laying around to bolt the MOSFET to the printed part. I'll show you guys here what the adapter plate looks like. It uses the adapter plate mounts with the factory MOSFET screws. And then these M3 screws are ones that you provide, because the MOSFET is just the MOSFET itself, because we have no idea what kind of machines they're going into.
Oh, looks like Scott's in the chat. You should come into the Discord. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Come to the Discord, Scott.
Come join us.
Join
Come
us.
to the dark side.
Live stream Marlin bug fixing.
It happens.
Yeah, I told him about it, and it's not President 2, so he gave me you should be using Marlin 2. Use the latest bug fix from the Marlin site.
Yeah, that's what we tell everybody.
Yeah, I know. Easier said than done, though, because, like, you saw the work that I have to do to convert it all over. So,
Oh, yeah. Well, you got to do, like, all that extra stuff you put in to make it easy to set up and use, you know. Lots of logic.
What William Taylor's saying, so they open sourced the firmware for their board, which they have to do because it is running Marlin, but they don't have to for the LCD. It's closed source, so you can't do stuff like adjusting steps per millimeter, acceleration, probe offset. Baby stepping is a pain to use. They do have a kind of baby stepping working on there. You can't clear and save your EEPROM from their LCD. You can't can't do any of your basic functions in terms of tuning and even just setup. It's very dumbed down. That's the issue. So, but here you can see here, this is just a little printed adapter piece. It's got 2 slots to accommodate for the different screw holes Creality uses. So you can, angle this, and these are 2 ones that came with the original MOSFET. So this bolts into here, and then you bolt your MOSFET onto here.
Scott was here.
He was.
I think he's trying to get his mic working.
He is on a Mac, so.
There he is. Muted again, though.
It's the only thing that's worse than Linux.
They're like brothers.
Oh, but now he's getting an echo. Was that Scott echoing? Who was echoing?
I think I spoke with someone who did.
Leechy's here. Leechy is the guy that derailed our whole stream last night with his freaking VL Touch. I'm pretty sure. Wasn't that you last night, or was that a different guy?
I thought we renamed him.
It's been 3 months since I've been in here, so
there was another guy that had a similar. I know who Leechy is. I met you at Murph.
Yeah, but I don't even know what you're talking about right now. And that was Earth.
There was another guy that had a 5-character name with an avatar that's the same color. Was it Lance? Okay. Close.
And they renamed him I Heart Marlin.
Oh, okay. Are you doing there, Leechy?
I'm doing good.
Well, you're doing well. Superman does good.
I haven't. No, I'm doing good.
Oh, who's echoing? Scott.
Oh, Scott.
I'm gonna mute Scott.
Looks like it's sort of working.
That's not.
We can hear you, but we can hear ourselves too.
Yeah, Scott, you need to put headphones on or something. So, but yeah.
Headphones can do push to talk.
Yeah, he can do push to talk too.
Tyler server muted him.
I muted him. I shouldn't have server muted. Oh no, I just put him on mute, not server mute. So
yeah, that server mutes him.
No, mute doesn't server mute. There's a difference between mute and server mute. So anyways, this is what I did. If you guys look at the other stream, this has been running great. I got all the firmware ironed out. I got it tuned in for this machine. Got the ABL on here. Got the MOSFET swapped out. PSU swapped out. This is the machine that we actually did the PSU install video on, because this is the only Ender 5 Plus we have here. So, and probably will be the only one, because I have no need for a machine this large. I'm not compensating with my printer size. So, I'm just going to put the bottom cover back on here. This fan connects to fan 2 on our board, and this comes on with the stepper drivers. So this will not be on all the time unless your stepper drivers are engaged. On your stock board, this goes to the VIN port. So that's going to fan 2. And now I can put the cover back on here. This thing just wants to attack me. It's like under just enough stress, because the tolerances are just enough out of sorts that it wants to launch at me until I get the screw. So, we got BV3D in the house too. Mr. Butram's here. I know I saw WFO Rider. Nicholas Jensman asked, why do they keep it closed source LCD firmware? Because they can. They think
it gives them a tactical advantage.
Well, I think it's also so the LCDs they're using are from a company called DWin, and they absolutely could share the source code for that, but they won't. So Insanity Automation has done a lot of work with the touch LCDs, and while it makes it a lot better, you're still lacking a lot of features that you get with these more traditional screens. Personally, I find it's actually quicker to do things on the 128/64, like, especially axes moves and navigating menus, because you can just, rotate that knob really fast, whereas the touchscreen, you're like, press, 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 and there's like a delay between each press.
Well, a good touchscreen doesn't have that delay, and it also gives you a rapid move if you press and hold, like the Chiron does.
Yeah, but it can overshoot easily. Like, that's the problem. You can hold it and like, oh no, it sent it way too far, and now I got to go backwards. Like, that's another thing.
You can do that with the rotary too.
You can have way more finer control with the rotary in terms of navigating stuff. Because you get that physical clicks, you get that physical feedback of each notch it hits. Like, you can feel it when you're turning it.
That's the only problem I have with my CR10 V2. Otherwise, it's an incredible printer, but that damn lag in that UI.
That's not the UI. That's just the processor. There's no lag on this LCD with the Easy Board.
Well, no, of course, the software has lag.
Yeah.
Because the processor's not strong enough, I assume.
Well, it's just how it handles it with the 8-bit chips. Alright. So, I am going to plug this in, and... Actually, no. I'm going to drop the bed. I'm going to swap the extruder first. And I'm going to actually disconnect my Z motor cables, just so I'm not feeding back a ton of current into my motors. Oh, you know what? These are the 2-start lead screws, so I can't just push the bed and drop it. We are manually turning these lead screws. Answer. Why does the travel on the Z have to be so much?
Yep. I was here yesterday too.
What happened?
We were getting a little goofy.
I don't know if you guys saw, but at the beginning of the stream, there's a disclaimer now. For the sensitive people. There's a warning that there might be swearing. I might have, me and my guests might have adult beverages. So, if that offends you, you should not watch our stream.
Those are our like install videos, not the live streams. Live streams are unadulterated.
Yeah. The typical demographic for 3D printing is like 25 to 55 adult males anyway.
Our channel is like 0.3% female audience. 0.3.
Yeah.
I'll probably roll that clip real quick.
What percentage was it?
0.3%.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 23%. I was like, wow.
Yeah, no. Hang on, I'm going to ask one question before I roll that little clip here. I'm just going to interject that clip every once in a while just so to cover my ass, so to speak, for people that join in later on. But William Taylor says, Tim, how do you know if a MOSFET fails? Well, either it won't heat or it will continually heat. One of the two things.
Yeah. If pretty much if you turn on your printer and it starts heating up without you telling it to do a thing, your MOSFET's out.
In this case, there were char marks on the MOSFET, so that was really easy to determine that that's why it wasn't heating.
True.
So
that's usually a good indication.
Let me, you guys, I'm gonna meet you, and I'm just gonna roll this little clip here. Be right back. Hey there, I just wanted to give a little disclaimer here before we start the stream. Our streams are meant to be more fun and casual. During our live streams, there might be light swearing, and we also allow other members of the community to come in on some of the streams. In addition to that, occasionally, myself or my guests on the streams may have an alcoholic beverage, so if you're sensitive to that kind of stuff, I'd recommend that you don't watch the live stream. If you're looking for our more serious content, like our installation guides, our how-to videos, all that content does not contain this type of language or content in it. We do the live streams to give us and you guys a chance to interact with us and vice versa, and also hang out and talk with other people in the community. So, with that out of the way, you guys get comfy, and I'll be live here shortly. All right, we're back. So, if you guys see, I pulled the sheathing off of the wiring harness, and you can see here's my Easy ABL wire that I put in there last night. Or was it today? I have no idea. I think it was today. I did not do it. Well, I couldn't have done it last night because the stream went until tomorrow. So, anyways, I pulled this back. Here's my PTFE tube. So, I'm going to just disconnect this now.
And don't forget the after party for all the cool kids.
You know what? I screwed up. You know why? I forgot to unload the filament. So I got to heat the hot end. So, since I'm going to heat the hot end up anyway, so if you guys are changing your PTFE tube, this goes into the melt zone. So I'm going to take this tubing off and use this as a template to cut the new tubing. And I'll usually add like an inch to what the stock tubing is, just because like this is, I guess it's long enough, but once it's in the harness, it was pulling a little bit, and like we were getting too much of an angle here. And going to our, oh, I just realized you guys don't see my main cam. Arm cam? There we go. So going to this tubing, you're going to be able to go up to 275C on your hot end stock, but just by changing this. And this is 1 millimeter internal diameter, so it's going to be more accurate in terms of it guiding and pushing it through. And because it's doped with molybdenum, it's slicker. So all in all, it's a good upgrade, whether you have an all metal or not. I use them on both machines here. And that's what we're replacing this with. So I'm heating my nozzle now to 240. So we're going to let that heat up.
Did you hear the FAA is basically looking to completely eliminate model aviation as we...
Yep, I already saw that. I posted that on our channel out to the community.
Oh yeah.
They're just going to make a criminal out of me because I'm not going to comply.
So Tim, basically what we're supposed to do is just manually push the filament right in and not hook it up to the feeder, right? And just not understand
how many times I've seen that in a group.
No.
I know.
Do you remember that guy that posted the video? I saved that video to her from like 2 years ago. I showed it on stream last night, and they were dying.
Have PTFE?
Huh?
The one who didn't even have any PF.
No, he had the PTFE, but it wasn't connected to the extruder. He was manually feeding it through the hot end while he was trying to print.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, that one.
He's
That was
clearly a
just the beginning.
calibrated machine.
So, this has, on the most of the new Crealities, they have this little retaining clip here, and this you can actually put on the new coupler we're going to put on, if you want. My hot end's not at temp yet, but it's at enough temp where I can unload my filament now. I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Man, I had an Ender 5 do that once where I would have to manually push it through and it would work for a few millimeters and then stop again. It took me forever to figure out that the tension arm was actually cracked on the underside.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's why we're out of stock on our aluminum ones, because like we sell so many.
The plastic ones are so
That's
bad.
what I'm putting on this. I don't need the I'm not gonna do flexing, so I'm not gonna put one of our tough extruders on here.
The plastic ones aren't bad. I usually get 1,000 hours of printing out of them.
That's not like we'll destroy those in like a month here if we use them. So I just change them out.
Well, yeah, sure, at the rate that you print with them.
So what I'm gonna do here, so I pulled that clip. My hot end's at temp. So what I'm going to do is press down on this white collar here, okay, and pull the tubing up. And you can see here, it's actually not wanting to let go, so they probably torqued this down, which means I have to loosen up this fitting here. Oh man, they really got that in there. Let me get
Just loosen up the fitting on the heatsink.
Yeah, that definitely
That's what I'm
ensures
doing.
that it's got a good seal.
Well, that's good, but I have had too many of these fail to not replace them. So usually I can get some needle nose in here. Ooh.
You leave it like 1 or 2 threads, and then you
Yep.
push it in all the way, then you tighten it down. Make sure it definitely get its
There it
good
goes.
seal.
Okay. So, and that's what I'm going to do when I put the new fitting on. But these white top ones, I don't know where Creality gets them from, but they're not very good quality. So I'm going to try to remove it now. If not, I'm just going to unthread the whole. There we go.
On a couple of those, there's like a little metal like teeth on the inside, and it just like ripped them right out. And it just stopped working.
The PTFE tubing isn't even cut flat on here. It is at a visible angle. That's amazing.
I'm amazed that it works.
That might be why it's under extruding.
Yeah.
But either way, I'm just swapping them all out because these are parts that are known to fail.
That looks charred.
If you want to remove the compression fittings without damaging them for other people watching, just unscrew it all the way.
Yeah.
And then what you do is you push the PTF deeper on as you rotate it, and then as soon as it moves, you just keep rotating it and pull it out.
Oh, yeah. So here's our stock fitting. It looks like this does have one that has, I think it's got metal teeth in it. They had plastic teeth for a while. But I think this is metal. I don't know. I'm not risking it. I'm throwing it out. It's
I'm
like one of those.
surprised it
It's like
already
one of
has
those.
jarring.
Yeah, this machine has like maybe 20 hours of print time on it, and it's already charged. So this is one of the other reasons to upgrade the tubing. The Corelli stock hot ends are decent, but this tubing is really crappy PTFE tubing. It's probably like remelt and mixed in here. So it doesn't really withstand the temperatures very well, so it starts breaking down. And as it breaks down, especially at 240C or higher, it's going to start flaking off, and then it goes in your nozzle, and it clogs it. So this is the kind of stuff, like, I know some people ask me, so I'm going to tell you right now, this is the kind of stuff we do to new machines before they go in our print farm. This is preventative upgrades because this is the kind of stuff that's known to fail. So I'm saving myself headache down the road by just doing this now before we put this machine into service. So, all right. So I'm going to unscrew the PTFE fitting from the stock plastic extruder. And I'm leaving my hot end still at temp. And I'm going to take this little brass fitting off. And these are halfway decent. I mean, they're all, I don't know, any PTFE fitting can fail. And this one actually is holding on pretty good, which is surprising. But these in general, I haven't had too many issues with. These are actually pretty decent design. But when I get this off here, I can, oh, this one's really holding on. So I can measure the tubing. It's starting to loosen up here. Like, I don't care about damaging this because I'm not using it. There, oh. Okay, screw it. We're just leaving it on because this is all getting thrown out. All right, I'm going to cut my tubing to length here. So I'm going to open our pack. Now, if you guys order tubing from us, if you order more than a meter, it'll come in one continuous length. And if you don't have a PTFE cutter like this, they're like $2 on the site or something like that. I can't remember. They're less than $5. Definitely not. Or they're less than $5, but at least $2. I can't remember the pricing on them, but they're inexpensive. And the reason is this will cut it flush every single time. So I always trim off a little bit of the one end. Just assume that it might be cut at a slight angle. And put in here, snip a tiny bit off. So, and then I can see here, it's flat and it's straight. So I'm going to get a measurement here, and 1 meter is enough for the under 5 plus. So I put these two next to each other. I can see this fitting ends right here. And like I said, I usually add a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and put this in right here and cut it. So here's my new tube that I'm going to use on this machine, and this white stuff is going in the trash. And then I have a little bit extra left over, which is handy because if you want to do Luke Hatfield or One Battery Marines PTFE fix, this is more than enough to do that PTFE fix. So
another little fix is to stick a Phillips screwdriver into the feeder end and bevel that input a little bit so it makes filament insertion a lot easier.
Except now you're running the risk of getting metal shavings down in there.
No, the PTFE tube, not the metal.
Oh, no, don't do that. If you use the cutters, it cuts it flat. The only reason you have to worry about that...
Sometimes the hole in the compression fitting doesn't quite line up correctly.
Oh,
and so you go to push filament in and it sticks.
Well, I can tell you that if you're using the ones we sell, they're not wonky like that. So I have, these come in 3-packs. This is the M10, PC4 M10 fitting we sell. There's one missing here because I stole a 3-pack and I already used one on another machine. So these fit the hot end. And we can screw this in here. If I can line the threads up, that'd be great. Come on. There's like these wires get in the way. I have big American fingers. So I'm just screwing this in, and what I'll do is I'll screw it almost all the way in. So it stopped turning, and I'm just going to back it out quarter of a turn. Now, if you notice, PTFE has a natural bend. So I'm not going to want to put it like this on the printer, okay, where it's wanting to curl up like this. I know my bend's going to be like this, so take that into account when you're putting it in. Now, my nozzle is still at 240C. I'm going to take this and shove this all the way down into the hot end, okay? Until it stops. And the
Did you make sure the nozzle was clear?
What?
Did you make sure the nozzle interface was clear?
What are you talking about? There's nothing. I just pulled
You look down inside the hole before you put the compression fitting on, and you should be able to see the brass ring.
No, this was all the way seated. It just was cut at a slight angle. But here's the thing: if you have this nozzle at 240, when you push this in, if there's any film in the way, it's going to push it into the nozzle and come out. And I can see a little came out. So this is all the way down in here. And then what I'm going to do is keep pressure on this, okay, and then tighten this fitting down the rest of the way. And this is going to force it to bite into the tubing and force it to seat up against the back of the nozzle. Go. And I'm also going to change the nozzle out too, because I'm putting a 0.6 on here. So I've got our 0.6.
Good nozzle for that machine.
Yeah, that's what I figured. It's big. So this is our 0.6 easy flow, and the reason I'm doing the easy flow on this is not necessarily for the wear resistance, but because of the high flow rate, because it's a copper plated nozzle. Because I want to be able to print some fat layers fast on here. So I'm going to
like me some big old nozzle.
I was going to do 0.8, but here's the thing. 0.6, you can usually still do some detailed stuff. So if I do need to run off parts for a product on here, I can still do it with a 0.6, and it's not going to, and the print quality is going to be good. If I go to 0.8, then it's pretty much reserved for just fun stuff.
I have a 1.2 millimeter on my Chiron, and I printed Kajai Design Juka, his Zelda model. Yeah, it's big. 182 hour.
Okay, so there's a silicone sock on this. I wasn't sure if it had one. If for some reason yours get damaged, because these are consumable items, these will get brittle and break over time. We do sell replacements here in our store, which these are linked below. But I'm just going to put the stock one back on because it's in good shape and it's not cracked or anything. So I'm going to put these back in my parts bin. But I need to go grab my socket set because we're going to change the nozzle, and I'll show you guys how to do this. There is a video on our channel showing you how to do the nozzles, but I'll show you guys really quick. And I'm going to leave this at 240C. I'm going to grab my socket set. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I took the nozzle off one of my machines and drilled it out to 1.75, so it just feeds the filament straight through. It prints out mighty thick.
All right.
I tried drilling a nozzle once, but I got a lot of shearing on the interface.
Okay.
Like, I had to use it for a while before it kind of evened out. Wear it in.
So when you're doing this, and I say this in our nozzle change video, you got to be quick about this, because if you leave this on here too much, this is going to sap the heat, and your thermal runaway is going to trigger if you're running a board that has updated firmware. So 8mm is also what our nozzles use, the Easy Flow. These are MK8 Easy Flow, so you can see they fit in here. I'm going to put this on my little socket screwdriver deal here and put this on and give it a quick turn. Go. Temps dropping 235, 34. Oh, we're almost out. There we go. All right, so that came out. And it actually was seating pretty well, because if you look at the back here, of course, Logitech's not focusing, but there's actually not filament buildup on here, which means it was actually sealed up pretty well.
Yeah, if you look down from the top, you'll see it as a brass ring.
Yeah, so that's good to know. So I'm going to let this get back up to temp. And I'm going to take this nozzle out. This is really hot, so I'm going to use pliers.
I was about to say, what the hell are you doing? And then I forgot they have those freaking reinforcement bolts in the hot.
Yeah. I got the 2 bolts right here. So I don't need to grab them. I don't need to grab the block. Yeah, because on some blocks... Alright.
Did you ever find stainless or titanium replacements for those? For less heat transfer?
I did not. I forgot. I'm not even going to bullshit you. I forgot to even ask. But all right, so I'm putting the 0.6 in again. I usually do this by hand, but I'm fumbling a lot, so let's see if I can get this in with my... Oh, it's falling down in here. I'm gonna have to put something...
You can spin it by hand. As long as you're quick, it won't burn you.
Yeah, well, I'm like...
Although your copper ones might get hot faster.
That's what I'm worried about. I'm like feeling it. All right, there we go. I got it started. All right, cool. The volcano's way easier because you got way more thread. That poor heater block, why? It's got bolts in it.
It's the assembly bolts, but they figured out they can leave them in.
Yeah. Which allows you to do nozzle changes way easier.
I used to remove them, but they modified the hot end to use a cheap little grub screw instead of threading the heat break in, so you have to have those.
Yeah. So, and it did torque it a little bit, so I'm just going to put this here, straighten it out a little, and then...
Although I find it amazing, my Chiron's been printing for almost 300 hours with no hot end fan.
Why? Why would you even do that to that poor machine? Okay, my hot end my hot end's 220. Chris, I really need you to get a set of headphones. Do you need me to buy you a set of headphones and send them to you?
No, it's pushing so much filament through that the filament is literally the heatsink.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree on that. Oh, there we go. Thermal runaway.
Well, I got no clogging.
We know it works.
So, just power cycle it and heat it back up. Why is it moving so much? It's just going to tilt a little bit. There's two screws, one on either side of the nozzle that holds it. I mean, if you want to, I'm probably going to actually tighten them up a little bit. But...
Well, when you're pushing so much filament that you could visibly see the spool unrolling, heat creep doesn't have much action.
Yeah, but you really should have something. You're getting lucky right now, and I don't like playing that game.
I know, I ordered a replacement, it just hasn't gotten here yet.
Alright, so I'm gonna heat this back up to 240 and just give it one more quick tighten here. And the thing is, you guys don't need to eat these down. Don't go like,
Is that pit extrusion?
Just don't be like, oh, look how strong I am, I'm gonna torque this down. These are copper. You can shear this off in the block. So, and we will not send you, and neither will any other company, send you a new nozzle if you shear your nozzle off in the block because you tighten it too much. But if you look here, you guys might or may not be able to see it, but whoever assembled this at the Corelli factory did do it correctly, and there is a slight gap between the nozzle and the heat break. So that means the heat break is far enough down into the heater block because you don't want the nozzle flush against the heater block because then it can't get enough pressure to seal against the heat break in the PTFE tube in this case. And especially on all metals where you don't have the PTFE in there, you want the back of the nozzle contacting the heat break to form that seal. If you don't, you're going to get filament oozing out. And then that's not any fun. So, there's a little bit of debris.
And even if filament doesn't ooze out, it'll cook off inside that little opening and eventually clog it up.
Yeah, it's not good. So, but this hot end was properly assembled. There's some like glue inside here. That's kind of sticky. It's weird. But it's still pliable, which means it's still good. Once they start getting stiff, you just want to replace them. This is a consumable item. This heater block is hot right now. You can put these on when they're cold, but I've done this enough times to not get burned by it. So your mileage may vary. All right, so now we're going to move on to, now I got my hot end upgrades done. So I got my new fitting, I got my new tubing, I got my new nozzle. I'm going to get rid of this plastic crap extruder. We're just going to give this one little quick tighten. We're back at temp, so do a little quick little torque and we're good. So this should all be sealed up. I'm pretty confident that this is all correct. And I'm going to turn my power off and move to the back of the printer. So let me see if I can get my camera in here without impeding on my ability to work. So you guys can see here.
I know you don't have a 1.2 millimeter version of the nozzle, but do you have a 1 millimeter?
We might in the volcano size, but not the MK8.
No, MK8.
Yeah, so you have to realize if I sell something like that and then someone is getting like weird results or whatnot, they're gonna come and bother us. So I think we go
yeah,
to
I know.
20. There's a lot of stuff I could do and sell that's cool, but the reality is then,
Support's a bitch.
yeah.
The reality is I have to deal with the outcome. And so does Mac.
So let's
But yeah,
get rid of this.
the default thermal runaway is pretty sensitive. A couple degrees could flip
Ours
it.
is not that sensitive. You notice it dropped 10C and didn't trigger, but it triggered after it was slower to recover, and then I was I was doing other stuff with it. It wasn't happy. So, but it worked. All right. So, taking this bolt out here on the arm, usually the one I remove first.
I usually relax the settings just a little bit.
Do I think? Yeah, the carriage is going to move a lot, but this eccentric actually, well, you guys can't see it. This eccentric does need to be adjusted. It's a little loose. So, but I'll go over all the eccentrics and everything, because what I'm doing is getting this printer ready for service in my office here for prototyping work and possibly customer parts. So I need to make sure that everything's dialed in. So when it comes time to use it, I can just hit print and it's going to work. And it's going to work for, months on end until I need to do some routine maintenance on it.
So you don't have to putz with it every day.
Yep. So doing all this work up front, like we were coming to a point where like, okay, what do we want to do out of the gate to these like machines to get them, print farm ready, so to speak. And that's auto bed leveling, so we're not having to mess with those. If they have a plastic extruder, the extruders get replaced, change the tubing out, and if they don't have a silicone sock on the hot end, we change that out. And put it, or put a silicone sock on there. I shouldn't say change it out, but all these little things mean it's less trouble down the road and more reliability in general. And the stuff we're doing, like even if you factor in the retail price of these, obviously like we have our costs, but you're talking like maybe $150 for a printer. Actually, I don't think I'm even at that with this machine because I'm not putting the higher end extruder on it. Trying to think, I think maybe like 80, 90 tops. So, but I mean, this is almost a $600 printer, so I don't think that's that far-fetched. I mean, even the Ender 3s, we do that. Like I explained to people, and then I'm talking to people that are new to this about the hobby is, think of these machines as a platform. Okay, yes, they're technically a finished product, but they're a platform. Okay, and you build upon that platform to get the printer you want once you're done. Okay, so
What I usually tell people is that imagine going into Home Depot and they give you a bunch of parts to put in a box. You're not really buying a printer, you're buying a box of parts, so your support's going to be limited.
yeah, I'm not sure where my small Allen keys went, but I do have Allen sockets.
Sounds like a great idea, Scott.
What's up? I didn't hear what you said, Tyler.
Scott wants to take on. Go ahead, Scott.
Scott's gonna have to unmute himself.
Can you
Oh wait, it's muted on my end. Hang on. I'm sorry. I should have server muted. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, I was just saying, now that printers are like, less than $100, some of the parts you can get cost way more than the printer.
Yeah, and I don't see. Like, I look at it this way: if I were to buy a machine, like even just from a business standpoint, even if I were to buy a machine with all the features we added onto like our Ender 3s, we'd be paying $400 or $500 more per machine, and ultimately getting the same or lesser print quality. And I would much rather have a machine that I've gone over personally and know what's going into it than an out of the box type solution, so to speak. Because like I've been extremely underwhelmed by my MK3. Like I was contemplating buying more, and it's been reliable, but the extrusion issue is like a deal killer for me. It's like I'm looking at my Ender 3s and stuff that are putting out better print quality than it, and like the one that's in my office, it's a known issue. I think it's like GitHub 602 or something that they refuse to admit that's an actual problem. Yet you got thousands of people that have this issue with their machine. Anyways,
I thought they'd solved that.
No, they said you assembled the printer incorrectly. Except we have a model that they assembled. And I've reassembled that thing and reprinted parts on it, and we got a Bondtech kit. That a
There
lot
are
of
a
people
lot of
said.
theories around that, but yeah, there was never conclusive. It's weird.
No, but my point is that machine's $1,000 printer. The Ender 3 has very comparable build volume and fully kitted out. We're talking like kitted out, you know, with all of our shit: the board, the dual Z kit, the ABL system, solid bed mounts, filament sensor, like the works.
Totally.
For an Ender 3 Pro that comes with a Meanwhile power supply, with all those upgrades, full retail value is about $600, and it prints better than my Prusa, and it's just as reliable. Oh, and that includes a flex plate system too. So looking at it like that objectively, why would I spend $1,000 on a Prusa when I can just kit out an Ender? You know,
You got me thinking, like, at the beginning of our conversation, like, remember how they used to have the BBC Micro?
Oh, hang on one second. So people that are watching, I just removed the factory brass feed gear here for the extruder, because we include a steel one and a brass one, but just put the steel one on there. It's better. It's not going to wear out. So anyway, Scott, you were saying?
Yeah, like back in the day, BBC put together a program along with the UK government to distribute computers and have like a program so people could become literate.
Yeah.
With computers.
I think I know what you're talking about. I heard about that.
It's called the BBC Micro.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah.
It's what gave birth to the ARM processor we now love and use for all our phones and devices today.
And like what's in this printer right now on my LPC?
Yeah, the ARM processor that is making our printers cheaper and cooler and faster was born out of that whole project. And so basically, it seems like it would be an opportune time to kind of make 3D printing a focus of that kind of program, I don't know if you could do that these days. That was back in the 70s, but in some places it seems like it would be great.
I have to come around to the other side. This printer's frame is so big. All right, so in our extruder kit, there's this recessed. I don't know what the correct term is, but it's the recessed screw that goes into this tapered out hole. There's a longer one and a short one. On the Ender 5 Plus, you're going to want to use the longer one because this metal bracket's quite thick. And that uses a 2mm hex. Put that in here and hold this. So this is the first screw we put in. That's going to go into the motor. And these are nice little extruders. These red ones. Where's that going? Scott, mute your mic. Put yourself on.
It's Scott.
Hey, can someone server mute Scott?
I did. Scott, just post whenever you put yourself on for stuck.
Okay, so see how the motor's staying in here? So this is the first screw I put in because this is going to hold this in place and make it a lot easier to get all the other parts for the extruder on. What you're going to want to look at is where the filament is going to come through the hole on this. And one thing I found, and I didn't put this in the installation video, but it's something that came to me after. So if you put your filament through, you can see where it's going to line up, which helps you then quicker position your feed gear at the correct location. And on these little feed gears, you got two opposing screws. One of them you want to go onto the flat spot of the shaft. So if your motor has a flat spot, you want one to bite onto the flat spot, and the other one's on the rounded out spot. So I'm just going to back these out a little bit because by default they're going to be in the way. And back them out a tiny bit. I think I'm using a 1.5 hex here. It looks like, yeah, 1.5 hex bit. And there is one in these printer kits. So if you don't have like a tool set, they come with them. So I'm going to slide this on here. Sometimes it'll go on, other times you got to back these out a little more. Oh. The other one had a hard time coming off, so I think this shaft might have something up on the very end of it. There we go. Okay. So what you want to have is when the filament's through here, you want to have the center of the filament lined up, or you want the filament lined up with the center of the feed gear where it's feeding through. So push that down just a little bit. Make sure this is on the flat spot and tighten this down a little bit. That lined up. Go. And once you get one in, it's not going to move on you. So take my filament out of there. And put it back through my spool so I don't get a tangle. And then I'm going to rotate the motor and tighten down the secondary one. And do not over tighten these, just snug them up. Way too many people damage stuff on their printers and they're like, yeah, just tighten it down. Send it.
It's not car parts.
Yeah. So, and then the other two screws we're going to put in are one here at the very top. And again, there's an assembly guide showing this extruder assembly off the printer, just on like a motor. And it'll give you a better idea. So, but this is a direct replacement for the plastic one. And like I said, because it's the same style, it's just metal, this is still going to feed directly up. Whereas like our geared option, which is good for doing flex, and you can do flex on this, just slow, you're going to have to move this filament sensor. But I'm not going to be doing flex on here. These are great little extruders for doing just traditional rigid filaments, PLA and ABS and PETG. So I got these two here. There's one more that's going to go through the bottom here that catches the spring.
I got like 20 of the damn things.
Yeah, they're nice.
They had them on sale for $1 or $1.99 at one time, and I was like, grab a bunch.
Where?
When Creality first released them, they had a special we can get them for like 90 cents.
Okay. I was like, that's really cheap. I was like, we pay a hell of a lot more than that for these. So, but then again,
they also have new metal bed leveling knobs. I bought a whole crap ton of them too. They're really nice.
Yeah, those I don't use. Okay, so for the extruder arm, you want to put the bearing on, and then there's a little M4 washer.
I would think the leveling knobs being metal could be dangerous because the bed shorts, you're getting electrocuted.
So hang on here. So little washer goes on the M4 bolt. M4 bolt goes through the M4 bearing. This goes onto the arm right here. And I'm pretty sure the stock bearing and bolt are the same as this, so those parts would be interchangeable if for some reason you need to place the bearing at some point.
Bed's 24 volts DC. That's not going to do anything to you.
It's not the volts that kill you.
Yes, but without the high voltage, you can't pass.
Anyways, it is what it is. So there we go. That's rolling smoothly. I'm just going to tighten down a little bit. Don't over tighten this because you can crush the bearing. And then the last thing to do is I'm going to put the little bushing in here. I'm going to take the long M3 bolt that comes with the kit, put it through the bushing. You guys see that? And then there's an M3 spacer here. That there we go. Put that on there so it slid down on there. And now you attach this to the extruder body. So this go like this here through the last hole. This goes into the stepper motor. Oh, I forgot. Oh, hang on. No!
It's gone.
You know what? I'm pretty sure. Oh.
Dog ate it.
No, here's a washer. In the kits we sell, because this was one for photos, there were actually 2 M3 washers in there for the sole purpose of if someone drops it. But the other spring retaining screw goes right here. That's the part I forgot here. I put the spring in after putting the arm, and I'll show you guys how, because this one here can back out, so I'm going to back that one out, lock the spring onto this one. Oh. Put this on here. Tim, what's there?
That's really annoying that you can't change Chromecast playback speed.
Chris, I need you to find a set of headphones, like filling my ears every time. Get that here. Go. So there we go. This moves nice and smooth here. And I'm going to back this out. We're going to tell you what's the difference between the aluminum extruder kit, or mine, I'm assuming between mine and theirs. I know our spring's a little bit beefier because these are not the springs that come from the supplier that makes these bodies. And then we've got that additional spacer / washer that goes behind here, because if you don't have that, these arms will end up rubbing and they don't move smoothly. So, but the main thing is the spring. Most of the other stuff is the same, and we also include, as you can see here, this is not an additional upgrade. This comes with the steel feed gear. It's going to last a lot longer than the brass. So, and if you have a problem, you get to talk to somebody in the US and not someone in China that has no idea what you're talking about.
Sometimes I still don't know what they're talking about.
So, here we go. See here, and then I would just recommend go back and just give this a little tighten. There we go. Yeah, that's real strong. Moving the whole table. So there we go. All right, and now we include the same style fitting that is standard for these, and these work, but we also sell the higher-end ones as an add-on. So I'm going to put those in. Now, I just want to be clear. These work fine. These are halfway decent fittings. To keep the cost down, we use these as the standard ones, but you can add these on for, like, I think $2 or something like that. But you get 3 of them. And these also are sold separately, so you can actually upgrade your Creality one if you don't want to replace the Extruder for some reason. But either way, we carry these. So I'm going to use these because these are a little bit beefier than the brass ones. But I have a couple machines in our print farm that sell these brass ones that are over a year old. What I do find is that if you use these, once you put the tube in here, if you put a little zip tie in this channel or like a clip, it'll keep this from pushing in and out. And these don't have that. These don't have that issue, especially once they get older. So I'm going to put this in here. And when you tighten this down, do not over tighten. I can't tell you how many people they take like their pliers and crank it down and they shear it off. Like, it's a fitting, not a bolt that's holding your engine in your car. Just a little turn.
Yeah, it's not like changing a tire.
Yeah.
Don't like stand on it.
So I'm starting to get resistance, so that's it. That's in there. And now I can put my PTFE tube in. So now this is replaced. Take this and shove it down in. And the nice thing about these fittings too, which is why we use them, is these will actually allow the PTFE to pass through all the way into this extruder body. Whereas these, you can see here, the PTFE tube can't actually pass through it. So you have a tiny gap between the back of this and the metal body in here, whereas this, the tubing is going all the way into this extruder body up to the hole that the filament passes through, so there's not a gap. This is really important for doing flexible stuff. For doing like the harder filaments, it doesn't really make that big of a difference. But that's one of the things here is you can actually pass the PTFE tube all the way through these fittings, versus these, the filament just passes through them. So, where's my little cutoff? Here we go. So you can see here, this tubing actually fits inside the threaded end. So, which is why you can't over tighten these, because there's not a ton of material here. And if you over tighten them, these are going to shear off easier than the brass ones. But because you can pass PTFE through, you get much nicer tolerances when you're doing flex on here. You can see these extruders have a nice little guided path, and there's not much space for the filament to go. So you can do flex on here at like 10 to 20 millimeters a second. I found like 10 to 15 I've had success with on these. 20, you're kind of pushing it. It really depends on also how long your bottom tube is, but on this Ender 5 Plus, because this is such a long bottom tube, I'd probably stick to around 10 if you're doing this. But anyways, I just want to mention what the difference between these are. They will last a little longer, they hold on a little bit stronger, and the main thing is the PTFE tube passes through these up to the machine part where your filament's going to enter, so there's no gap between here and here, whereas with the stock ones. So, but if you're not doing flexible, it doesn't really make that big of a difference. Only of these came in TH3D blue. It would have cost me an extra $2 a unit to get them in blue, so I was like, I don't want to bump the price up any further just for cosmetics, but I totally agree. I tried getting them to do that, but, you know, we source all these different parts from different suppliers. You know, like the feed gear comes from one supplier, the spring comes from another supplier, the whole body comes from a different supplier. The brass PTFE fitting comes from the supplier that makes the body, and these upgraded ones come from a different supplier that we use for our hot ends. But it's basically, what's the word? An amalgamation? Is it that the word I'm looking for? Amalgamation of parts to make a nice budget extruder that actually has tension, unlike the plastic one. So I'm going to reconnect my e-motor here, and I'll load my filament back in to make sure everything's flowing correctly. There's no firmware changes needed for this either. It's the same E-steps as the stock one. It's 95. And there we go. See how easy that loaded in? Oh yeah.
I had that over-tightening problem with my first Geo Metro. I took it to get inspected, and I even told the mechanic, I was like, it's a Geo Metro with 10mm studs, 40 foot-pounds. Of course, he takes the goddamn impact onto it and strips off 3 studs.
That's funny. I was about to say, before you said it's a Geo Metro, I was going to be like, well, yeah, I know where you're going with this. It's a Geo Metro.
65 miles per gallon, baby.
It's better than my motorcycle.
Better than a Prius, too.
I'd probably prefer a Geo Metro over a Prius, too. All right. Let's see here. Focus, you fuck.
A little bit of AVE.
Oh, I love AVE. AVE is bae. All right, let's preheat this hot end and let's push some plastic through. Is ready to see this flow out. That looks nice.
By hand?
Oh, dear God.
Do you watch BigClive.com?
I love Big Clive. Big Clive. I catch up on all those subscriptions when I'm like doing tickets, just have them on in the background. Man, they're no censor. So, yeah. So, like, those of you guys watching, we carry 2 extruders. We carry this, and we carry what we call our Tough Extruder, which is our version of the E3D Titan, except we're like half the price, same quality, and 3 times longer warranty. And it comes with a bunch of other comes with... What was that?
It's a feeder, not an extruder.
I don't care what you say. Extruder, hot end. Hot end, extruder.
Well, it's feeder, hot end, and the both together are the extruder.
What would, no, this is the extruder. That's what everyone calls it.
The extruder is the system of feeder and hot end together.
Okay, well, here's the reality is, that's what most people call it, and it's hard enough to get everybody to standardize on one thing, so that's where we're going with, okay?
I know, that's why I needled you.
Oh, hey, look it. I'm only at, it's already starting to melt the plastic, and it's only at 160. I just saw a little bit. I don't know if you guys saw that. These coatings are so slick on this nozzle. This literally is only at 170, and the filament's already falling out. So these nozzles do a couple of things. One, they melt the plastic faster because they're copper. They transfer the heat better. 2, they have a coating here that's non-stick, so you get less buildup on the nozzle, and it can withstand abrasives like carbon fiber and glow in the dark. I don't know if you guys saw how nice that just flew out of there, and I haven't even extruded anything. I literally just put it up to the hot end, and it just bloop, fell right out.
And it didn't try to curl up either.
No, I didn't tell it to extrude, so we'll see how. I'm going to tell it to move axis through at like 220 right now. And I'm just going to flush this out. And we should be feeding. We are.
Finger keeps getting so close to him, like touch it, touch it.
Right here. There we go. Look at that. So usually when I put a new nozzle in, I'll feed about 50 millimeters through it and just observe it and see how it's coming out. But look at that. That's beautiful. Beautiful. We're not skipping any steps. It's not grinding. We'll see how it does when it prints. I'm going to try to send I have a print slice for the 0.4 nozzle. I think I can get away with printing it on the 0.6. I'm just curious to see.
Just increase the flow rate to 150%.
That's going to cost...
Oh, no, that won't work.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's going to get real weird real quick, Chris. But here, I'm actually going to hook this up to my computer, and I'm going to tell it to extrude quite quickly so you guys can see how fast these are. Like, this will not... So here's the thing. I've got volcano setups, and these will not rival a volcano setup, but you can get, like, this stock heater block with this nozzle is, I'd say, about 80 to 90% of the feed rate possible of a volcano with a brass nozzle. But we also make these nozzles for the volcanoes, and these with the volcanoes are insane. I can make filament disappear very fast. But let me... Where's my G-code center? And I'm just going to open S3D. No, that was... He said he thought water came out. Yeah, that was at 160. So you can see how, like, it just... They're nice. They're expensive for a nozzle. I think they're $15 in our shop, but they're nice. I really like them. I'm very happy with how they came out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I put a 0.6, because you can get away with the detail of a 0.4 with a 0.6. You can usually set your extrusion with lower, and it's usually pretty happy about that. There's not many issues with it. So I'm going to set my nozzle, it's at 220, jog controls. I'm going to set my extruder to 5 millimeters a second, and let's tell it to extrude 10. There we go. Oh, look at that. Let me see how fast I can actually have this go. Let me do 7.5. We'll go up in 2.5 millimeter increments. There we go. Oh, this is pushing it nice. Awesome.
Throwing ropes.
I'm wondering how fast I can actually send it. There we go, 10 millimeters a second. That extruder is not clicking. It's actually pushing at 10 millimeters a second. I'm assuming if I like really go, let's keep it up. Oh. Now you guys can see the roll moving back there. But look at that. Ooh. Oh, this is fantastic. So like I said, these little entry-level extruders we sell are legit. If you don't need to do flex, they're a fantastic upgrade. Like, this is... I just put this back in the printer. Like, I just made my own filament. How much? I'm going to see the diameter this is. Where's my calipers? Where are we at? 1.31 is the diameter of this that it came out of the nozzle. So, all right, I'm gonna run that G code again and see how it comes out. Because worst case scenario, I just cancel it and start over. But I want to see how that coin looks with the same exact G code. Do note it might look a little weird because it's sliced for a 0.4, but I think we'll be okay. I think we can get away with it. And one thing to check when you do anything with the nozzle and the hot end, watch your first layer go down because it might be too high or too low, because your nozzles, while they're all pretty much the same size, you might have a little bit of variance. So you might have changed your Z offset is what I'm getting at. So let me go ahead and I'm going to auto home. I'm probably going to need to level out the bed. Where's the bubble level? I need to get my bubble level.
You gotta get it. That little red box.
Oh, you know what might help is if I have the Z motors connected. Remember I turned them on, or I disconnected them? Like, wait, why are my motors not moving? That would be why.
You really need like 4 bubble level.
Oh, hang on. I didn't do my
Tim's getting distracted.
Well, I was like, wait, am I done with the upgrades already? Because I grabbed quite a few things from the show, which I definitely have to take out of inventory. Don't test. Get out of inventory.
It's a challenge for you. Try and do an infinite loop, have it come out the hot end, and get it cool, and then try and feed it back into it.
Just spool it right back on.
Just like a human centipede of filament.
That'd be weird. That'd be cool to watch, but like that'd be weird.
How long would you be able to do it before it just degrades into just a ooey gooey mess?
Like that'd be pretty cool to have like set up at like Murph or something, just like having it going, like doing that.
Okay, so what you guys know how to swap lead screws? You take these 2 screws, you loosen them up, this comes out, you thread this up, and put this in. Okay. You can tighten it down a little bit. I don't usually tighten up until I get, like, fully until I get. Now, with these, you want to shove them all the way down in because there's a plastic stopper that always seats up. Like we're spinning straight. Good.
You want to make sure you get them springy ones.
Screws.
Yeah.
There was some guy telling me, like, you should never use these on 3D printers. Like, I've been using these for years. There we go. Now, one thing I do is, like, you can feel, like, where the least resistance is. Already feels. I think it was the one on the right that was a little wonky, but I'll replace both of them. Why not?
See if it's still angry after.
Yeah. If not, whatever, I'll leave them on. It's not gonna. I think looking at the lead screw or the coupler when it was moving, I saw it wobbling a little bit, and I did. Yeah, I loosen them up and reseat them, and it. Oh, these weren't even all the way in the. I don't know if you guys saw the bed drop when I loosened up both of them, so these weren't even properly installed. These were done at Creality. I did not install these. Whatever.
What would be the reason not to use these couplers?
I mean, if you're ones that work fine, I'm not about making people waste money. I'm not Apple.
No, I mean the guy who said you shouldn't use them. What would be the reason?
I don't know. I have no idea. No idea why he
His fanboyism had to take over. That's all.
Hell if I know. Did I get 2 different? I grabbed these out of our random parts. I got 2 different. That's what I get. Because this other one looks like it was a product sample, different style. Oh no, this has the one that captures it.
Yeah, I think Scott's trying to push out the latest build of Marlin. That's why he got sidetracked.
Oh, he's breaking.
Yeah, because it's a little commit crazy on the GitHub.
Okay. So I'm putting this on.
Although it would have been nice if he could have, joined us, had a chat. But
Now he's dipping out.
He's still here. I just muted him for right now.
Yeah.
He said he's otherwise engaged.
Yeah, he's working on Marlin.
He's too good for us.
I don't think so.
Hey,
when
you
he
can't
has
talk
time,
bad about him when he can't defend himself. That's not fair.
when he has time, he usually has a chat with you.
Don't worry, guys. I'm here. If you got any Prusa questions, let me know.
Yeah.
Why is it 10% zip ties? Like,
Prusas, deltas.
Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. All right.
Flex couplers are awesome.
You stick with your flex couplers. Okay, so this motor's so quiet. I hit auto home. I was like, why is it not homing? It was homing X. It was homing X and Y. It's just.
I only logged on because I heard human centipede, so that was kind of like my trigger word.
So what I am going to do is make sure that the you can see there's a bit of wobble in those lead screws though, but it's not squeaking. I don't know if you heard that or didn't hear that. It's not squeaking anymore.
I don't hear anything right now.
Is that not why you don't, or people don't say use the rigid plumb connectors because you transfer that and you can transfer that into your print?
I think, I don't know. I've never had issues with them. I mean, I've got them on
I
like.
haven't either, but I think I heard people talking about the springs kind of make up for any
Shittiness in the parts.
any Chinese quality control in the.
So I'm just taking my caliper and making sure my distance is the same on either side. So my.
So would we be like safe to say that's like anti-Chinesium couplers?
Well, they're still Chinesium.
Yeah.
They're just.
These are definitely
Chinesium.
These are definitely
They're
from
Japanesium.
China.
They're Japanesium.
Japanesium.
No, these are
that makes it
definitely
better.
from. These definitely come out of Shenzhen. The supplier I get these from is out of Shenzhen. But I'll tell you this right now: when we were getting samples on these, there were some ones that looked nice, but then you get them and it's like, whoa, they were bad. They looked the part.
That has those couplers.
They looked the part, but in terms of the quality, they were rough.
Good printers don't have couplers, just so you know.
Oh yeah.
FYI.
Well, then why does the Prusa not have couplers?
That's what I said. Good printers don't have couplers.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So why does the Prusa have no couplers?
Good printers aren't held together with zip ties either. You know.
It's not a Honda Civic; it's a printer. Okay.
There's more zip ties on the Ender 5 than there is on the Prusa.
Holding cables, not holding core components.
Yeah, like that cabling. That's just
It's
cable
not holding
management.
core components.
Yeah, just the rails of the bed,
Just
right?
the Y rods.
Yeah, just the Y rods. Y rods are a non-essential portion of the printer. So. You have that extrusion issue too. You know what I'm talking about, Steve. You know it exists. It's not a myth.
The 602?
Yes, the 602.
I just don't feel like talking about it right now.
All right. Well, I'm going to have to put this back on, but I can get away with printing without the little wrap on here. I am going to secure my sensor wire.
Hey, the Prusa cannot be as bad as a printer that I'm working on right now. That I've been working on for the last 6 months.
The XX4?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeehai or
I figured out what most of the problems were because it's got an SSR between the two power supplies. You got one for the main board and then one for the bed. So whenever the SSR kicks on for the bed, it actually messes with the accuracy of the probe.
The BL Touch?
Yeah, the
BL
noise.
Touch and the Easy ABL 3.1.
Well, then that's bad grounding. Wait, SSR.
No.
Hang on.
I told you.
Hang on. SSR. Is the bed AC driven or is
no,
you said
it's DC driven. So
the fuck?
The SSR kicks on the other power supply. It's
what?
Yeah.
So it's cycling the power supply. That is a terrible fucking idea. Here's what you should do. That power supply should be wired to be always on and put a MOSFET between the bed DC. That is insane. You cannot cycle a switching power supply with an SSR like that. You're going to kill it.
Oh, it cycles.
Oh, dear God. I am so triggered right now.
Dumpster fire this printer was.
That's fucking terrible. That is
you remember
absolutely
when I told you that I got
terrible.
Electrocuted whenever I touched the bed?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, Tyler, here's what you do. Rip the SSR out. I know you probably have a MOSFET sitting around somewhere. Drive the bed from the DC MOSFET, okay? The power supply then should be always on. Do not cycle. That's worse than anything else I can think of I've seen on printers, including the Bluer. If I saw that, if I had that printer here for a review, I would have taken a giant shit all over that choice of design because it's terrible. It's a terrible design.
It pretty much is. And you can hear it kicking on and off too. Like you can hear the fans on the power supply spin up whenever it comes on and kicks the bed on. It's
yeah,
nuts.
but you can't. If you have PID regulation on the firmware, that power supply is just going to kill itself.
Yeah, I turned off PID, just turned on Bang Bang, and it's still.
So triggered right now.
You need to do that little trigger animation like Matthias does.
Oh. Hang on. I got one for this. You guys won't hear it, but
China.
There we go. That's why.
China.
I'll unmute you.
China.
Yeah, China. Did you hear it?
Yes.
Did you hear
No,
it?
I
Oh.
just knew exactly what you're gonna play.
the clip of Trump going China.
Yep.
How the hell did that get past engineering? Oh wait,
I
because
have
it's
no idea.
Chinese engineers.
Scott says he's back in Bluetooth range. I think Tor already on.
I did.
Sweet.
Neres, send me a PM with what kind of headset you want. I'm gonna buy your headset because I'm tired of listening to the feedback when you come on our channels.
I'll gladly accept one.
Don't talk when you talk.
I just use earbuds. I
Yeah,
mean, is that
you can just put a set of headphones on. If you put a set of headphones in, it will use the mic on your phone still. If it detects that it's just headphones.
I use wireless earbuds.
Can you do that? You got to have a set of headphones. You have so much random shit in your house. You have to have a set of headphones somewhere.
Yeah, but most of it's in crates in the goddamn Connex containers.
Well, it sounds like you should create a to-do list tomorrow. One of those things is finding headphones. Otherwise, I'll just send you a set from Amazon. Actually, I got a trucker style like Bluetooth one. You want to use that? I got like 2 of them sitting here. We used they used to use them on our phones here. I use one, but my wife doesn't use it on hers, and she was like, "I don't use this. Get it out of here." So I got an extra one sitting at my desk. It's MPOW is the brand. It's like I don't know, it's like $30, but they work great. And our Obahai phones we use for Ring Central have Bluetooth, so.
I've got 2 of those MPOW ones. The mic is terrible.
I have no issues with it.
Actually, I bet that works pretty good. Is that better?
Yes, that is a million times better.
Way better.
Holy crap.
Turned off the speakerphone, so it's using the earpiece.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, it's just going to be like...
That's kind of a Discord problem. This should be half duplex, so it should cut off the audio whenever I push to talk.
Oh, my cables are going all over.
Chris, it's not when you're not talking, it's when you are talking.
All right.
Yeah, because when your mic picks up, it picks up everything else.
Audio comes through my microphone and
Hey, I didn't have to adjust my
audio when I'm talking.
I didn't adjust my Z offset, so obviously our nozzles are exactly the same length as the Creality one. So we'll see. Now's the time for people to heckle me, because we're just gonna see how this comes out. And once against the infill, I'm gonna bring the camera over. Actually, I'm gonna zoom it in right now.
Hold on, I'm going to tell a story about getting electrocuted by this printer real quick.
Yeah, let's hear it.
It happens.
You know what really
So
grinds my
I had
gears,
it.
Tyler?
I had my laptop, which is a MacBook, all metal, connected to the printer as I was updating some stuff on it. I also had it plugged into the AC outlet on my wall, like my MacBook. And I went to go adjust one of the screws on the bed, and they are metal. And it grounded me. I'm like, what the hell? Like, why am I getting grounded by this bed right now? And then I opened it up, and there's literally no grounding in the entire printer. Like, nothing. There are no wires. They didn't even try. So I ran all new AC grounding wires.
In China, printer grounds you.
Scott
Pretty
says
much.
he's back in Bluetooth range.
Okay,
He's
he's
already
unmuted.
unmuted.
He just needs to set his device.
Ah.
I'm usually opposed to digital zoom, but the digital zoom is actually halfway decent on this Logitech because I'm willing to bet it's because it's a 4K sensor that I'm only driving at 1080, so it's got some overhead there. Oh, it's actually printing pretty good, even though this was sliced at a 0.4 nozzle. Look at that layer. Look at that first layer. Oh. And I don't know if you guys noticed, my mic is like a foot from the printer, and the only thing you can hear is the fans. Like, you don't hear the motors at all. It's magic. Except now I'm aware of how loud the fans are on this thing, so...
Yeah, I need to place an order.
So we've actually gotten complaints because people said I installed the Easy Board and now my fans are a lot louder. What? Why is it? Why is it changing the noise level of my fans? It's like it's not. They're still getting the same voltage. They're just that loud. You're just not hearing the motors drowning them out now.
Your 50 millimeter fan is like the craziest fan I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen a fan blow that hard on a printer ever.
The layer fans we sell, they're retarded.
Dude, it actually it'll blow the filament like like out under the nozzle.
Well, and that's why they're like $10 because they're like we use stuff from Mechatronics and DC Sanace. Our 12-volt ones are from Evercool. If you guys are PC people, you'll recognize that name. But yeah, I don't screw around. In it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Evercool ones have their EL bearing, which is like a sealed maglev system, and then the 24-volt ones are dual ball bearings.
Because like the Prusa uses those LDO fans, and they literally last like 3 months, and you got to replace them.
They're just rebranded Chinese fans. I have the layer fan on my A-Net A8 is the Evercool we sell. It's 2.5 years old, and that's in an ABS enclosure. We run at like 40% speed. So Sanyo Denki. So on our 24-volt, we either use like the Mechatronics or the Sanyo Denkis. It depends on the pricing and availability because those two fans are really close spec'd for like we have alternate SKUs for certain products. So it's like, okay, if this fan's out of stock or the price skyrocketed, we can use this one. They're the same spec, same bearing type. So
well, that's what I have. I have the 24-volt 50, and it's got the copper bearing or the brass bearing in it, but I've never seen a fan blow that hard ever. Like, so for the longest time, I had the fan going, and
you left a review on our product page, didn't you? Because I remember, I think I remember reading it, and I just laughed. I was like, that's funny.
Well, because I kept having stringing on it because I'm used to running them at 100%, and I realized that the fan was it was blowing so hard it was making the string worse or something. I don't know, but like I run it at 45, 50% now.
Oh, this is looking so much better. Granted, I did replace the extruder, the nozzle, and the tubing, but those are all fairly inexpensive. Like, what is that? I'm telling you that 8 plus 15, so that's 23 plus the nozzle. Wait, 8 plus 15, yeah.
Print a maker coin?
Wait, I'm not. 8 plus 15.
Looks like it.
Yeah, it's the TH3D maker coin.
Maker coin.
So I'm going to let this finish, and we're going to compare the print quality to this. And granted, this code is sliced for 0.4. So, but I want to see how the infill looks after we just change these few parts, because this is like $38 in upgrades. And I can already tell it's looking way better, even though this is technically undersized. But I've printed 0.4 extrusion widths on a 0.6 before, so I think we'll be fine.
And that's what annoys me. That's $38 at your prices. They could do it for $10.
Well, it depends on what quantity. It's all about quantity. Because here's the thing, like I could get better pricing and then lower our pricing, but I'd have to order tens of thousands of them. You know,
Reality sells millions.
Yeah, do that.
I've told them before they don't want to do it. You got to remember they're running margins that are razor thin, and that's why they do the cost cutting they do is because their margins are razor thin, and cutting $1 into it, you know, could mean them having to let go of an employee or not.
The printer's already $549. Sell it for $600.
Then people are going to bitch. I don't know if you see, the only complaint people have with our control board is the price. This is looking damn good. I don't know what you guys think. What do you guys think? Is this print looking pretty good considering this was sliced for a 0.4 and there's a 0.6?
Looks pretty smooth.
It's looking really smooth.
So what do you think of the idea of maybe having Chinese manufacturers move and do warehousing in the States?
I think it'd be interesting. There's a documentary on Netflix about a glass company. Do you know what I'm talking about? That one where the Chinese bought out and they tried running it like a factory in China, and OSHA like fucked them in the ass so hard.
Oh yeah, it was very difficult. Mainly because people in the States have way higher expectations.
I think standards are the word you're looking for.
But they have higher expectations for what they get, but lower expectations for what they give than the Chinese workers do. And in general, it's like, you know, the give take is definitely different here.
Yeah,
also,
I
don't
agree.
think
it's hard to.
We don't have an ethic of work in the same sense that, however it's
I'm-
engendered there, it is engendered there.
Yeah, I will definitely. I have to agree because, like, as a company, finding people that actually take what we do seriously and take their job seriously, even just when they're here, has been really hard. Like a lot of the people that we've let go have been let go mainly due to just lack of effort and attention.
Yeah, it's not that. I mean, I understand why it may be difficult to have that when you're on the edge of poverty all the time. But at the same time, we've got to somehow find that space to
you're
be
not
able
gonna
to
get
do our work.
like if you got people that are like, I mean, the thing is, like, the Chinese people aren't paid that well, but then they work their asses off. Like, you're never gonna get out of poverty by being apathetic at your work. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
But homelessness in China is, I mean, apart from
I don't
in
know what-
certain regions, I suppose, is somewhat mitigated. I believe it's not permitted quite. If you're
So
sitting
what
around
about?
the
So what
street,
I'm saying is, I should take the
you
Chinese.
won't be there for long or something.
What if
that?
What if we have TH3D employee housing like they do in China? We're just like, you live here except for holidays.
I know, right? Well, if we could do that, it's strange. I mean, we get very attached to our places, and so we wouldn't want to live in a factory, naturally, and only have a very small amount of time with our families. And as you noted in the documentary, they do stress that people feel very much that they miss their families and wish they could spend more time with them and stuff. So it's only natural. But the give and take again. It's what do you give, what do you get, and what is available. This is the ecosystem you're stuck in.
Yeah,
and
I
how do
mean,
you
like,
work it.
I do think there is like a certain, like, there's certain companies that you got people that are working their ass off and they don't reward them for putting in that extra effort, and that's something we make sure we're attentive to here. Like, if we had a good year and the people that have been busting their asses, they're going to get a decent bonus at the end of the year.
Yeah, and that's the other thing is getting recognition seems to be
Yeah.
big deal.
So I see the
it's,
first problem with the
important.
nozzle diameter difference in the slicer is it's not under extruding, but it is like, it's weird. If you guys lay, it's kind of ripply. I might have to reslice it.
Yeah, it looks pretty thin.
It's braided.
It's not, but if you look, it's not under extruded. It's just because it's not pushing out enough for that nozzle diameter.
Have you ever set your
Yeah.
nozzle to 3 millimeter or the filament diameter to 3 millimeter and then printed through a 1.7?
I don't
It's really
have.
interesting.
I don't have to. I can just go through the Facebook.
I might have to try
forums.
it because I've got a 1.75.
I can just
No,
go
it's
through.
kind of funny. Like, yeah, it's like funny. It's just a funny thing to do because it's like you're doing half the extrusion and it comes out. All
I'm
wispy.
gonna cancel this in a sec. I'm just reslicing this for the 0.6 here. Same exact settings, other than I'm changing the nozzle diameter.
It's like if you don't have flexible filaments, you can just you turn it down to 10% and just do 100% infill. And you'll get something that's sort of squishy.
Where the hell's my maker coin? Hang on. TH3D coin. 3D.
I accidentally did that. Like, set it to 3.0 on a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, and you can literally just take the part and crush it between your two fingers. Whatever.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Gotta-
All right, I'm just gonna reslice this. I tried.
Yoda like
I
that,
tried.
but,
I was waiting to see when it got to the infill because I figured that would be the point where we'd start seeing some weirdness. So
Definitely shows that you need to make sure that your nozzle size is set correctly.
yes, definitely. So
And your filament size.
yeah, well,
I highly recommend measuring your filament.
I never measure my filament. You guys that do that can go.
I don't think I've ever gotten one that was actually set 1.75. Not once.
No, that's right. I do the same thing. I measure it and then do an extrusion test.
That's because you guys are
Yeah.
nerds.
Yeah, well,
It makes a big difference.
I'm not saying it doesn't
for
make any
yourself, Tim.
difference. I'm just saying it doesn't make enough of a difference for me to take that much time.
Well, remember
People who
that
live in glass
602
houses,
issue you
Tim.
talked about? When you do it on a Prusa, it helps a lot.
Well, because
So-
Prusas are so temperamental. I remember you telling me that too. But I
Yeah.
should. But here's
Every
and I remember
filament,
telling
I
you.
build a profile.
And I remember telling you. That yes, while you say you have to do that on the Prusa, I don't have to do that on my Creality machines.
That's true.
So Prusas are
It's
just
so
that.
sloppy. Anyways,
I am going to secure my hot end wires. Although this did look pretty decent on the sides that it did print. Yeah, it's just because it's wiggling. It's not under extruded, so that's good. It's really interesting because it's all the wiggle is very consistent. It's got this like you can see like there's like it's weird. Do you see this? Like you guys, I think it's like a 30-second delay, but because the nozzle diameter was set for a 0.4 and this 0.6, it's really interesting. It's a very consistent pattern of how the infill looks. It's actually strong. It might have actually finished.
As it was moving.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That's what it was doing.
Your infill wasn't.
But I just thought it was interesting to point out.
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
let me secure my wires so I'm not half-assing this anymore. Oh, come on, split loop.
Man, so
So how's 2.02 or whatever?
oh, I'm going through these pull requests, and there's more than I imagined there would be.
What are you breaking tonight?
It's a good thing though.
Oh yeah.
What are you
I mean,
breaking tonight?
most of them are simple. That's good.
I need a heads up on what you're planning on breaking with this.
It's like unless of course they're all complete crap, and then
Well, the aim here was really, with the 0.00x whatever updates, to be just bug fixes and little tweaks. But there are a few new things falling in. For example, quad Z stepper.
I saw
that fell in by mistake. Whoops. I was kind of holding it off to 2.1, but I realized my whole configuration plan had sort of scuttled that. I'm going to have to figure out a new way to organize this. The way that I'm doing configuration versus testing and stuff. But it's coming together. It's coming together. I really need to find a good source for help on GitHub Actions, and it's not too difficult. It's just a lot of tedium, really, and going through a lot of details, and a lot of it's outdated. So,
how's the GitHub the sponsor thing they working out?
well, you should check my page sometime. I've got some really good sponsors at the moment.
Well, I mean, I just gave you money and then I didn't check the page. I figured you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, it's it's working. It's really good. I finally put a button. I found out how to put a button on the page, so I put one up.
All right.
And
Bed
People
is
have been clicking the button.
Bed is heating. I sent
And
that out.
somebody
I thought
pressed
that
the
was
button.
I thought that was cool that they matched the donation. I was like, well, I'm gonna cancel the PayPal one and send it through there.
that's the best thing is that GitHub is matching for the first year.
I think Microsoft's.
So-
I think Microsoft's trying to get on everybody's good side. Be like, see, we're not totally evil. We're trying to change.
They still kill Windows 7. That's unforgivable.
It's a 10-year-old operating system. How?
But it was so good.
Oh, you guys! I've been on 10 forever.
Sucks shit.
What's that?
Windows 10 sucks shit.
I have to disagree. I haven't had issues with 10.
Well, I guess you haven't had to try to stop Microsoft from getting into your computer.
You can turn it off.
Not completely.
And not easily.
I don't give a shit. If you're really that paranoid, make a list of IP addresses and block it at your firewall level. Done.
Or buy a Mac.
Yeah, and then Apple's
Just go Linux.
Yeah, just get a Mac, and then when you want to add more memory, you just throw the whole computer out and buy a new one, or upgrade your hard drive space, just throw out the computer and buy a whole new one, or your LCD breaks, just throw out the computer and buy another one.
Macs, Cruces, Deltas, iPhones, all the best.
Yeah, CityWalk. I love this guy's name, CityWalk. Welcome to CityWalk. Someone's really quiet. But he said a place where we're gonna have entry level positions for 18 hours, even though no one want to do work. Yeah, so I used to set our starting pay really high, especially for the area here, and it just attracted people that were like, "Oh, cool, this is a $18-20 an hour job," and then they just try to coast by. It's like, no, motherfucker, we're paying you. Well, you're gonna work, and so. And the hard part, too, is this is another thing to take into consideration, especially if you run your own business. If you set the pay really high, you're not going to have as much overhead to give out raises in the future. You know what I mean? And then if you start getting into a point where, you know, sales are down, you don't have as much revenue coming in, then you have to let people go or give them pay cuts, and then they get pissy because you have to lower the pay. You know what I mean? Versus if you start out a little bit lower, you have a little more flexibility for moving them up and, you know, or just give out bonuses. You know what I mean?
Well, $18-20 an hour is really high.
Well, the minimum wage here in Indiana is like $7.60 something, and we start like entry level positions, like we start like 8 to 9 for like, you know, just random shop shit like picking up and cleaning up and throwing things in bags. But like we have one guy here that he started out that position, and he's just got such a good attention to detail and just handles stuff, and I don't have to babysit him, so we bumped him up and we gave him a $2,000 bonus this year.
Nice.
You know, like the whole thing is I would rather do that instead of starting someone out high, because, you know, then if things do slow down, you don't have to cut pay, but if things are going well, then you just give them a spot bonus. You know what I mean? So
very much.
Or you bump them up. Oh, look at those thick lines. You guys see that? Because it's a 0.6. Look how thick. Look how thick
More
that is.
interestingly, more companies have stepped up at this time. We've got Big Tree Tech is donating at a pretty high level.
That's good, considering your guys' issue queue is literally littered with their crappy boards.
And
No
Prusa.
joke.
Well,
I'm not
they're
even
also
joking.
contributing a lot of code, so that they're being very helpful.
Is the code though decent, or are you guys having to clean up a lot?
Yeah, it's actually. I mean, this is no more cleanup than I have to do with most pull requests. So, you know,
I don't know if
need
that's saying a lot or not
cleanup.
saying much at all. I've seen some
as you say, attention is at a premium these days. So, yeah, I have to add my bit of it to these to get them complete. And then once they are, yeah, they're generally speaking, though, they don't require a lot of work and they're comprehensive. The main thing that they're providing that's very helpful is like, you know, the low level stuff, like how do we talk to these pins and what timers should we be using and stuff like that. Is STM32 is all over the place with these things.
Well, and here's the thing though. It's nice that they're doing that, but they really should be doing it anyways, because they're putting out hardware that is utilizing Marlin. So that's something they should do. It would be, you know, it seems like a lot of it, I don't know, like our whole process was, as you know, because we gave you the board, is we had a working copy and then sent it to you to get it merged into Marlin, whereas it feels like they just shipped it before the firmware was even done.
Yeah. Well, I suppose it's true. Actually, it's a lot of, I mean, so many people were sort of hanging on Marlin before it was tagged as 2.0.
Well, we shipped stuff.
I was anxious to get that out there.
Well, we were using our board and we're selling it when it was still technically in beta, but we have the LPC, which was already then reliable.
Yeah, and that was an easy one to get supported early.
You know, and that was
because of Smoothie Board mainly.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, that chip in general is a very robust chip. It's been around for a while. It's a very proven platform. The STMs are still very new.
Yeah, and kind of, and again, they're peculiar, and they, you know, there's so many different little, you know, you've seen the model numbers.
Holy crap.
F103VE T6 and
yeah, and then you got the people flashing. Hang on, I just want to ping chat here. So David Stockdale said, we pay $20 an hour for part-time employees with 24-hour a month work schedule, and we can't keep them. That's so I don't get why people. So I hear people like, I can't find a job, but literally I go everywhere, like everywhere around here. All like the fast food places are hiring, like retail stores are hiring, like everybody's hiring. But everybody's like, I can't find a job anywhere. Like, what do you mean? Every time I go out, I see at least 4 or 5 signs for places that are hiring. And some of these places...
That doesn't mean they'll hire you, though.
Very high.
Just because there's a job doesn't mean that you're...
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, we have the same... We pay $18 an hour to start, and it's the exact same thing, man. We get guys come in for 3 nights, and they're like, man, this is too hard, and they quit.
I think people need to nut up and realize that, you know, hey, you're a fucking adult, and yeah, it's work.
Yeah, well, it may take a special kind of person to do that work, you know. It's just
Kinda
you may
stuck
have to
where
go
I'm
through
at now.
5 or 10 people before you find the right guy, you know, or gal.
Yeah, and that's exactly. I mean, we work in coolers and freezers, so it's not exactly the
That
funnest
sounds like
environment.
that sounds, but you know what? That sounds like a
Where you
really
from,
cool-
Alaska? You're hired.
So Steve, so Steven, I guess you could say you have a really cool job.
That's true. Well, we're in Arizona, as you know, so we advertise it as air conditioned, -20 air conditioning all the time.
Wow. How much time I mean, going in and out is the worst part. You kind of almost want to spend all your time in
Yeah,
there
they
just
wear
so you.
we buy them freezer seats, so they go in.
Yeah.
But it's kind of hard because outside it can be 118 degrees, and then when you suit up
Oh
in
man,
the heat, and then you go into the cold, and
Ugh.
you're working in sub-zero all night. But you know,
I'm
we
gonna,
pay a
I'm
ton
gonna,
of money
I'm.
for the good ones,
You,
though.
Well,
you need
that's
the
the thing.
intermediate, like, you know, airlock chamber that's like half the temperature to hang out in.
Yeah,
I'm
well, you know what?
bumping
It was
my feet
easier.
right
It
up.
was easier. It was easier when we could hire illegal people.
Oh,
Because,
I think we gotta shut the stream down. Matt One
I'm
UK
sorry.
just came here. Matt One UK is in the house.
Oh, I thought it was because of the.
Oh, am I?
You know.
Oh wait, that's Australian.
That's
Damn it.
Don't worry.
Flow rate's a little too high.
I don't know what I have my multiplier set to. I think we're fine though. Let's see. I want to see what it gets once we get a couple layers up.
Joe Bruce also stepped up, you know.
I'm at a 0.9 extrusion multi, and I'm running the 95 steps per millimeter.
What'd you say, Scott? Prusa, he stepped up donating.
Yeah, actually,
Finally.
he made me create a new tier just for him.
Good for him. As he
Yeah,
should.
I mean,
Is that you asked for it?
huh? Well, oh no, it just at the time he'd been talking a lot about coming on board with like Patreon or something, but then then this GitHub thing came along, and I think everyone kind of decided this was the better way to go for this time, at least for the first year. So yeah, so he decided to hold off and wait for that.
Trying to
And
get
here
a
we
better
are.
angle here.
Good choice. Good choice.
Yeah, it's looking.
Most people are donating at that small level, but that's kind of what you want, really. It's like lots of people involved, a big community, everyone feeling part of it, and all it costs is $1.
I would like to see more printer manufacturers donating at higher levels, because literally they would not be able to do their machines without Marlin.
I mean, imagine Prusa without Marlin. I mean, that everything.
Imagine Creality and all. Is Creality still donating?
Yeah, they're here. They're with us.
Okay,
they've been with
that's
us
good.
for a while. Also I mean, it's interesting these days. Like, yeah, it's definitely we're doing a lot more work more directly with companies, and I think that's got a lot to do with it. Is just that we have become more of a direct resource, and I know that there's a line of communications. So,
no, and that's how it should be. I mean,
that opens the door, you know.
They could definitely pay you guys to write properly set up firmware and make their machines a lot better. Just from a sales standpoint, they would benefit directly.
Well, most people that are using Marlin are just using it as hobbies. You know, they're not making money off of it. Those companies are making money off of it, and I think they should pay.
That's why we pay. Other than the fact that I like Scott, so.
Well, I think guys like Prusa should be paying, and Creality should be paying a good amount.
I mean, so Prusa said last year they shipped 60,000 printers. So let's see. Let's average that out at 850. So let's kits versus that. So $850 times 60,000. That's $51 million of revenue, roughly.
You know what I would do? I would go to Maui if I had that kind of money.
What's his margin? Tim? On a $750 printer, what does he make?
I'm not going to pretend like I know other companies' costs like some people do with us. That's just rude.
No, I know, but you have a better idea.
Well, his name is on 23 parts of the printer, so I think he probably.
I think that name is like $5 per instance.
But most of the parts are pretty cheap,
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty
the
sure.
Motors and the fans and stuff.
I'm pretty sure we owe him $5 every time we say his name on stream.
I know, right?
But I wonder what he like. I mean, the most expensive piece on the entire printer is the INC board, right? So that's.
Yeah, I think they weren't they having Ultimachine
Probably.
produce those for him, and I don't think they're using Ultimachine anymore. Scott, what do you?
Yeah.
I'd like to, since we're waiting for this to print, I'd like your thoughts
Yeah.
on what you think about the whole appendix on the board.
I think that's a really great solution to a vexing problem.
To be like, okay, you fucked with it, no longer responsible.
Yeah,
Because that's
I
I'm
mean,
on board
it's
with
a
it.
it's an absolute, having a physical object that you have to cut is, it's not like something you can bypass with hacking with software.
So the thing is, they could have just been like, no, we're not even doing that on there. You have to use our firmware, and they could have done that, but they didn't. If they really were like, fuck the makers and fuck the people that want to do their own firmware, they could have just not put it on there. Because there's a lot of people that are like bitching and whining. I was like, from a company aspect, like that's a direct way for them to prove. Like if someone says my Prusa burned my house down, and they see it's cut, well, you fucked with it. You're not running our software that we verified works correctly. You know what I mean?
Don't they sign the software certificates too now, or no?
What was that, Chris? Hang on, Chris was saying something.
Well, it has to be Well, go on then.
No, Chris was saying something. Go ahead, Chris.
In the U.S., the Magnus Act says that you can't void a warranty for a customer change unless you can show that the customer change is what caused the problem.
Right.
Yeah, but this is different, though.
They don't do anything damaging.
No, I'm saying if their printer catches on fire and it's running not their software because they
You're talking about
screwed
right
up.
to repair stuff.
So you're just assuming the software is what caused the fire.
Well, that's true. You can't necessarily pinpoint that as being the cause. I understand that being the case. On the other hand, you also then can't. It sort of undermines.
It's a liability.
If you're trying to find liability, it undermines the ability to find that liability and to pinpoint it, and therefore it seems a good idea at least to have some physical evidence that the machine has been altered so that you can at least have that one fact at play. And then, you do what you want with it. They can decide to support them or not, honestly.
It's no
different.
Maybe
they will.
It's no different than if, like, I have, my car and it's under warranty and I flash the ECU to get more performance out of it and something blows up. Automatically, if it's anything related to that, increase in performance and driving the, car outside of the manufacturer's specification, then they're not liable.
Right. I mean, if it were to come to, say, the ultimate case at the Supreme Court and the justices were to ask, why did you cut the, appendix? Then, the person would have to answer truthfully about what they did. And then at that point, there would be one other fact to consider. And, if everyone had the technical savvy to know what was actually going on.
That's funny.
They got some good forensics, figured out why the printer killed so many people.
They definitely would not have the technical savvy. The fact that they just passed. Did you see that they passed? They're banning all flavors of vapes aside from tobacco and mint because of all those shady quote THC cartridges that killed people.
Right, but that hasn't come to court yet, has it? Though
I'm pretty sure they're rolling that back. They decided it was.
There was an article posted 3 days ago saying that it was going into effect, and there's a grace period for like the tanks that like the tank systems like what I use. But the thing is, you can buy all the stuff that's in this really easily, except for maybe the nicotine base, and just mix it yourself as long as you know what you're doing. Like I had 2 e-juice companies, so I know what goes into these. It's I'm not gonna say there aren't irresponsible companies like putting stuff in there that they don't have any business putting in there, but it's really simple. Like the flavorings, you want water soluble food flavorings, not oil based, propylene glycol, vegetable glycerin, and then your nicotine based. That's all that's in this bottle. Like what are they gonna do? Ban food flavorings and propylene glycol and vegetable glycerin? Like they can't do that. You can't restrict it. Like people can just make their own then at that point.
Hey Scott, on the Prusa thing, I thought I heard somebody saying that they were trying to digitally sign the firmware.
That's how that works.
Is that even possible?
Yes.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, if you leave the appendix in place, you can only run signed firmware. Signed with their certificate, which no one else has.
That's very Apple-like. Because Apple
It's
signs their firmware. Same thing.
sure that signed firmware is a good idea. I mean, it's the only way you can verify that it's your firmware,
See, but
and have it.
Apple went to court to try to make it where that you couldn't where they there's people
Right.
saying they voided their warranty if you jailbroke, right? So I always had my phone jailbroken, and they turned it over because they said that you can't. They basically said that it was they can sign the firmware all they want, but if you can find a way to alter it, you can, and it doesn't void the warranty of the hardware.
Yeah,
So
I
is
mean,
Prusa gonna be the same boat?
I mean, it's going to depend. I mean, obviously, if you drop your phone and break the glass, they don't care if you put different firmware on your phone.
Right.
I think it's more from a. I think it's more
they
from
will void your
a.
warranty for that.
But here's the thing. I think it's more of a catastrophic event that Prusa is trying to
Only if
cover
you
their ass
divulge
on.
it.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I think Prusa is trying to cover their ass in the event that someone put a firmware on there and turned off thermal protection because they were having issues with the printer. Instead of fixing the problems, they just cover it up and keep on going until it snowballs into a bigger
Right.
issue and there's an actual
It's
problem.
interesting you say that because
I mean, the
thought it
real
was more
question
about
is
warranty stuff.
I mean, the real question is how does one assess liability, and it's like and how does also a person ensure that that the machine can be altered if you want to, while at the same time still being able to assess liability, and the only solution really is this kind of solution, and it's not. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. If I got a Mini, I would cut that thing the first day. I
Okay,
would
hang
be
on one second. I've been streaming for a
playing
little
with new
bit.
firmware the first day, and I would not be calling up Prusa going, "Hey, I put new firmware on your machine and it blew up. Damn you.
So hold that thought
Help
real
me."
quick, Scott. I'm just gonna interject my little disclaimer video I made for the new people
But
here.
others might, I know.
Hang on. Hey there, I just wanted to give a little disclaimer here before we start the stream. Our streams are meant to be more fun and casual. During our live streams, there might be light swearing, and we also allow other members of the community to come in on some of the streams. In addition to that, occasionally, myself or my guests on the streams may have an alcoholic beverage, so if you're sensitive to that kind of stuff, I'd recommend that you don't watch the live stream. If you're looking for our more serious content, like our installation guides, our how-to videos, all that content does not contain this type of language or content in it. We do the live streams to give us and you guys a chance to interact with us and vice versa, and also hang out and talk with other people in the community. So, with that out of the way, you guys get comfy, and I'll be live here shortly. And we're back.
Issue, and do you find that many times, this happens whether or not somebody flashes new firmware?
This print's coming out real nice, actually.
Then you can determine it's probably not the firmware, or not the not the firmware. Probably more related to the hardware or something else.
Investigate that. Prusa's just going to wash their hands of it.
Well, that's the thing is they wouldn't be in control of that sort of thing, even though they're
here's the thing.
now.
Here's the thing. If the power supply fails and causes an issue, that's pretty easy to prove. You know what I mean?
This is not CSI. They don't usually investigate to that kind of detail.
Well, but I'm just saying, like, it's easy to prove the source of the fire because you can tell where it originated from. Here's the thing: if it was the power supply, the inside of the power supply is going to be damaged. If it's the outside, if it's happened on the printer itself, the inside of the power supply might get smoke damage and maybe some stuff melts, but it's going to be easy to tell where the source of a fire originated from. You got to remember, these power supplies are all in metal enclosures.
Yeah, this is true. In general, that's true. There are a lot of, when it comes to things like fires, there's fairly easy to figure out the source on something like that. Electrical fires.
And if it got to that level where, like, there's a big insurance company investigating it because they're having to pay out a huge claim, they're gonna do some investigating.
But again, have we ever heard of a Prusa printer ever catching on fire?
My ANET A8 Prusa caught on fire.
Well, I think there was one that caught on fire in the Mark 2.5.
How did that even happen, though?
It was a terminal. Yeah. It was a terminal melted.
Oh, okay.
They used the wrong terminals.
I see. That's hard because any kind of that's one of the things that's most annoying is that terminals themselves
Good night,
are
Daniel.
kind of a bad idea in general because contact is so easily thready with them, and you want something that's reliable. Maybe we need to revolutionize that.
One of my INC or my original INC board, the terminals melted, and it was a pre-built machine. And one day I went in there and it was getting thermal runaway and all this other stuff. And I finally looked at the board per chat, told me to look at the board, and all the terminals or two of the terminals were melted beyond belief.
Did they exchange it?
They did. Yep, it was a loose terminal, I guess. I don't know. So they sent me a new INC board like in 2 days. So.
Yeah, our MK3 was a pre-assembled too. Like that's why I was like, because I was following that inconsistent extrusion thing, and he's like, it's due to improper assembly. It's like, you guys assembled this. Like I can see the kit printers, but like, come on, man. Like I don't think they want to admit any sort of fault because then they're gonna have tens of thousands of people that they're gonna have to, service.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in general, I guess there's a bigger trend for companies to put like actual contact crimps on the ends of their wires and put the contacts in the terminals instead. But we occasionally,
the reality.
Yeah, we still occasionally see those.
Oh, you know what I just realized? I'm looking at it. I'm like, the infill's like a lot more sparse on this. It's because it's a 0.6, so it's still 10% infill. But because an infill's thicker, it's still 10%.
Right.
So I'm wondering how the top layer is going to look, because I think I'm only running 3 top layers on this profile. I might have to go up to 4. But we'll see. I can get it, like, you can see the extrusion is like, it's not like super thin. There's a little bit of waviness, which is normal for the most part. But what am I running for? Hang on, I gotta see what I'm.
You're running every other instead of both ways each.
Hey guys, I'm gonna bounce.
Which is what I usually do.
But
all right, good night, Steven.
It was nice talking to you. Hey, Priester for life.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna head out as well.
Good night, Tor.
Good night. It was fun.
Night, Tor.
Good night.
What was I checking? What was I running? I was just pulling up my slicer to check something.
Number of top layers.
Oh yeah. Oh hey, cool. 5 top, 5 bottom. We should be good. So the thing is, look how thick the outer perimeter is, because I just changed the nozzle diameter. I'm running 3. Like that's gonna be a strong little maker coin. We'll see. I'm curious to see if it actually fills it in, because that infill is pretty sparse, and this is the stock cooling setup. So we'll see if it actually is able to fill it in. Because I see it did a little bit, and it just kind of all fell in. But we got 5 top layers, so we might be okay. Because the first one's going to kind of fall in, but it's going to build up a little base.
I feel you on good help is hard to find, man.
Yeah, it is. That's why we don't have a printer out the door yet, because I couldn't find people that could, follow directions and ask questions when they need to. Like it sucks.
Yeah. And I'm looking at the technical, support help that we have as our regular cast here on GitHub.
Yeah.
And every one of them is taking the wrong approach. Every one of them is not asking the right question, is not doing the right thing, is not
here's
giving
spoiler.
their opinion, is giving a bunch of crap instead of looking for the answer.
That's going to happen. I mean, there are some times where, like, our support guys, they do a great job. So if you guys are listening, don't think I'm taking a dump on you. But, I'll go back through tickets and I'll be like, that they should be asking this instead of that. And, that's not this problem, it's that problem. You're always going to have that, unfortunately. No, they're never going to answer it exactly the same way as you want to answer it. So what I'll usually do is you sit down and talk to them and be like, in this instance, and taking it on a case-by-case basis, this is how this type of thing should have been handled. And then even like maybe start documenting how certain types of things should be handled.
Yeah, it's a good idea to have that, that set of, procedures, as it were. With some, obviously, you have room for improvisation, but in general, when it comes to things like solving a bug or solving someone's complaint, the answer is always to investigate.
Oh, hey, it's filling those top layers just fine. Ha ha! Magic.
Hey.
So Tyler posted in the live streams chat. If you look at the chat for the live streams on our Discord, he posted. He wasn't joking. They literally have a 450 watt mean well. It looks like the same mean well that I put in the Ender 5 Plus. The 450 watt mean well is being directly switched by an SSR. That is insane.
I told you it was a POS.
On the bright side, it looks like they used a legit Photech though. It looks like a legit
It is.
Photech SSR.
I checked it out.
Oh, I had a question for you. How hot should my power supply get? On, say, just a typical print on my CR10.
I don't know, like
I got
under
one that's
like 50, 60 tops.
I've got one that's like hot to the touch, man. I can't even.
Do you have
it's
like a
burning
little
my
thermal
fingers.
IR cam or anything? It shouldn't burn your fingers. It shouldn't be more than like a 60C heated bed. I've never had power supplies that are insanely hot. Is a fan
Yeah,
running?
this one is getting
Did you check
really
the
hot.
fan?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's running the fan all the time. Well, actually, come to think of it, I did wire a 50C switch in it, and I need to double check and make sure that's actually working.
Or is that the stock power supply or is that a Meanwell?
It's the stock power supply.
yeah.
I opened it up, I put in a 50C thermal switch, and that actually might be failing now. If that's the case, that would cause it, but I don't think so. I don't
Do you
know
want
why
me?
it would
Do you want me
fail.
to buy you a little IR thermal gun? It's a
Oh no,
mar-
I
it's
mean
a-
I can tell if it's hot by the fact that it's burning my finger.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
should.
it seems not good.
Yeah.
I've never
I
touched
guess
one and it was hot. Like
I think we'll
they
just
get
have to try not to
lukewarm.
use that for now.
They get like lukewarm. That's about it. I haven't had any that I
Yeah.
can't. Like I would say the hottest I've ever felt a power supply is like equivalent to how my bed feels when it's at 60C.
Right. Now the only thing that would otherwise cause that would be some kind of high resistance somewhere down the line. But then you would find other things that were heating up like crazy too, and probably your board would explode.
So how those power supplies work on the outer edges is where the main FETs are, and those are
Yeah.
synced to that. So
Okay.
you can check. I mean, because
that's probably what's going on.
if those FETs are failing,
heatsink side.
if their FETs are failing,
Yeah.
and they're getting a higher internal resistance, they're going to be putting out more heat. So, which means you're just wasting power at that point.
Yeah, so I think I might just have a dead PSU here.
So guess what? I
Might
can
have
send
to
you.
replace it.
I can send. I told you if you need parts, I will send you parts for free. So do you need a new power supply? I can send you a Meanwell.
It sounds like I do in this case.
I will send you.
I'm almost guaranteed.
For the good of the Marlin project, I will send you a brand new 12 volt 350 watt Meanwell, free of charge.
This is actually on an SKR E3, the board that's attached to it.
In that case, I take that back. Ooh.
No, what I'm saying is that the TH3D board is happily still working it's not causing any kind of problems in the other machine at all.
Do you have a retail board or do you have one of the prototypes? I can't remember what I sent you.
It seems like it's okay. It sort of beeps when you start it up.
That's the IO
something
pins
that-
initializing. They all do that.
Okay.
Um,
I found it didn't do that if I fixed there was like a short on my bed and then or there was like
they all
bad
do it. You'll
connection
hear
on my
like
bed.
a 1 to 2 second beep as all the IO pins get pulled up and down when it initializes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it seemed to stop doing it.
Does
lately,
it say
but I'll
easy
check on
board
that.
on the silk screen or does it say tough controller?
Oh, it does say easy board. Yeah.
Okay, so you have one of the retail boards then.
Yay. Yeah, it's working great. It's my favorite machine right now.
Aw, shucks.
It's got it's
Does
all
that one-
TH3D all over it.
Does
man.
that one
It's crazy.
have the stock power supply too, or did that get converted to a Meanwell at some point?
That has a stock power supply, but it seems fine.
Do you want one Meanwell or two?
2 is always better than 1.
Okay, I'll send it. I'll set your order up right now. You send me a private message because I think I don't have your new address. Because I think last time we sent you a bunch of stuff, it was the old address. And then
yeah, I'm in Austin proper now.
yeah, I have your old address then. But do you need any like other stuff? Any bed mats or like any more ABL kits?
At the moment, I haven't got new printers piling up, so I'm pretty good. And
Okay.
and I actually got a donation of a bunch of BL Touches directly from
Ant clubs?
Paris.
Nice.
Yeah. She handed them to me and said, "Take them."
Here's all of our
I've got
customer
plenty.
returns.
Yep, and they're good. These are the newer ones with the plastic pins.
Yeah, I just
Yours?
took a V3.1 off this, and I have our sensor on it. So here's the thing. So this printer with the BL Touch, the best deviation I could get was like 0.01, but it was averaging about 0.02 at a 4. But that was at a 4 millimeter second probing rate. At 8 millimeters a second, I was only able to pull like 0.04. I'm running our sensor at 15 millimeters a second and pulling 0.002 or less.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's reasonable.
That's very respectable.
So as I mentioned before, we've got that weird calibration thing now.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to play with that
temperature.
I'm gonna have to play with that and see if it's something that's worth implementing, or if it's just gonna be more of a headache than it's worth, from an end user perspective. Because I don't notice. Yeah, I don't notice.
The thing is that it waits for like 15 minutes for your bed to cool down before it does step 2.
So that's like a calibration process.
And then because what it wants to do, it'll calibrate either for both your probe's temp sensor, if you have one, like a Pinda probe, or it'll do it for the bed temp sensor. So it's interesting for the bed because the bed, of course, it expands, and so it's going to be measuring the expansion of the bed, not the error in the probe.
So my thing I've always wondered, and I actually bought a really nice Mitutoyo dial indicator, and I wanted to do a thing where I put that on a hot end, and then run it around and measure the deflection in the bed, heated, not heated, let it cool down and do a couple cycles and see if it changes between heat cycles.
Oh, it should very radically change, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Because I did just a quick test. I strapped it to my Alphawise U10, which is a huge bed, 400 by 400, and heated it. And as it heated, the bed moved up without moving anything, just telling it to heat. The dial indicator showed that it moved up 0.1 millimeters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's you can't really discern it by looking at it, but
and that's another reason I like running a G29 before every print and not storing it, because if there is any changes in how the bed is warping, it's just going to get a fresh mesh. Oh, hey, look who showed up! Doug showed up on one of my streams. Hi, Doug.
Right.
Doug is Top Hat Waffle.
That is interesting.
My brother Doug popped in one of the streams. He's like, "This is the first time I've seen him." I know he says he'll creep in the stream, but that's the first time.
Discord chat too.
Oh, he rocks Discord. He lives in Discord.
I know he does. He's getting here in the chat.
I saw that.
I saw that picture as well.
I saw that picture you posted of that, and that triggers me so much, Tyler. You need to change that. You need to change that. You need to have that power supply on all the time and just run a DC MOSFET to regulate that bed. That is insane that they shipped it like that.
So if you look, you see like on that bottom.
I'm gonna pull this up so people. Hang on. I'm gonna share my.
See the blue.
Hang on. I'm gonna share my screen so people see. Yeah, I see that. That's your ground wire. You added that.
Yeah, I added my own.
So there was
ground wire.
nothing.
I didn't have a wire long enough at the time. There was literally nothing hooking up a.
Did you ground the other power supply though to its ground terminal? Because it doesn't look like.
I did.
Okay, so after the fact, this is an older picture then, I'm assuming.
No, there are two.
I don't see a second wire going up. I don't see a second ground wire going up.
There are two AC power, or two AC. Like, there's two plugs, so you have two separate power cables going.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
One powers the board and all the components and everything, and then one powers that power supply for.
Huh. Did you see? So the guy in our live stream chat in our Discord, his username is Brennan. He said, "Speaking of fires, is that a King Rune board?" I'm assuming he's in our live stream. I'm assuming he's in watching the stream. That looks like it might be a King Rune board, just because the build plate it's sitting on top of looks like the King Rune stock build plate. And I think that looks like the MKS board that they use, the Robin board. Yeah, power supply is a nice power supply. It looks like they're actually using Meanwells in there.
That's
both
a
of
good
them are
plus.
Meanwell.
That's good. This print's coming out. This print. I don't know if you guys are watching this. This print's coming out really nice, actually.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
I noticed.
Yeah.
Nice and smooth.
Yeah, I was gonna crank the speed up, but I was like, let's just see how it looks with normal print speeds. Yeah, he said, yeah,
So
it's a
you-
Kingerin. So yeah, your
you
driver
saw,
just killed itself.
So you saw the recent video about slowing down the print, about changing an obscure option in the slicer to
Yeah, I saw
get
that.
longer segments
The
and reduce the
blobs?
size of your G code
Yeah.
so that you don't get blobs. Yeah, that's one of the causes. Anytime your printer's like doing a weird pause, that's something to
Don't
take
you
note of
remember
and
S3D had a
complain
bug?
about.
S3D had a bug that was doing that.
Yeah.
Do you remember
yeah.
that? Like that was like over a year ago. Do you remember when I was talking to you about that? And I was like, I don't think this is a Marlin firmware issue. And I looked at the G code. I was like, oh, it's like a really long, really slow, long retract. That was
Yeah, that was
pausing
the
it.
strangest thing. And it was
They
just
fixed
yeah,
it.
probably some edge case, yeah. Some weird edge mathy thing. Yeah, that happens.
It was like that when Cura 4.0 was originally released. You know, I think 4.1 did the exact same thing. Like people were posted in the CR10 group. It's like, what's going on? Like their print would start printing and then would stop for like 30 seconds and then
Yeah.
continue.
So the funny is like when S3D rolled out updates, and you got people posting that they're still having that issue, and then it turns out they don't have a real copy.
Right. That's a good way to catch people.
There was
Hey, how
there
come
was
my,
there was
how come
a
the background is purple.
there was a there was a guy that does miniatures on YouTube, and in one of his videos, you can literally see that he's running a cracked copy of S3, and I called him out on it, and he got super pissed. I'm like, dude, if you're gonna pirate it, at least cover it up, like, you know, because I've seen, and I always like I've seen screenshots in the groups. It's like, yeah, if you're gonna do that, especially, and here's the thing, it's like he's got a lot of subscribers. It's like you can't drop $150 on S3D. Like you're definitely making at least that a month in ad revenue. Like you got enough views and everything, and you're using a cracked copy.
I use a cracked copy of Simplify 3D, and I also paid for it.
Why?
Yes, because it works better.
I'm tired of having to activate and deactivate.
How often are you reinstalling?
Hardly
every
ever.
day.
That's the problem. You can only have it on like what, 2 machines?
Yeah, but yeah, you can
I have to redo the goddamn activation bolt.
Yeah, well, so I have a laptop and a desktop, and then I mean we extend our activations 3 times. We can have up to 6, so we spent like $450 on S3D. But I mean, I'm okay with that. They could give you 1 activation. 2 is better than 1. You know, there's some other soft.
Copy and I can put it on whatever damn machines I want.
Yeah, but except that you're violating their EULA.
I don't recognize EULAs as legal. Okay, put it this way. I think there are 2 kinds of property rights. You have intellectual property rights and you have personal property rights. Their EULA, as far as I'm concerned, and yes, I know courts won't validate this, I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, their EULA only covers IPR, intellectual property right. If I try to share this with multiple people or anything like that, I'm violating their intellectual property rights. But I paid for this. The personal property rights belong to me. I don't recognize license. I bought a copy of the software. And I'll put it on as many damn machines as I want.
I mean, yeah, I get where you're coming from. You just got to be careful with that because, you know, like, you know, personal, like just your average person has got a million computers, they're probably not going to go after. But if you're like, you got a YouTube channel, and you're making revenue from that. If they, you know, they could probably try to come after you because you're then like a business technically.
And if I show the judge my receipt for paying for Simplified 3D, he's going to throw it out as frivolous.
I'd be really curious to see what would happen, like, not with you, but like in general, like if a case like that ever went to court, because that would change, like that'd be a substantial case. You know what I mean?
Oh, I would lose. The copyright law.
Yeah, I think licenses overstep when they mandate private behavior. If you're doing if you're doing something out public, like sharing someone's copyrighted works or claiming it as your own, then clearly you're doing something bad. But I mean, if you're privately putting something on 7 computers in your own house,
yeah,
that never interact with the
I'm
rest
not
of the
saying
world,
I'm not saying I disagree
in a way, I
with
feel like
that.
that's not so bad.
Right. I'm not saying I disagree with that. Like, I actually just bought, it was like
Different level,
$60. I just bought this piece of software that it's all local. There's no like recurring stuff, which is nice, but it's for tracking the maintenance on my vehicles. And they're give you one license. Or like, I asked them, I'm like, so I've got my desktop, my laptop, a computer in the garage, and I might put on my wife's computer so she can ever pull maintenance records if she needs to. Can I install that on all my computers, and I'll store my database file on my file server? And they're like, yeah. So like that was cool, but it's like, I also think they're doing it too because if you get companies like us, we bought more licenses because we have more installations and I have multiple users using that. And I think they do that because they don't want a company buying one license and using it on like 30 different computers and 20 employees using them.
Well, I'll tell them the same thing I told Radio Shack. Your security is your problem. It's not my problem. If I have multiple users, then yes, I should have multiple paid.
Yeah, so like my brother said in our Discord chat, he said they should just have a better licensing system. Fusion 360 is doing it pretty well as far as I'm concerned from a user perspective. It's licensed to a user, not a machine. I do agree with that. Because that's how Fusion is. Like, I can install Fusion on as many systems, and I just sign into the app. But I mean, technically, you could do that. Oh no, you have to activate and deactivate. They don't have a way where you can just sign in, or do they? I have all mine auto. Hang on, I don't want to. I'm gonna put my foot in my mouth for a sec here, and see. Although I don't want to sign out. I can sign out.
For example, I have Simplified 3D on 4 computers: my desktop, my laptop, my micro laptop, and my tablet. I use the Simplified 3D on the tablet like once a year.
Oh, so another guy just chimed in. He said, but that's a subscription model. Yeah, that is. Maybe S3D should go to a subscription model. I used to be opposed to it, but as I calculate, like with Microsoft Office, okay, looking at their release schedule and how much it would cost to just, because they still sell you perpetual licenses, but if you factor in that you're going to get the latest one every time it releases or relatively soon, it's actually about the same or cheaper to just do the subscription versus buying it outright.
I don't rent software.
I do. We pay for Office 365 here. Our email system, our internal. So we use. Has anybody here used Microsoft Teams? Because we're using Ring Central's Glip, which is nice, but we have Teams with our 365 subscription. Anybody use Teams? Oh, Doug just pointed out too. Like, look at Steam. Steam's licensed to the user, and you can put on as many computers. Like, I got Steam on multiple computers. Oh, this is almost done.
It's looking better and better as it goes too.
It's looking pretty good. Slightly cleaner print quality than the other one. 0.6, like I said, I like 0.6 is a good middle ground between going like bigger than that and 0.4 because you can still get decent detail out of a 0.6 on smaller prints. Like, you can still get detail out of a big nozzle on bigger prints, but where it starts falling apart is when you get smaller prints and detail just starts dropping off because it's smaller than the diameter of the nozzle.
Yeah, because you can only print a line pretty much the size of the nozzle. And if a detail's smaller than that, it gets deleted by the slicer. And if you try and do like thin walls and stuff like that, it
gets real weird. It gets real interesting. When you start messing with really big nozzle diameters and the slicers, they get real weird sometimes.
Yep.
Overall, I'm pretty aside. Okay, so my gripes with the Ender 5 Plus is the bed MOSFET took a dump on us because they're using the same one as the Creality CR10, which is fine for the CR10's bed, but that bed's pulling 8 to 10 amps. This one's pulling like 15 to 16, or even up to 17. And that other MOSFET has been known to fail occasionally. It's not a huge deal. I wouldn't say it's like this is something that fails all the time, like the fans. And then the really crappy power supply, like this would be a printer that would make sense to charge $50 more and put a Meanwell in. You know what I mean? Because this is their plus. When I hear plus, I think, okay, this is their, higher level model. But mechanically, I'm pretty happy with this. And the Ender 5. We've got 3 Ender 5s on our farm. We have a lot of Ender 3s. But, yeah. Oh, wait, hang on. I think we got a new person. Oh, no. Jason Smith is unmuted already.
I unmute as they come in.
Good way to think of it. Imagine if you bought a book and they dictated where you could read it, when you could read it, and how you could read it.
I know, right?
Yeah, but books
Well,
are different than software.
No, they're not. They're the exact same thing. There's no difference between them except one is made of atoms and one's made of electrons. There's no difference.
That's interesting. I suppose if books were always, if we're actually like useful items that you use for hammering in nails, as opposed to simply a sort of informational objects. I mean, books are interesting in that they're information, but that information only operates in your brain. Software is information that actually can make machines do things. And that's
Let's
very
see,
different.
chat. Let's see.
And then, so it actually makes your machine, it's like adding a new machine to your machine. It's actually, software in itself is like a machine.
Okay, hang on. So, I'm going to cut you guys off for a sec here. Hang on.
555 relay.
Hang on. Nearies.
Well, the
Okay.
555 relay is a physical machine, right?
Can you guys hear me?
But the concept of
Yes.
a although Chris's
Scott.
volume is really low.
Scott. Hang on. Okay, so Captain Fillmore, after hearing you guys describe the grounding issue, I'm wondering if there's anything I ought to look for in my own Ender 5. Just got it. I did see there's a Reddit thread where the guy actually took the power supply out and sanded down the coating because the coating was so thick that the chassis wasn't actually getting ground through the power supply's chassis like it should have. So that's something you should do. We had to do that one of ours because our LCD kept going absolutely crazy and getting corrupted because of the EMI, because the ground wasn't going anywhere but the PSU, so the chassis wasn't grounded. So that's something to check. They do have crappy Landy brand power supplies, but they're not as bad as the other ones. So my recommendation would be check the grounding on it, and then, just replace it with a Meanwhile when it does fail. And update the firmware because they don't have thermal runaway protection on them. We had bought one, I think like 2 months ago. I did like a quick video from my cell phone here. We had just unboxed one and set it up, and it did not have thermal runaway protection on. It was purchased from Amazon, brand new. Hudson Terman, currently about to press order on one of the Easy Flex plates. Which is better, textured or smooth? It's personal preference. They both work great. You can see I have the smooth here, but I also got my Ender 3 is not set up. It's in my car because I took it to an event. But I use all of them. It's really preference. They all stick. All right. Let's see. There we go. Popped right off. Ooh, that's warm.
What layer height did you use for that?
0.2. It was like 49 minutes. So let me adjust the focus here because Logitech does know how to make a focus algorithm. I'll compare it to the other one here. Oh wait, that's
Sibilance.
See, I mentioned the 555 timer because that adds a function that wasn't there before. Same thing with any kind of sensor or switch or anything like that.
Well, sure. I mean, you pay a few cents for a 555 timer. Can you copy a 555?
Well, Scott sounds like he's on a cell phone now.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
I know. I switched to my noise canceling headphone microphone.
Oh, okay. You might need to boost your audio up. So came out.
It is also Bluetooth, so
Yeah.
there's that.
So it came out pretty decent. The infill looked a lot better when we were printing, but this is looking nice. So let me show you guys the one from its stock. Where did I put it?
Oh, now your output volume sounds weird.
Yeah, you're just over extruding a tiny bit.
So, but look at the one from the stock. So it's still decent. I wouldn't call it a bad print. It's still good, but you can see the extrusion wasn't very consistent. You see, like,
Yeah, is that 0.3?
0.2.
0.2.
So
Okay.
this is completely stock nozzle, stock hot end tubing extruder, and this is with the upgrades I just did. Wow, actually just going right from that, this is a lot cleaner of a print. Holy cow. I didn't think it was that big.
That'd make a good knob for my LCD.
This will make a good photo for a before and after shot. Like, look at that. Look at that. Like, that's a decent improvement.
Yeah, our bed leveling knob. That's a good idea.
Here, look at it. I changed the extruder, the tubing, and the nozzle. And definitely a cleaner print. So the bottom one is the new setup.
But remember, the stock one was also not functioning correctly.
Yeah.
Well, the stock one, there was nothing broken on the stock one. It was the stock one. Oh yeah, you can actually tell which one was the 0.6 because the extrusion width on the bottom.
You can tell which side your fan is on.
Yeah, you can. Look at that first layer. Look at that. Oh, that is so sexy. Look at that first layer. Oh, you guys are on like a 30-second delay. But, oh yeah.
That does make nice first layers.
That's a wise delay, considering what I was about to say.
Do you like that though? Look at that. That looks nice. So
it's beautiful.
I'm
dimensionally accurate and everything.
I'm happy with this. I'm really happy with this. Maybe I tune a little bit. I did get a tiny bit of stringing, but it could also be the filament because this has been sitting out for a while. But like I'm pretty happy with these results. I'm definitely gonna probably put not definitely probably. I'm going to put a Hero Me on here. With our 5015 fan, and that's all the mods I'm gonna do to it. I'm pretty happy with the progress. So this came out nice. So I'm happy with that. That first layer looks real nice though. I love when I get a nice first layer. And that's the finish, so if you guys are wondering, that's the finish you get on our smooth PEI. I don't know if I have a print around here from the textured one. But it's a neat surface finish. I have a part on my King Room which is not in here. Surface finish on the Easy Mat, because you can put the Easy Mats. So this was printed on an Easy Mat. So see, it's slightly less of a matte finish, or slightly more of a matte finish. And this was printed on my CR10. Woo!
Now I have to wait 30 seconds to see what you're talking about.
Woo!
Yeah. I even put it at the 2x speed, but still not catching up.
I am.
I
just posted a picture
shivering
in
in anticipation.
the live stream channel.
What'd you do?
Posted a picture in the live stream channel of the textured surface.
Is that a print or this? No, that's a print. I was like, is that the print or a surface?
I kind of thought you would dig my concept of the TH3 logo as being a pyramid seen from above.
Yeah, that was a little weird. So, okay, that's a picture Tyler just posted of how the texture looks.
From
you can see it's kind of like, I don't know how to describe it, like pebbly? I don't know.
I have to go print it just to show you. Damn it.
It's like pitted.
Cool. Yeah, it's a neat finish.
You can hardly tell like the actual like layer, the lines or anything on it too. It just kind of blends together with look.
I'm bringing a ton of these to Murph.
Hey, you know what's coming up?
Murph.
Filament February.
What?
Filament February is coming up.
Is that a thing?
Could be.
Is there gifts involved?
Robbie Max says, "Oh yeah, hang on, I'm gonna pull.
February,
hang on, I'm gonna pull Linus.
Everyone can give me filament.
You know what else is coming up? These awesome hoodies from the TH3D store. Yeah, th3dstudio.com. You can pick up a TH3D hoodie or a hat. I'm wearing a TH3D hat, a hoodie, and our shirt. Speaking of pirating,
I only wear my own swag.
Hang on. Speaking of pirating, here we go. You guys like this this shirt? It says you wouldn't download a car.
You wouldn't download a car.
It's in the same font. Hilarious. It's the same font.
I still don't know what it means.
It's from like an original.
You don't
commercial.
know? You're old. It's like that's like one of the old anti-piracy commercials. You don't remember those? Where you wouldn't. I'm gonna pull it up for the youngins.
Really
I took the 90s
guys.
off from television, so
Hang on.
I completely missed it. Yeah, you would download a car. No, that's totally the right font too.
It is. I found the exact font and the way it's laid out.
Who taught you how to do this? It was you, Dad. It was you. I learned it from you.
Hang on,
I
I'm
remember
gonna.
seeing that.
Do you think I'll get copyright struck if I play that video? I don't think I will.
Who taught you to pirate software?
Hang on, just so
You did,
everybody
I
knows
learned
what
it
we're
from
talking
you.
about. Hang on, because I'm sure there's some people watching that don't know at all what we're talking about here. So just stay quiet for a second. I'm gonna stream this. Hang on.
Isn't there like a set amount of seconds for like fair use or something?
I can just pause it and add commentary. So hang on. Ready? Bam. Play. Oh man, hang on. I'm gonna add commentary. I love how this piracy site just says feature films. It's like super generic, and there's like this big download now button and a progress bar. You wouldn't steal a car. Oh no. You wouldn't steal a handbag, would you? Would you? I would print a handbag. I'm just saying. You wouldn't steal a television. Okay, televisions are way easier to steal these days because this guy's carrying a CRT. That's got to weigh like 50 or 60 pounds. You wouldn't steal a movie. Oh, we are in Blockbuster. Oh, if the CRTs weren't enough to date this video. Oh no, downloading pirated films is stealing. Oh no. I just want to see like the SWAT bust in, just beat the shit out of this girl who's stealing these movies. It's against the law. She hit cancel. She did the ethical thing and hit cancel. She's not going to get busted by the FBI. She's all good. Piracy. It's a crime. Do you hear that, Nereus? It's a crime.
Yeah, so is jaywalking. See people do it every day.
My property rights is also a crime. I don't see them enforcing that.
I mean, there's a lot of things too that are crimes in certain states. You wouldn't download a car, Elon Musk. Hold my beer.
It's not stealing. Downloading pirated films is not stealing. It's copyright infringement.
It says it's stealing in the video.
They're wrong.
You guys remember those DVDs you could buy? Like,
oh my God!
Staples?
Someone just posted a meme. This is what happens when Tim inspects a first layer. What? I don't get it. I'm just holding a sword. I'm holding the sword. I don't get it. It's not. Am I missing something here?
I think he's poking fun at like the lack of camera change, maybe.
Oh no! I was looking at it on my screen. Unless he pulled the image from the corner. I love these swords. These swords are awesome. All right, well, I don't think I have any other upgrades to do on this. I don't have the Hero Me printed, so I'm not putting that on there. But I'm very happy with my 5 Plus now. I think while I'm at, I'll probably change the fans out too, because these things are obnoxious. Hudson Turman in chat says, I used to sell and burn DVDs in high school. Totally put this in front of the movies. Matt1UK says, I think it's your blue cock he's talking about. Oh, because the handle looks like, I don't know, but it's not centered. I see where you're going with it, but I'll give you like a C for effort.
Okay.
Please get degree.
Where are we?
Oh, I don't know if
tuck it up between like the belt of your pants, so that way it goes away.
Should I think we're gonna do a giveaway soon because we did hit 10,000 subscribers. So, but it's not enough for YouTube to send me anything. So I think I'm gonna have to print my own play button. Well, that didn't go as planned.
Did it just break?
No, I was trying to. Hang on. I have like this little jar of like these like caffeine focused supplement things, and I tried to smash it on the top, or smash the sword on the top to close it, and it just went right through the lid.
No, it's like I heard something break. It was just like, what the?
I was not expecting that. PLA is stronger than injection molded ABS. Today I learned. Let's just put a little.
Good. PLA is amazing.
It surprises
it's
me.
the best material ever.
You know what, Scott? Know what you should start? You should definitely start a vegan-friendly filament.
Well, PLA is pretty close. If the thing that would be more environmentally friendly would be a filament that basically biodegrades within 10 years.
No, you're missing a
you
marketing
put it into
opportunity.
your compost, and 10 years later, it's gone.
You're missing a marketing opportunity. It doesn't matter that most PLA is vegan-friendly, but they're not advertising as that. You're missing an opportunity here.
Oh, well, I would really I would be raked over the coals if I went out and said that any kind of plastic was vegan friendly. Because plastic is not good for the environment.
That
includes PLA.
What was I for a while
Good that
on
it breaks
our
down in 100 years, but still.
on our old
only a century.
On our old product page for the Easy ABL, there was a FAQ, and we had on there, is it gluten free?
Although I got to tell you, I've had some PLA.
No one ever caught that. No one ever said anything about that. Like no one ever mentioned that there was a thing saying the Easy ABL was gluten free, which kind of proves my point that no one reads the damn product pages.
Yeah, what do you expect? You think that documentation is very important, and it is to a few people who will complain endlessly, but to the mass majority, no.
Yeah, no one noticed that. Not a single person was like, "Ha! Did you guys see that?" Like,
especially in this, it's like we have the community, and I tell people to go to Discord, and that's
yeah. Captain Fillmore says the impossible whopper of filaments.
That thing's disgusting.
Are they any good? Have you had the Impossible Whopper, Scott? I feel like it's up your alley.
I had one in Sweden.
Was it
actually? I got a bunch because I got this voucher for extra food, so I was like, I got to use it. So
was it any good?
Actually, it was just fine. Yeah, it was great. It was actually decadent. I felt kind of guilty.
I know you've been vegan for a while. Do you still remember like what like burgers taste like?
Or absolutely.
I know you cheat occasionally on some things.
You chew them forever, right? So
I know you cheat on some things. I know like pizza's your weakness. That's your.
Well, the thing is, if I'm thrown into a situation where there's nothing but, I'll be like, okay, I guess.
Guess I'm not gonna. Well, it's either that or I starve.
This quantity of milk probably accounts for about 0.01% of the suffering that I'm trying to avoid causing. So I guess I'll go for it.
And then you just regret it because your body's like, oh God, I haven't had this in forever. I don't know what to do.
Well, I figure I've accumulated some merit points, so I can kind of spend them occasionally.
So there's a certain threshold you can do before you lose your vegan powers.
Yeah, if I was on a desert island with nothing but goats, I would be eating goat every night.
Do goats even taste good? Is it like
I don't care. It's the only thing on the island.
What if it was
seaweed that tastes like bacon?
Oh, Andrew's here.
Ate and try to eat what they eat, but maybe.
Hi, Andrew. How's it going?
Hello. I thought I'd creep in.
So the Ender 5 Plus now has a new extruder, new couplers, the Easy ABL, and everything's running. So I just gotta.
What speed did you get it up to now?
I haven't pushed it yet. Oh, the ABL speed. So because these are the 2-start lead screws, I can't run it past like 18 without them stalling occasionally. When I did 30, it just was meh. But 15 seems to be, it's pretty happy at 15. I'm pulling 0.002 on it, so I can't really
Would you say that it yeeted?
Oh, it definitely yeeted itself. It was you guys were on the call with me, and it's like it was rough. It was rough. I was like, okay, homing failed. it stopped.
Thought you were trying to get that pitch of the angels. That's what it was.
Yeah. No, this print came out nice. And so like now I have 2 machines in my office with 0.6 nozzles. My CR10, or what's left of it as a CR10. It's a CR10 in frame only. So, but now I'll have 2 machines with 0.6 nozzles, which means all these random rolls of film I have accumulated over the last 2 years, most of them are probably going to get turned into collapsible swords. And I'm going to print a ton of maker coins in advance, so we have them to give away at Murph at our table, because normally we just were like, okay, we're just going to print maker coins the entire event and then give them away as we're printing them, except now I'm just going to pre-print them. So, yeah. So who's all going to Murph? People in chat, people in Discord, who's going to Murph?
I'll be there.
I hope to be there.
I know Tyler's going to be there because Aaron is going to be 21 at this Murph now. So
we might actually have to fly this.
If I could afford it, I'd go.
You guys aren't going to take your Subaru, Scott?
We are both carless. My Subaru got totaled by some dude who rear-ended me.
What?
And
No.
I know, he was on his phone. He admitted it right in front of me.
That's why that's what happened to my wife's Malibu. Some kid rear-ended her right after we just put new tires on it and all new.
He must have been stunned.
All new. What do we do?
Yeah.
We just replaced the whole steering rack, all new wheel bearings, new tires.
Exactly. You put a bunch. That's what happens. As soon as you put a bunch of work into your car, someone will rear-end you.
Well, because we were like, there's really nothing majorly wrong, and my dad and I did all the work on it, and then it gets totaled. I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me.
I mean, I got quite a good settlement, but of course, I squandered it on surviving. It worked out well in that sense, and also my housemate got rid of his car.
Lou.
Yep.
Where is Lou?
So
tell Lou I miss him, and
he's over there.
Where is he?
He's over there on the couch.
He hasn't popped into the streams in a while.
He's watching Talking Rabbits right now.
Tell Lou that I miss him, and he needs to come on the streams. I like Lou.
Oh wait, hold on. He's calling to me from a distance. What's that?
What does he need help?
Oh,
is he wounded?
What about Reddit?
He's fallen and he can't get up.
Oh, they're bunnies, not rabbits?
Wait, what? What is going on right now?
Apparently there's a discrepancy between bunnies and rabbits.
Is Lou sober right now?
I don't think either of us is very sober. This stuff is pretty potent.
Yeah?
It's called Voodoo Ranger. Have you ever tried that? I'm not
No.
Yeah, it's
Is it an IPA?
It's a Belgian IPA. It's very nice.
Yeah, they sell
it.
it
Has
here
a
in
it has a
Virginia.
9% BVA. Which
So the question is, how many have you had?
ABV. See, I can't even get my letters straight.
Are you working on commits right? Are you working on the next Marlin release right now?
1.8.
He was.
Yes, I am.
I'm
this merging stuff like you wouldn't believe?
Oh God, he's just like, yeah, that sounds good. Just accept.
Yeah, this is great. Just
merge it.
Put it all through.
And then we see a bunch of reversals tomorrow. Hang on, hang on. Someone in chat.
See how beautiful all these good things are.
Someone in chat says, any advice? Sierra 10S Pro V2 or Ender 5 Plus? Is there a Sierra 10S Pro V2? Oh, the Tiny Machines branded one. So where they have the BL Touch on there instead of their god awful attempt at doing an easy ABL.
Word off.
I would say the Pro. You got both machines with the crappy touchscreens. So I would say if you don't need the extra build volume of the Plus, go with the Pro. Because our Pro's been actually doing really well. But if you need the extra build volume, then Ender 5 Plus. But the Pro's going to come with a better power supply out of the box. Yeah, Pro if you don't need the build volume. Which you probably don't. Most people that, like, I don't even need this build volume. The only reason I bought this printer is because a customer is asking me when we're going to release stuff for it. So, yeah. Those damn customers.
What's the most expensive printer you guys would ever consider carrying and supporting?
Us?
Yeah.
The
biggest, craziest printer.
I mean, the S5 is the biggest one we support.
Yeah.
That's probably also the most expensive one because that one's like was $1,000 when it was new. I mean, we have Lulzbot Taz 5 supported.
That's the Scoval S5?
No, the Sierra 10. Creality Sierra 10 S5. You're thinking of the Soval SVO1.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Any idea? Oh, I'm about to blow this guy's mind. You ready? He asked, how do you set the VREF on the easy board? Oh, boy. Let me...
Voodoo magic.
Voodoo magic. Watch this. Hold my beer.
Is that like trim pots, or
Nope.
is that got like
Nope. It is.
Yeah,
you
gotta
are...
open up the whole assembly and then get
You have
in
to
there
say
with
a
your
prayer.
ceramic screwdriver.
You have to say a prayer and then
Ready?
pour out
I'm
one
about
for your
to press
homies.
the button.
Okay, so press the button, go to configuration, go to advanced
all I see is
settings,
blur.
go to TMC drivers and driver current.
There we go.
And you can send them right here. And then make sure to store your settings. So once you set these to what you want, you go back out, go to control, and then get out of the advanced menu and go all the way to the bottom almost. It's like 2 settings up. Store settings, you'll hear a little beep, and then it stores them. That's it. No trim pots, none of that peasantry.
Peasantry, huh?
None of that peasantry. We fancy.
Doing it. I live on the edge. I use a metal screwdriver and an old probe, and I've cut off the end of the probe and just
Oh, I
wrapped
do
the
too.
wires around it.
That's what I do.
There you go.
Colby says,
lot of us do
destroyed
that
the hot end of my Ender 3 Pro today. Don't buy a new printer just because you destroyed your hot end. Fix the hot end. But you should definitely buy a second printer if you got the money, because why not? We're all addicts here. I feel like we should have a Printers Anonymous club.
I guess in a way, yeah. You got that right. Like, it's sort of like,
Just
where
one
did he
more.
go?
Just one more.
Where's your husband? He's in the printer room again.
Wow, it's
I don't
easy.
know what he does in there.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Jake from State Farm is being a neckbeard. Don't mistake VREF for current. Okay, well, VREF sets your current. This is the equivalent.
On multiple occasions, I've joked with like some of my community how like the 3D printer is kind of like a secret girlfriend. You know, you spend all your money on it and all your time with it. Your wife gets mad at you about it.
I mean, mine is the company's, so.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't. I wouldn't say it was that. It took on that role for me, but it's they're like. I don't spend as much time with the printers as, of course, I do with the code.
Reno's asking,
that's
so
the thing,
1.33 volts is equal to what value? You can just ignore that. What motors are you driving? What machine is it on? And I can give you what I would recommend to set it for. But we have the VREF set for each model. Most of them use the same settings, but when you get to the bigger machines like the S4 and S5, we have to bump the current up on the Y because that motor is bigger and the bed is huge.
Yeah. Now we had some kind of reference for the right values to use for different size motors and different.
People get
resistances on
really
the motors, right?
technical about that. I have always adjusted it by feeling how much holding torque, like how easily can I make this skip, and are my motors and drivers overheating? And you just find that happy medium where things are not running super hot and you're not losing steps.
I guess what I'm getting at is maybe there's some way it is deterministic, and
There is a way to do a conversion. I can't remember.
Get it down to.
I can't remember what. Yeah, Jake from State Farm, you're setting the driver current, and traditionally on trim pots, your VREF sets your current, and that's based off of the resistance of your coils and your voltage and all this other stuff. So this just handles it all for you and sets the current. So
Right, and wouldn't it be nice if drivers could do that for you in the future?
Well,
Wink, wink.
they technically could if you have they could probably do that with the 2209s, like do a calibration.
Right. Is there possibly some way there could be a circuit?
Oh, hang on. Dylan asks, hello, everyone.
capture
I was
that?
wondering if anyone had a problem with their 5015 fan not spinning on Ender 3. Yes, you need to enable the fan fix option because it's probably a fan that has auto restart. If you got one from us, they have auto restart, and they don't like the fast PWM. So if you enable the fan fix, it's going to enable slow PWM, which will allow it to be controllable under 100%. So, but some other fans have that issue, not just ones from us. And it's not an issue, it's just how things are designed and how they behave with being fed PWM signals. So, we have those provisions in the firmware to compensate for that.
See, I've got a weird one with an Otter V2.
A what? What? A what? What was that word?
V2.
Otter?
Otter.
Oh. Oh, I have one sitting in the box, brand new right here.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I got given the profile, and it was completely wrong.
Are you shocked?
So
You're acting like you're shocked.
Well, this one was because supposedly it was meant to be from a guy who knew what he was doing. I literally turned around and said to him, no, he doesn't know what he's doing because he's literally just copied and pasted a CR10 profile for it, and it's still got the same bed size as a CR10. I said, the bed isn't that size. So I rewrote a new profile for it, and prints are really nice. But the problem is that the cooling fans don't come on. You have to go in and manually set them to switch on. So I went through coding, put on fan, what is it, M601 is it? Get the fan to come on, and it still doesn't do it when you're printing.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's something to do with the defined height, because obviously it's got the touch sensor on it, and it's figuring out that it's jumping over at a different height, so it's not switching on the fans. But I've tried pretty much everything to try and figure out why those fans are not
Here's the
coming
thing. It's the fan is a binary thing. G-code tells us to come on. Your printer board has nothing to do with when that fan comes on. It only comes on when it's told to come on through G-code. So I would say check to make sure it's wired to the correct port. You might have had a machine where they wired it incorrectly, or the firmware is not set up correctly, or the MOSFET's just shot. It could be multiple different things.
Check the MOSFET.
Yeah. So, I mean, check the, I don't know, board that has, you said it's the V2?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's literally sitting, so the box that my finger's right on in the video, it's like open. I had opened it, and I was going to put it together one night, and then I didn't, and so it's back in the box, but I bought it at Murph from, or bought it at Earth from a buddy of mine.
I did the modifications.
No, he said he's, oh, did the M601 turns on the fan?
Yeah, so it's, no. If you go into the panel,
okay.
So you go on screen, then, you know, your temperature, fan, and you turn it up on there, then they'll come on.
Okay, but is there more than one fan listed? Because here's the thing, they might have that, could be a firmware issue.
There's two fans on it.
Okay, so it might not be turning on the right fan. They might have like the pin, they might have, it's either they screwed up the pin files and like they have a case fan and the layer fan's hooked up to the case fan output, or it's hooked up to the correct output and their pin file definition is incorrect.
But wouldn't that also mean the on-screen command wouldn't work?
No, because you can still have multiple fans, and it's kind of ambiguous as to which one's which from the control screen.
Well, I've got the designs because I redesigned.
What board's in that? I haven't even torn into that thing. It's still brand new.
I haven't even looked.
There are a lot of options with fans as far as.
Yeah, so I mean, my thing is, it sounds like either it's connected to the wrong header that is supposed to be utilized per whatever they silk screen on the board as the layer fan.
Well, I can tell you that today I swapped two fans on one board, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like, because like on our board we have two fan outputs. One is the control box fan, which comes on when the stepper motors come on, and the other one is the layer fan. And if you swap the two, the case fan turns on when the motors, so your layer fan will be on all the time. And obviously that's a problem. So it sounds like either they're physically swapped, and if they're not specifically silk screened, like we just have fan 1 and fan 2, so in my firmware I could just swap the pins and technically now fan 2 is the layer fan. You know what I mean? It really depends on how that board is set up and what their documentation says, and then what they actually put in the firmware, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, yeah. It's kind of like on the MCAS Gen Ls, you can use the second hot-end output as an auxiliary fan output. You know, you can do whatever you want in the firmware, really. You know, sky's the limit.
Yeah, I mean, we really haven't, one of the things we haven't done is like cooling fan for your chamber. But that could come up soon, you know. That's one of the things that should definitely be there.
Should I do like a, I mean, it's already 1:30. I'm probably going to call it a night in a sec here because I do have you know, the whole company thing that, you know, goes on here. That whole thing.
Yeah, but we're having so much fun.
All that stuff, you know, I gotta be functional at somewhat normal work hours, you know, to help out the team here and customers.
Yeah.
I kind of want to just
wow.
do a vase on here. I love doing vases in vase mode with a big nozzle. It's just so satisfying.
I know, right?
But make sure you totally forget to set vase mode, and then it's just closed on the top.
So you're doing printing services now, is that right?
We are. We actually have been for a while. We just haven't advertised it.
Now you've got sort of a formal path, so you can just send stuff.
Yeah.
And it'll get printed.
And I do have a plugin. I haven't finished testing to make sure it actually works as intended, but I do have a plugin that can actually provide instant quoting that will give you a render of the STL, and you can set all your options, your material type, your infill, your color, and then it'll quote you. You can check out right there, and then it'll send us an email with the STL files and the requirement types.
So do we get like a free 5-minute session to get a video preview with you and like
a video preview for what?
Make sure it's perfect.
Oh, I mean, we'll send pictures if people want. Yeah, you want that
If
first layer porn?
doesn't look right. I want you to do it again.
That first layer porn, boy.
I don't know. I know it was a 3D
Yeah,
print,
Andrew,
but
that's the same printer I
it
have
looks
sitting
pretty
here.
bad. So could you do it again?
There are no bad first layers here. We're rocking the Easy ABL. This ain't no BL Touch show.
Does the first layer porn cost extra?
A video in the chat on Facebook. You should check it out. Show it to stream.
What we affectionately dub our shitpost chat. I think
Here's an idea.
I think currently it's called
You
Pornhub
can
Addicts
give people
Anonymous.
You can give people a time lapse of their print as part of the package.
All right, you're still going on about your damn sensor. I just saw
It's
the
not
preview.
sensor. No, it's the I literally go to heat the bed. As soon as the bed turns on, the sensor triggers. Then I turn the bed heat off. And then
Yeah, because you probably have a fucking floating ground then. Is that the one though that you're getting like stupid accuracy on though?
No, that's on my CR10.
Is that a CR10?
No, this is the SX4.
Oh, that's the SX4. Oh, wait, this is the SX4 that this is happening on.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's a fucked up setup.
I know. I just wanted to show it.
I'd like to try to limit the amount of failure. We do have a lot of Chinese printers on here that's shown on the channel.
It's a good thing to limit failure.
No, I'm so triggered. You just know that it upsets me that they have it set up like that. Like, and it's really bothering me. I want a picture tomorrow that you have rectified the issue with the whole power supply SSR janky setup. Can you do that for me, Tyler?
Dig out a MOSFET somewhere. I know I've got one.
Can you do that for me just to give me some closure?
Jake is safe from PewDiePie. You are so cool. You are.
That's not the real PewDiePie. I don't know if you guys know that.
PewDiePie.
I'm just saying.
GG.
Yeah, he's so cool. I just love YouTube because there's just so many people with great constructive chat ideas.
Oh, the comment section. I haven't been paying attention whatsoever.
No.
Actually, that's not the live chat. I mean.
Oh.
The comments
way
come
to
later.
Go. Well, I am.
later.
Hang on, let me share my main monitor here. I'm slicing in Vols mode. Layer print sequentially without optimization. Let's see. How big is it?
Where's that bubble level?
Oh God!
You beat me to it. I was just about to say that.
Better check it with the bubble level first.
Yeah.
No, he needs 4 of them.
I told.
Yeah,
Oh, am I
upgrade to the laser
selecting
level?
the laser level? Wait, print.
Yeah, you need lasers.
Why is this not? Hang on. Print. Oh, I'm an idiot. Single outline corkscrew vase mode, or as they say over there, Vols mode. Isn't that right?
Vase mode.
Vols. It's a Vols.
Vase.
The Vols. Vols.
Oh, that's that one we always do.
I love it. It's so cool. I never get tired of
Yeah.
printing rockets.
Yeah, we have a bunch of them hanging off the ceiling at this point. one in each color that we generally get. We try to do at least one of each color.
Wait,
So
where
we have a
is?
sample of the filament that
Okay.
represents like how translucent it is, how good it looks in. You can really get a sense of what it looks like, and you don't waste a lot of filament to do it.
I heard that if you support Scott on Patreon, he'll give you like 20 hours of tech support every month for free.
So that one looks like it's got a proper brim.
He's just
on the
ignoring
bottom.
it.
Oh, I'm sorry. What the who?
Oh, I was just saying how if people support you on Patreon, you get like 20 hours a month of free tech support.
Yes, I mean generally speaking, people are entitled in a sense to that. But if everyone took advantage of it, I would be doing nothing else.
Scott would just disappear. He would just be like, "What happened, Scott?" I'm like, "I don't know. He got a bunch of Patreon supporters, and he just disappeared."
I didn't realize get 150,000 patron. No,
I thought about doing something like for my a personal Patreon for myself, and have like limited spots, like Tim's Insider Club or something, and then be very picky about who actually is allowed to do that. So, just a thought.
People like me who tried to send you stuff.
I'm excited. What are you sending me? I'll let you do it. Explain what you're sending to me, because I'm very excited.
It's a Tesla music generator, a taser module, and an electroshock pen. So you press on this pen and it gives you a really decent buzz. But the Tesla music generator, you just plug in, say like a phone or anything like that into it, and it creates different frequencies through the generator itself. So if anyone's ever seen Sorcerer's Apprentice with Nicolas Cage, and he's got the Tesla generator and he's making the music from it, that's basically what it is, but it's a smaller version.
I mean, how much power does it drain of your phone to power a big coil like that, or a little
it doesn't run off
coil
your
like
phone,
that?
luckily enough. It runs off its own power supply.
Oh, okay.
Trust me, because it's an 18-volt 4-amp power supply, I think, that comes with it.
Where's
and it can go all the way up to 36 volts.
I was gonna look at the arm on. Oh, hang on. Is the arm on
This
this?
might be a common thing later. People will be adding
so-
Jacob's ladders to their printers just because it's cool.
Seems like a really bad idea.
I think I'm gonna start.
do
I
something
think
with that
I think I'm gonna
vertical space.
I think I'm gonna push ahead with an RGB LED kit. Because why not?
Glowy.
Sorry, you've got to have
Because you're
glowies
jealous
on
of
every
one that I got on this.
What's up?
It's because you're jealous of one that I got on this.
Do you have RGB on there? I didn't even know.
I do.
I have one printer with RGB, and that's our EZ300 prototype that's in my office.
So on the SKR 1.3, you cannot put it on any of the in-stop ports.
Why?
They do not work. I have no idea. I literally had
They're just
I
I/O
spent
pins.
2 hours today. I even pulled power from.
I've run them off
elsewhere
end-stop
on
ports
the-
on Creality boards.
Trust me, it does not work.
Rob just said I installed the EasyLevel prototype. The thing is amazing. Yeah, it's gonna make you really, really hate bed leveling. I don't know if you guys ever watch my streams when I have manual level bed. It's like painful. Also, if you're running an 8-bit board and not our easy board, make sure you get the latest firmware from our site, because we just made a change that fixed the bug. I think that was the first.
Yesterday. I was like,
I think that was the first firmware update in over a year where we actually patch something to fix a problem. All the other updates have been either adding features or printers.
I guess in Cartesian land, it's been pretty smooth sailing for a while.
Yeah, so, Scott, since you're on here, Vert was telling me that apparently when you compile Marlin 2 for 8-bit with VS Code, you save like 6K of memory sometimes.
Well, I said up to 25%. It depends
Yeah, I mean, it's
on
kind of all over
what's
the
enabled.
place.
I'm very excited because that means I can do more with the 1284 boards, and that makes me very happy.
Which is true.
Yeah, I mean, my testing.
I'll
I got
test it.
sometimes
I'm not
more,
just going to
sometimes
send it.
less
I'm
compared
not going to
Arduino.
just send it out there and give people false hope. I'm going to test it. I'm not Creality here, okay? But
I mean, it's going to come down to what your compile options are, and you can actually tweak those in Arduino if you know what to do. There's a file you can edit to change your build options and stuff.
Oh, we're gonna start our print. We're gonna start our print.
So you can see, you can be like, I want to optimize everything at level 3 and see what happens. Probably nothing good because the optimizers are a little weird sometimes. But who knows?
Like this. Yeah, the specific instance I was referencing, like I actually made a video and I compiled like out of the same folder. Okay, here's under Arduino and here's under Platform IO, and it's like I saved a kilobyte of RAM and 6K of prog memory, just straight up.
Wow,
Just
that's impressive.
yeah,
I don't know why RAM would be saved. Just because, well, maybe it has something to do with it figured out where to put the strings or something.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna play around with it. So the thing is, like,
it's like that video's on my channel. Like,
so I'm trying to
not just pulling
find
numbers.
Vert and I were
Well, we
talking.
can look at the actual data section and the read-only section and see what's going on. Maybe there's a way. I mean, there's also they've got a profiler in there which I haven't really figured out how to use yet, but there's a whole way to really get deep with what's going on inside the firmware besides
I'm
just
gonna-
using an oscilloscope and making pins go on and off.
Oh,
which
Steve,
what we usually
Steve
do.
Smith is asking, will you ever be coming out with a Sierra Pro board replacement? To be completely honest with you, probably not, because the market size on that printer is not going to be worth us going through a whole nother PCB and producing a separate board. I found on GitHub, there was a guy that made a breakout board to adapt that ribbon cable to standard headers, so I might be able to whip something up, but it's very low on the priority list because the reality is not many of those machines got sold. So for us to dedicate a ton of time and money to, a very complex retrofit kit for that machine would be pretty difficult. I mean, you guys saw how much work went into just this to do the LCD conversion and all the other stuff. The Pro would probably be about 10 times that amount of work, if not more. Look at that. So, you got me thinking, Scott, since that bug that was in the restore after G28. Oh, there's oil on my bed here.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot to clean it.
Among other things.
Is this doing the... Oh, this is doing the brim. I see there's oil from when I lube my lead screws on my bed. So it's not sticking.
When you lube your rod?
Yeah, when I lube my rods. Hang on, I'm going to clean this. Yeah, so if you guys ever, like, in general, with, like, PEI type surfaces, if you ever get it where it's not sticking, then just clean it with IPA, which is what I'm going to do right now. But also yeah. I don't know when this mat, or I think I cleaned it yesterday, but yeah, you can see there's oil spots on here. And I've been getting my grubby fingers all over it.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah, that would do it.
The whole Platform IO thing, like people were telling me for a while, like, oh, you need to use Platform IO, and like I was like, well, Arduino was fine, and then like I started playing with it, and it's like, holy crap, like it saves that much.
No, and you told me that, and I'm like, ooh.
That was the straw that broke camel's back for me. Like,
I would guess that they're probably just moving faster on deciding which versions of compilers to use, and the libraries are evolving all the time too.
Yeah, actually, there was a lot of crap on this bed. There's like visible,
especially for
dirt.
the 32-bit stuff, of course. But I think you're talking about just 8-bit things, right?
Yeah, I'm talking
just
about
straight up.
So I'd like to retire the 119 branch that we have, Scott.
Yeah.
And move to 2. So, but I want to. Sure. It's obvious. It's probably going to take us at least a month by the time we get the firmware done and then all the documentation done on compiling it with VS Code. And
well, if you pick 201, it's a fine place to start.
So I'm gonna what's gonna happen is like the firmware we have for the Easy board, which is already on 2.0, it's all gonna become one branch, instead of having to maintain a bunch of different ones. Or maybe I'll have a U1 or a U2R1, 8-bit branch, but they all use the same, and the only thing that's gonna vary is the config files. So like the back end config file we have, the configuration.h and the ADV. Because right now I've got 2 Marlin 2 branches, one for Easy Board and one for the King Rune, but all the core files are exactly the same. So when I update one, I just do a merge and copy them all over. So
yeah, I mean,
because the thing is the environment variables. That's where it's going to get complicated. Is the environment variables, and then making sure people uncomment the right. Like Vert and I were talking the other night. Like the easiest way would probably be have all the environment strings pre-entered and commented out, and then you uncomment the one for whatever chip you have.
What we need to do is figure out right now, like the auto build that we have to plug in for Visual Studio Code only recognizes our configs. But if we make them so they can also recognize yours, and
I already figured out a modified auto build. I had that working.
Well, don't do it. I mean, let us, work together.
No, I'm
to
not
make
putting.
it,
I'm not
'cause
putting
I have
any
a-
of
I have an
TH.
official deployment.
Well, I'm not putting any of TH3D's software development load on you guys. I'm not Big Tree Tech.
No. What I'm saying is that it should work. It should work with your configs at least. It should be able to figure out what the motherboard value is.
I mean, should I start a general
ultimately.
branch of Marlin that's just like a general, like not a TH3D branded branch, and it's just like we slowly build a overall easy config for all sorts of different machines?
Well, I mean, full
It's
disclosure.
kind of
I mean,
like what I was doing.
Yeah, I mean, we've moved configurations to a different repository, and with the aim of changing the way that we sort of organize it.
It's getting better.
Yeah.
So Scott,
you
I
know,
mean,
to experiment.
I mean, how you
But
better
still remain compatible.
I'm just saying, like, you're gonna totally screw up your model that design, prototype, test figured out, which is you make Marlin so convoluted that people have to pay you to help them with it.
Well, let's not pick on DPT now.
Why you bring up his name?
Oh, Miles is in here.
Miles is in.
I know that voice. I know that voice anywhere.
Kudos from
I just wanted you to know that I brought in early to do work, boss.
Oh, yeah. Miles is officially on the TH3D team, which means I need a headshot from you. Put you on our page. He's doing all our web stuff for the new site, which is gonna look sick.
You have too much.
I'm still trying to recruit me.
I'm trying
If you
to
follow
get other
Wintergarten
people.
at all, he gave a shout out to DPT recently.
Oh no, people are trying to give me well-paid jobs. Boo.
We were just talking about how
Well,
good help is hard to find.
Complex situation.
I
And,
want mom. I'll take his job.
The
I'm
Northwest
not
is hard. They don't get a lot of sunlight.
Tim wanted dev help, and so if you can do that, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, I mean, this is the project is to get a proper configuration utility within
What is
Visual
this
Studio
doing?
Code, because it can actually do what are called Electron apps, which are built on Node.js. So you can, if you know anyone who's good at Electron, I could use some help with that. So, but that
done
would allow
Node.js
us to have all the configuration there, and you would basically be able to pick from the ones that exist and then choose what you want to change.
So that's
tweak them
weird.
for
I
your-
just
for
went
your
to
preferences, and then
so
just build and go.
Say Scott, this is weird.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can repeat this. So this is weird. I was gonna squish it my first layer a little more. Just did a baby stepping on here, and it just stopped moving my Z.
At
That's
what
weird.
point did it stop?
As soon as I went to adjust it, but look at they're going now. It did the probing and everything, and then I went to step it, and it just was like. So I'll
Is
have
this
to.
N5 even like worth it as a platform
This
printer?
is a 5+. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna since I gotta update the firmware anyways. In general, I'll put it to 201 because you guys have 201 out now, right?
Yeah, right at the moment.
So
Baby
I'll
stepping
update
is
this.
a bit of a voodoo, so maybe it's the timing is off or something.
I wonder if I just like hit the right time and was like, because there's not like.
Are you talking about like the double click to get it?
No, I got that up, but I went to baby step and it just like let's just stop moving the z-axis, which I've never had happen on any machine runner or board before. But the driver's working fine, which is really weird. I'm gonna just update. I gotta update the branch anyways to the latest 201, so I'll just do that. And see.
It's very fine. There's a few patches coming in 202 that'll be helpful. For
How
certain
okay?
things,
How far off are we from 202?
Days away, maybe hours. I don't know. Depends on
Okay.
how late I decide to stay up tonight.
Okay. Because I don't want to put a ton of work in 201 and then 202 comes out. I'm like, God damn it.
Well, the thing is, 202 is like anything. You want to give it a few days to sort of marinate and decide.
I have learned to do that when you guys put new releases out.
203 patch, like a day later.
I'm just gonna I'm gonna follow my own directions. I'm gonna clear my EEPROM.
But I'm trying to keep it down, to very simple changes and not anything too complicated.
Not
and if
anything
it is
crazy.
complicated, it's something that you have to turn on to get in trouble with. So, so the moment, I think mostly what I'm posting is good changes, good fixes. So we'll see.
It's like this whole time you've been working right away too. Like I see like commits hitting and Like over the last 45 minutes, just popping up.
Yeah, like I say, you can your sleep. I mean, it's no, it's this particular part of the job is hard because there's a few things that I'm kind of putting off, and I'm not sure what I should put in, and then there's stuff that's like clearly that fixes something. How many other things are lurking in the shadows that I don't even know about that should be waiting for? Maybe I should give it a day or two.
Like that emergency stop thing, like me and he's in here too. Like we still have no idea why it was doing that, but it seemed to make it work.
Hang
so
on
I
one
don't know.
second, Vert. Stand up 3. I'm interested in Easy Flex for Series 10S. Do you know when they'll be back in stock? I'm going to say probably the first week of February based on the production schedule, but you can sign up for a notification on the plate and magnet page depending on what you need to order. You have to go to the page, not the main landing page. It's like the bundle because the waitlist one doesn't support that for some reason. I think it's because of how the variations are. But yeah.
Don't worry, I'll fix that.
Will you? Oh, look at that. I think it's just a weird thing. I think it's a weird thing with the combination of the plugins between the bundle plugin and the waitlist plugin we use. Because so the Easy Board page, you can sign up on a waitlist, and that's a bundle page, just like the Easy Flex one. But I think because we have 2 variable products on that same bundle page, it's just like, whereas the Easy Board, it's non-variable products. It's just one product.
I'll have to look at the back-end properties of each listing.
And I'm not married to those waitlist plugins. The only thing is if we do change to a new one, I have to export all the emails per product and then port them over to the new one.
I'm interacting with Big Tree Tech even as we speak.
And not accidentally sending me a bunch of emails like you lost it.
What have you done?
What did Big Tree Tech send you?
It's trying to provide pins, but I think that no one seems to understand how to use GitHub.
They definitely do not understand how to use GitHub. I can confirm that.
Big Tree, I love you guys. Learn Git. Take a 2-day course in Git. It will be worth it.
I'm gonna laugh if I discover another bug with this Under 5 Plus stream, because last night it was that restore leveling after G28. But I reset my EEPROM and I'm gonna just set my offset by doing baby stepping once the print starts. But I'm gonna laugh my ass off if we find like another Marlin bug while working on this printer.
What? A what now?
The things you put in there to keep us on our toes.
Bugs are bugs. They're not Marlin bugs. There's not Apache bugs. There's no Chrome bugs.
No responsibility will be taken for said crypt.
They just fall into
Features.
software. It's like snow.
They're inside the computer. They go into the...
It's like a ghost in the machine.
It's just
a fact those gremlins.
There's just a nest. I've been using
the wing
Git
is a
for like
feature.
7 years, and I still can't use the fucking command line version of Git.
Tyler West, I don't know. Tyler West, I don't know why you killed that guy's comment. The guy said, DS19 said, I want a TH-ready printer. You bastards know exactly how a printer should function. Just fucking do it. Easier said than done, man. If it was, we'd already have a printer out by now, or we'd be selling heavily modified Reality or Soulballs. That Soulball SVO1, I think, might be the first one we actually offer, like, fully assembled, pre-upgraded. Because that thing, for the money, that's a decent machine.
I mean,
I think I hit the wrong button on that. I didn't mean to
send me to
hide
China.
back.
Send me to China. I'll find out where they're getting their stock from, and we'll just order the parts from there.
I mean, I can just... Can you imagine if I spent a month over in China and had, like, a translator with me? What I could accomplish?
Yeah. Just do a month in transit. Easy.
Nothing, because they would go on a 2-week holiday.
You leave those poor communists alone.
They deserve their breaks.
Okay. After you finish Marlin, you start reprogramming Liberty Prime, yeah?
Alright, so I'm setting my offset.
Oh, for God's sake. Yang Shuang.
Okay.
I'm
I'm gonna try to get this to do that bug again. But it definitely, like, it stopped moving the Z motors, and I've never seen that before. So I'll keep you posted on that, Scott. I might have to do an issue request. if I can replicate it again. I had that whole bug that we patched with the restore after G28. I had a guy get really upset. He's like, "Oh, so that's why it's been wasting all my time." And the thing is that the issue he was having with his printer was unrelated to it. But still, it's like I took the time on the weekend to like let you guys know that there was a problem and immediately fixed it. And you're taking a dump on me, like.
Right, and this is the way science works. Like sometimes you got to prove a negative.
Well, the
to
thing
figure
is,
out what's going
I
on.
have hit. There were people that said like they thought there was like weirdness going on, but couldn't give me steps to exactly reproduce it. Whereas the
Right.
guy last night gave me detailed steps and what to look for to reproduce the issue, and then I was able to reproduce it.
I should send you my canned replies, man. I have all these things which give lists of like steps to please do for me.
We have some like we try not to do too many canned replies, but certain stuff we do.
Yeah.
I know. I don't
They
want to
can be
seem
helpful.
too impersonal.
Sometimes. Well, yeah. I mean, I only post them after first discussing with them like, a little bit. But if something's clearly obvious, I need some piece of information you've completely left off. I'll maybe sometimes be like, "Give me your configs." Then we can talk. But yeah, it's there's a lot of.
I love how
information that,
thick extrusions
you
look.
need. Now I can't see it. It's paused.
What do you mean it's
Your
paused?
liveness has ended.
No, it isn't. It's still going.
Might be. Might be.
No,
I might
my
have to
software would
reconnect.
be yelling at me if it had any issues.
Oh wait, it wants to show me ads. Hold on.
What?
You don't have an ad blocker?
Are you monetized?
I am
on this
monetized.
thing?
I've appealed all the ones where they've been flagged. The only one I set as I manually flagged it for like 18 plus only was when we had all the guys from Makers on tap over and everything, because that stream was a little wild.
Yeah, it's just spinning for me right now. I don't know what's going on.
This
The
is making
last
me
stream
sad.
that Mars was on with, I electrocuted myself with that fucking taser module. Oh, that
What's
hurt.
up?
I don't know.
That
You're
taser
about to get
module last
swatted.
time Mars was on.
Oh wait, there you are.
Am I gonna have a lot of fun with that when that comes in?
Tasers are illegal here, son.
Yeah, but modules aren't. Scientific purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why.
Did you put all your knives in the bin yet, Miles?
Oh yeah, I showed Tim a knife bin. He thought it was funny.
Oh yeah, we have those up here, but generally you'll just find half bottles in it as well.
Just the drugs, just putting them in there. I mean, you said you're in Scotland, right? Or Ireland?
Yeah.
Which one? One of those lands.
Scotland. The Scottish are very good at stabbing each other.
Do Scottish people and Irish people get confused by plebs?
Never.
It's not hard to tell them apart. They sound completely different.
I still want to find that comedian that was talking about when he went. He's an American. And he went over to London and he's like expecting to be able to understand what they're saying, and he didn't have a fucking clue.
Depends where in London he was, honestly.
Wow, that looks pretty. It's a good first layer. Very good first layer porn there.
If you come up to where I live, everyone sounds like they're from a grime music video. But if you go down to like Surrey, everyone sounds like they read from the 6 o'clock news, and that's like 20 miles apart.
Yeah, I just realized this is going to be doing probably 5 bottom layers, so but I love watching printers do face mode. It's great for showing off, like when we went to like a robotics competition, one of the teams there we sponsor, and they're like, hey, they want to know if, like, they don't usually allow vendors, but they asked if you guys wanted to come because you do the 3D printing stuff and that's pretty relevant to the robotics stuff. And so I just had like some maker coins going, and I had vase mode, and everybody's just sitting there watching it. They're like, "That's so cool."
Was it Trevor Noah?
It was not Trevor
The
Noah.
comedian.
It was Mitch something. I can't remember. It was like he was he wasn't like a super famous comedian, but it was good, and it was like on a Facebook. It was like a Facebook video. My wife showed it to me, and I was dying, and I was like. I forgot to have her send it to me because she doesn't know what it is anymore, and because I wanted to send it to Miles because he would probably get a kick out of it.
Is it the one where it turns around and he goes, "Oh yeah, just got asked out after the gig to go for a wee dram.
No.
We returned back at 6 o'clock in the morning. I could barely walk."
No.
No.
That is what would happen.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is the first time you see 3D printing, you kind of have to stare at it for hours.
I still stare at it for hours, and I've been doing it for over 3 years.
Some kind of dark magic tell you.
If your first layer takes
this
hours, you stare at that thing for hours.
You should take it down south to the southern states here in the United States. They'll burn you at the stake. What is this voodoo witch magic?
Dark magic, I'm telling you. Especially if you got TMC chips. It's moving, but I can't hear it.
Okay, so here's the thing.
How they do it?
I
thought it was.
I kind of miss the stepper noise sometimes. You know, like it throws me off. Like when it
You are
like.
wrong, said the fat controller.
Yeah.
What?
You are wrong.
Is that a Thomas the Tank Engine reference?
That's a Thomas the Tank Engine reference.
Ah, got it.
How can you miss that fucking high-pitched, terrible whine that keeps you up at night and somehow manages to fire through walls and then permeate your consciousness even when it is
it sounds like there's a rave next door.
It sounds like someone is trying to kill me, but really slowly.
It sounds like robots
Sounds
having
like the
sex.
machines are taking over.
Sounds like 2 robots having sex in the next room.
Well, I live in a broken home, so I don't have to hear anyone have sex, and I like to keep it that way.
Jesus Christ.
But I know what you mean, though. There's a certain rhythm to some printing moves.
Hey, Jason Smith just posted a Marlin. Hey. Jason Smith just posted a GitHub link to a Marlin issue 16617 bug. Stealth Chop is destroying baby steps.
I don't think you're muted, Jason.
Well, that would make certain sense, I suppose. I mean, it has no torque, right?
Yeah, he's been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You've been unmuted this whole time.
I was talking about.
That's what happened here. That's what happened. That's what just happened with Stealth Chop for Z, because I'm using Stealth Chop on here. Trying to do baby stepping doesn't work. Initially, the motor will move just a little, and it'll stop moving completely. And even after a build, it doesn't move at all unless reset. That's literally what just happened.
Yeah, that's 118.
That's 8 hours ago.
It might be 1192.
I'm running 2.0. This is our 32-bit board, and this is for an SKR 1.4, which is the same chip we're using here. Well, no, not the 1.4. The 1.4 is the 1768, similar chip. So I'm just gonna, I guess to avoid this, I'm just gonna set the stealth chop disabled for Z until it's patched. That's 8 hours ago. How relevant is that? And Bo just said use bugfix 2.0 instead. So I'll test it with bugfix, and report back now that I'm aware of this issue thing here. But that's literally what just happened. Like exactly what just happened here.
Yeah.
And this is the first time.
Real quick.
This is the first time I've had this happen though. Like this is the first time I've ever had that happen on any machine, like regardless of what board it's running.
I've got 2208s and standalone. I'm gonna try it.
I mean, in general, that's something I tend to turn off on Z anyway.
Well, I'm not running Stealth Chop on the extruder. I don't know if you know this, and I feel like I want to like post this because people were like they want to run their E in Stealth Chop, but the Trinamic, well not the Trinamic site, but the Wetterot site about the step sticks they make. They specifically say to run it in spread cycle for E, which is what I have said forever. And everybody's like, but it makes a little bit of noise. I'm like, you need the torque.
Yeah, I mean, baby stepping is weird because it is trying to do a bit of an instant, which is, not what you want to do usually. But with baby steps, you kind of got away with it on the AVR. And
so should I just post in there? I'm having the same issue too.
He's given us no information, but he's given us a zip of his things. So I suppose that can tell us what board he's using. It's probably 8-bit because
he says right there, hardware is TMC 228 SKR 1.4.
SKR 114. Oh yeah.
Which is the 1768 chip, which is pin for pin compatible with the 1769. The 1769 is just faster.
Well, then he's not using 1.818 if he's Running a PC 1768.
Did he open that against the 118?
Well, it doesn't. They don't do that. You just.
It's just on
open
the
thing.
Yeah. So where'd you get 118 from?
said
He
Marlin
he
build
said
18,
Marlin build
which means
18.
nothing.
I don't know what build 18 is. Is that who's build 18?
I see where you're getting that from. I was like, what are you talking about?
Maybe your build. Maybe he's talking about your build 18.
No, we don't support the
No.
SKR in ours.
I don't have. I just don't know where the number 18 is coming from.
We're not even at 18 on any of our version revisions.
Really?
I don't think so.
Should be at least 20 by now.
Well, we were on the 119 branch, but I think the 2.0 were like 15 or 16.
Well, my answer to this is always try 2.0 first.
Well, I will try
especially the bug
2.0.
fix.
I will try 2.01 and see if I can replicate it. If it happens on
I'm testing it on
2.01,
bug fix right now.
Just
I just merged my branch.
Yeah. And
yeah, but do you have?
Surprised,
I'm willing to bet he's. If you look at his config, he's probably running in UART. Most of those guys run them in UART.
Yeah.
I mean, UART's the way to go. Well, you're a
I tend to
peasant.
find baby stepping works okay, but
Only
I don't see
peasants
why
use
we just
standalone
stop
mode on it.
forever.
Are you
So
running?
I think when I changed the pulse stuff last month, I forgot to go back and make sure baby step enforced the minimum pulse lengths properly.
Yeah.
Wait,
I'm sure I didn't.
Jason
go
Smith,
get
are
around
you
to it either.
Jason Smith? Are you another Marlin dev?
So, it's always possible the pulses aren't long enough.
He's contributed.
So we got three Marlin nerds in the chat now.
I'm unofficial, but I don't really print anything. I just change my control boards in and out constantly and mess around.
Well, I was telling Vert, I was like, I think I've only got one or two commits to the actual Marlin branch, but like Scott and I will discuss things and then he'll like implement them in Marlin. Because I hate doing pull requests.
Bert told me I'm the number 29
They're
Marlin
fun.
developer, which is
I've got
a little
It's what it
sad.
says.
I mean, do you remember when we?
Apparently, I'm like 80 something, but whatever.
You
Yeah.
guys have fun with it.
Yeah, like the
them up
M40
quick.
the M48 test from the LCD menu was something that I brought up to Scott, and then we did that together, and then I put in mine, and then it showed up in Marlin, a couple weeks later. And then the slim LCD menus, that was my my idea for the 1284s because I've spent so much time with those damn chips.
I have 4 printers. I'm up to like 20 control boards now with 3 more on the way. So that's what's fun.
This is so. Here's the only thing I don't like. Sometimes on vase mode, if you guys notice where it went from the solid layers to vase mode, it kind of like squishes it a little bit for some reason. Like you can see here, but I don't really care enough to figure out why. I find it funny. There's like people that'll like chase like this slightest little imperfection on their print for like days, and I'm just at the point where it's like that's fine. Like it's good enough.
Good enough.
It's good enough. It's never going to be perfect. Like, and then you end up breaking other stuff in the process. You try to fix one issue and then another one pops up and you're just like...
You go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah. I might crank the feed rate up a little bit. Go to
When I actually
150.
print things, it's usually like a washer.
So I'm going to go up to
Maverick
150%.
says I've got an SKR 1.3
Later,
with
DS19.
209s on UART. I could test the baby stepping thing for you if you want really quick.
Try it. Well, this is... So here's the thing. I've been messing with this printer for 2 days with our board. Well, not 2 days. I don't know, about 24 hours. And that's the first time it's done it. I've never had that happen on like my Ender 3, which I use all the time. And it's got our board in it, which is a 1769. That's the first. That's why I was like, "What the hell?" My driver just shut down, but then it's clearly working. But then that came. How weird is that? That literally 8 hours ago, someone posted the exact same thing that just happened here.
It's not that weird.
The coincidence and timing.
Coincidences happen all the time.
It's just weird. Like it literally just happened, and I've never seen that bug before.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I mean, I have always been a little bit dubious of Z baby stepping, just because I can't always see it.
Well, you can usually see it on your how squished your nozzle's getting, or your filament coming out of the nozzle.
It's more like a feeling than a seeing. You get like that.
Is it more than a
plastic is
feeling?
doing the right thing, but lately I've been making them too small. Like I for some reason the way that my build plate looks, it just ends up. It looks right when it's not. I have to actually raise it up a little more.
I might have to.
Than I really want to.
See, I like this model, but at the base, when it's doing like the little bottom parts of the rocket, it doesn't go that fast. And then when it hits the circle, it's just like, let's go!
Turbo mode active.
Yeah, because I just pushed the feeder up to 200%, but obviously, like the acceleration and jerk and everything is going to come into play here.
So is this on an original 8-bit board still?
No, this has my 32-bit board in it that we sell. I do have a lot of machines running 8-bit boards here, because like the main I get good print quality out of our stock control boards with our firmware on there, and you know, like for a print farm especially, I don't care how loud the printer is, you know. But the ones in my office, most of them have Trinamics on them because I don't want to listen to them.
I just got an email in from my Herms saying that they cannot find the parcel that I posted. So that's it. That's my TMC 2208 and a micro screwdriver just gone missing. Oh, here, there's an online claims form.
For what?
I was dealing with a guy who has the Chiron, and I said, I'll just send you out because I had a couple of 3208 just kicking about. I said, I'll send you them out because he goes, oh, it's a really noisy machine. I'm like, yeah, fair enough.
I'm just looking at this. I'm looking at this. This extruder's moving pretty good. I'm just watching the gears, like, oh, that's actually pushing a decent amount of plastic. I'm not getting any under extrusion though. So like when I've been playing with our copper nozzle, that's what's in here. I've done it on machines that have like the geared extruder. So this is the first time I'm like trying to push it with the like a you know, more stock extruder. This is just a 95 steps per millimeter extruder, but it's got a lot of tension. It's the upgraded one we sell. I didn't want to put the geared one on here because I would have to redo the whole filament sensor mount from Creality, and the metal one we have is literally a metal version, like fitment wise, of theirs. At a certain point, you just take the easy way out on some things. Like I was sitting there looking, I'm like, man, I could put our Titan clone on there, but then I'm gonna have to redo the mount, and it's like, yeah, I don't feel like dealing with all that right now. I was like, and the reality is, I'm not gonna be doing anything that's gonna need the gearing. Like I'm just basically gonna be printing PLA on this. So send it. Checking the motors. Our X motor's cool. C motor's cool. Our Y motor's cool. E, so good. I'm not losing steps. My motors are running cool. So VREFs, or the driver current, I always call them VREFs, but the driver current settings are looking good on here. I may actually, do I have them the same on these? Because I think the driver current I have set is a little bit higher on the X, because usually, or no, it's a little higher on the Y. Actually, I guess it'd be the same for these setups too.
So this will be a. How tall is this rocket going to be?
300.
Wow, that's pretty tall.
Oh no, my X and Y are at 600. Okay.
I'm a little shorter, 224 usually around there.
I'm definitely gonna turn the feed rate down once it gets to the circle because I don't want it to go too fast where then we get delamination.
I think I did just find a bug.
Oh no!
Is this so? When we're trying to,
I literally just merged the latest.
So when we're trying to,
you fixed it.
So when we're trying to find bugs from Marlin, we just do an Ender 5 Plus stream. Is that going to be the theme?
Maybe.
We're just gonna have to do what's called a sprint.
Like I have baby stepping enabled, and it's like I have it defined so it's always available, and it's not. I can't find it at all.
Well, here's the thing. I have noticed that
it's gone.
I did it when I was actually like active in a print, like the print timer was engaged.
A problem.
That's weird that it's doing it in standalone mode. I figured it would. It's got to be. You know what? It might be something with the timings then on the stepper, and the stepper's just like, nope. I'm just gonna.
I think what
everything.
it is that baby stepping ignores acceleration.
Well, yeah, but why would that shut the driver? Why would the driver shut down?
Because 22, at least 2208s.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about TMC drivers, they're smart. they're
No,
smarter than you are,
2208s turn
and they
themselves
will,
off if you do
and they don't
abrupt
like baby stepping, which I can understand. There are other ways to do it. We should probably come up with an alternative plan for baby steps. For example, we already have the concept of adding different types of planar blocks into the buffer, and those get queued, and so they could just be thrown.
I'm
into a
assuming
queue,
though
really.
spread cycle would probably be more tolerant of that though, versus stealth chop.
Yeah, the thing is they wouldn't necessarily gain the acceleration thing either though. So it's very tricky how to work them in. They really are artificial from the get go, and I think it just comes down to having a smarter, maybe a tighter loop for those STM32s or whatever.
Well, this might have gotten worse when I made those pulse changes because
And those
I ended up speeding things up to meet the driver maximums because we were now going to enforce the minimum pulse lengths properly. And
Yeah.
so those steps might have gotten closer together.
Yeah, and there's a question too, which I think that it has to disable interrupts for the duration of the baby step, which is
Yeah, you guys are way over my head right now.
gonna be a problem.
Just wanna interject that.
Oh yeah, hey,
I am just a mere code monkey, okay?
Interrupt is when you have if you have voltage on a line, it causes everything else to stop. Just
No,
to
no,
deal with
I'm
whatever that
aware of that,
voltage
but
line
like
is.
the timings and everything, like I'm assuming that's all their data sheet. I think I saw the specs on that.
Yeah,
I've gone
you
over
gotta
the
get, like, an
Trinamic data sheet.
oscilloscope on and everything.
Yeah, I mean I have the tools to do it.
There were issues that if you said I want a 2 millisecond pulse, sometimes you get a 1 millisecond pulse.
Right. Well, and I actually have in our firmware based on the machine because we obviously know what voltage is by the machine it's going in. It sets the printer voltage. We have our own defined thing, it's printer voltage underscore the volts. Is that a Marlin define? I can't remember if that's a Marlin define or if that's something I made up.
I think it sounds like you. But yeah,
But I know there were timing changes based on the voltage.
Yeah, there is a chopper timing based on either 12 or 24.
Yeah, so I am setting.
That's not what I'm talking about.
You're talking about in general the timings for the drivers.
Yeah, just pulses.
Yeah, like if you pulse, how long do you leave it high before you drop it again?
No, I'm familiar with that because that's how all this stuff communicates. No, but
one of the
actually,
annoying
what it
things,
should be. So the thing is, if you set it to the recommended per the manufacturer and it's bombing the driver out, maybe you need to back it off a little bit. Set a little more conservatively then.
It's also not being factored in the baby step path, possibly.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So because the baby step is like kind of janky, really. It's just ignoring it.
It could trigger something like a I don't know if it's like a thermal. It wouldn't be a thermal shutdown, but it would be,
Well, so here's the thing.
For example,
here's the thing. I have. It was connected to USB and printer face was connected, and there was nothing in the TMC report. There was no thermal event. I'd be
They
really.
warn you that they can't report some things that happen too quickly.
Really? Well, here's the thing. There's a 40 millimeter cooling fan, and the board we use is a 4-layer 2-ounce copper at every layer board. So I really doubt that the drivers are overheating.
Well, so Linear Advance has some issues with 2208s. At least
yeah, you have to use.
Vertebraker will counter that, saying it works for him, but other people have real issues. And when it happens, it's because you'll have pulses, say 100 milliseconds apart, and Linear Advance will cause it to do 2 pulses that are only, say, 10 microseconds, 200 microseconds apart.
So I found that to get around that, you set square wave stepping, which is enabled right now on this printer.
So the one I'm talking about, that's not actually. I think with my change in December, square wave stepping's not mandatory anymore. The problem is that you get this super abrupt acceleration where you're 100 milliseconds apart and suddenly you get 2 steps that are only 200 microseconds apart, and that really rapid acceleration correlates with when the drivers shut themselves off.
Yeah.
Although,
and it's even worse. It's even worse on drivers that are on boards that don't have the thermal capacity to handle the thermal load.
Right, but I would also say that most drivers, if they see pulses, they won't even see pulses that are that close together. They'll just see it as one smear.
So is there a way for you guys to?
TMCs only require 100 nanoseconds.
Really? Oh, I guess there are some like that now. Gosh. That's true because some of these have true
never used any of
256
that.
step microsteps, don't they?
Yeah, so I've been messing around with native 256 microstepping, and
Yeah.
even like running it with that enabled, running like an M48 test with all the same exact settings, it's way more accurate. It's retarded. I've seen like five zeros in my deviation test. It's crazy.
Huh.
What happens though is linear advance throws its pulses in whenever it wants, separate from the
It's like,
so you end up with things.
It's like,
should
move.
be nice and smooth, but it's not nice and smooth. It suddenly is like go really fast right now and then slow back.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that amount of accuracy really makes that much of a difference.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. Because I was seeing if it did. I was just playing around. Like I have it in our firmware. Like there's one defined statement. If you enable it in our branch, it sets all the stepping and everything. I don't use it on E. I set it for X, Y, and Z because E doesn't really matter on E. Like.
Right.
And plus, I was more concerned about losing torque.
Yeah, that's always a consideration, and now here we have it on Z. So I was thinking about.
I don't think it's a torque issue. I think like the driver just stopped. Like the motors weren't even engaged. Like they were loose.
Yeah,
So this is what I think what might be happening.
I want to get some logging on that and see if make sure it is really the driver.
I think what might be happening with the baby stepping is if you have it configured where like one click on your encoder is 10 baby steps, it's going to do those 10 baby steps absolutely as fast as it can, and that's going to show up as like immediate instant acceleration.
I can tell you. Let me look at my code. I can hang on.
Encoder settings do matter.
Hang on. I'm gonna see. So I have my baby stepping settings. Hang on. I'm pulling my source code here.
Yeah.
So my baby step multiplicator is 10 right now on this build.
Okay.
So
cut that out.
What do you mean
cut?
Cut
It's one of those things where it's going to be like.
Well, should I make it fine?
Should I make
it finer? I've always used 10, even on the 8-bit boards. I've always used 10 because it's not super fine adjustment because you go too fine and then you're like spinning the wheel forever.
Yeah, we'll live with it.
So let me get this right. So that's not.
What are you gonna do?
Okay, so hang on. Let me understand this because I assumed that when you change that multiplier, okay, that it's just telling it to go. But you're saying it's sending 10 baby step commands. That's what you're saying?
Probably.
Why doesn't it just send a larger single command?
Like it should. I know what you're saying. It should run a loop and it should send lots of little baby steps in a loop.
No, I'm saying it shouldn't send lots of little. If the multiplier is set to 10, it should just scale up the amount it's stepping, not send 10 small ones.
That's crazy.
I think a baby step is one step, right?
Well, no, a baby step is whatever you define it to be. So it's one step if you set it to 1, and if it's 10, it's 10 steps. So it's whatever your motors are set to as far as your microsteps go.
Oh, you know what that? Okay, hang on. Okay, so here's the thing. That makes sense. We're onto something here because this is the only printer that has 800 steps per millimeter on the Z rods because this is a 2-pitch lead. This is a 2-start lead screw. All the other Creality machines we support are 4. This is the first one I've used this board on that has the 800 steps per millimeter. So what I could do to get around that is for this particular printer, my config, because we set all these different config values based on what machines uncommented, I could just set the driver for the Ender 5 Plus to a 1/8 stepping mode with interpolation instead of a 1/16.
Right.
Right? Am I onto something? Like I'm trying to think of a fix for right now till that issue is figured out and patched, so we have working firmware for our customers. Because there's no point in 800 steps per millimeter versus. Like that's what I was thinking. What do you guys think? I'm looking for.
Lead. I think you might be onto something. It's a good lead to follow.
Because that's twice.
Follow up on.
That's twice the steps per millimeter of all the other machines, which would make sense why I haven't encountered that problem until now.
Yeah, and I mean it does not. I just checked the math, and 8,000 doesn't. It doesn't override any like number of bits or anything. If you were like going from 32,000 to like 65 or a million or something, I would be like, well, maybe.
No, 800, not 8,000. 800 steps per millimeter is what this runs at.
Yeah, but 10 times.
Oh, 10 times. I see what you're saying. The baby step multiplier. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
so
yeah. Okay.
So I don't know if 8,000's, but the thing is, it's going to do one. It's going to do 10 steps on any system, whatever.
So I think so here's the thing. I've never had this happen on any of the other machines, and the only difference between those essentially is that this has the lead screws that require 800 steps per millimeter in 1/16 stepping mode. So
try it at 5 and see if it still does the same thing. And
well, I'm gonna set the
it doesn't,
driver. I'm gonna set the
that'd be
driver
great.
to. I'm gonna set it for this machine because obviously I can change the steps if they're in UART. I can set the driver to 1/8, which will then cut the steps per millimeter in half to 400, like all the other printers. So and it's on Z. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So
You can
that's
always see
what
if
I'm
it
gonna do and
does.
see if the issue goes away.
Yeah. Hey, if it does, that'd be an interesting clue. I don't know if it tells.
Well, I mean, for
the
our
exact
for
answer,
our
but it'll get us closer.
for our firmware for our board, that's good because then that's a solution until the actual like problem that's causing it on the Martin side is resolved. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I mean, if there's serious, if there's obvious bugs, we'll still take patches to 1.1. We just put them in the bug fix branch, and someday there might be a 1.1.10 or something.
I think I'm just gonna get rid of this native 256 step option because I feel like that's just gonna cause more problems than anything. Because I've been testing it and there's no difference in print quality at all. It doesn't make a damn difference.
You got a nice shot.
All right, everybody, I'm out for the night.
Later, Tyler.
Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you for stopping in.
Yeah.
So what I think I'm going to do then is I'm just going to make it so if the Ender 5 Plus... Well, actually here, this is even more interesting because some of the Ender 5s now are shipping with 2 start lead screws instead of 4, and those are 800, so I actually have an option defined called Ender 5 new lead screw that sets 800 steps per millimeter instead of 400. So I can have that value determine if we're going into 16 microsteps or if we're going into 16.
Yeah, that's also doubling the torque or whatever. I don't know, doubling.
Yeah, no, it's giving it more torque.
Something.
I was thinking about that when I was taking a shower this morning. I was like sitting there thinking about the code. I was like, I could just run. I'm like, I wonder if I run it in just 1/8 microstep mode, then that's going to give me more torque, and then we still have the same steps per millimeter on all of the machines.
Mm-hmm.
So, which would simplify my config. So I'm going to do that and report back because. Like, I think that's the issue here is, and why I haven't seen it on the other machines, because this is the only one that's had the higher step rate on the Z, which would make sense why it's just, bombing out.
Right. The core cause is really that it's generating too much torque to try to do the steps the way that we're doing. So maybe, we would just have to send more steps.
See, this is
loop,
for like,
which is
in terms of our like our customers and stuff. This is good because this is why I like having full control over the firmware that goes on there, because little weird things like trying to explain to somebody like changing the microstepping to get this working is kind of deer in the headlights sometimes. Whereas I can just code it in.
Yeah, I mean, this is advancing the state of the art too, because we have a lot of stuff we got away with on 8-bit. You just can't get away with on 32.
Is it catching up with you?
Well, it's just one of the many little things we have to tweak and that you just don't anticipate. There's so many, but we got most of them pretty quickly, but there's just so many little tiny loose ends and dark corners. It's like that house that the Remington lady built.
Ooh, this is going to really simplify my config because now I'm not going to have an 800 steps per millimeter value if I'm just changing my stepping mode. This is I like this. This is good. We're gonna roll with this.
So I have an update on that testing I was doing. I found the issue with baby stepping not showing up, and it was something in my fork. But the baby stepping issue you were having doesn't present itself on my machine on the latest I just merged in. So there's that.
And what's your lead screw like? Do you have the? Do
you have the 800 or the 400
steps per millimeter or whatever?
It's 400.
Oh, okay, well.
Yeah, that's.
Up it to 8 and see
I was
what
gonna
happens.
say, Burger Breaker has the magic 2208 machines that never fail on anything.
I can't
reproduce it.
I haven't been. So here's the thing. I made all these changes to our code, like the square waves.
Did you double it to 8 and see what happened?
Well, hang on. Here's the thing. So
that'll increase the amount of torque.
So here's the thing. I when we were chasing down people saying they were having issues with the linear advance on our board, I was running linear advance in stealth chop mode on E and spread cycling. Couldn't replicate it, but we had other people. But then I was working with some other people, and we implemented the square wave stepping, and never heard any other issues after that.
Yeah, see what happens after M92 Z800.
Yeah, I'm setting it now.
For
I think the linear
that'll
advanced
set your
stuff.
Z steps per millimeter to 800.
Yes. I'm doing it now.
I think the linear advance issues just vary from board to board, and Vertebreaker has a theory that there's different versions of the chips that fail maybe differently or
Well,
don't fail.
I can tell you right now, the 2209s definitely have different revisions because the first batch they had issues and had to do a die change.
When we were working on the SKR Pro, there was a timer problem, like a legit bug, and it would cause 2208s to shut down, but not 2209s.
Yeah, because here's the thing: the 2209s are very similar to the 2208s. Like, they're not going to go and reinvent the whole damn chip. You know what I mean? Okay, so that just simplified some config here for me. I got the printer voltage set, yeah. I got my... Alright, so I'll do some more testing. So what I'm going to do is, basically on these Ender 5 Plus and Ender 5s with these 2-start lead screws, I'm still keeping 400 steps per millimeter, but I'm going to cut the stepping in half. So I like that solution a lot better.
No difference. Changing the Z steps doesn't do anything. Baby steps still acts the same.
Well, I baby stepped multiple times. It didn't happen every time. Like, I've been messing with this machine.
I did it like 4 or 5 times.
Okay, whatever, fine.
I'll do it. Yep.
I was doing it while I was printing. Are you doing it while I was printing? Because I was doing it while I was printing.
I can do that.
Do it while I was printing. And I had ABL active too, so like there's all these different things going. Okay. So my steps replicator start print. Okay. While print's going, use baby stepping.
Okay.
And I didn't even do it a lot. I just turned it like 2 clicks. Which would be 20 steps, because yeah. So, and I think in terms of this, I should be good. Ender 5 Plus, that's going to enable the new lead screw setting, which is then going to set my step mode. So I think we're looking good. Obviously, I'm going to test it. I'm not just going to send it.
It's like replicating the exact instance. Definitely important.
Well, that's the whole thing with the bug that came up last night. Like, I was never given all the information to properly replicate it. So, you know what I mean? It's like, how do I do it if I don't have all the pieces of the puzzle? All right, now we're just doing the circle. Look at that. Ooh. It's so sad. I think I did this at a 0.4 layer height. We're already at 80 millimeters tall on this. That's 40 minutes in. I feel like I can go faster. I'm going to push it up to like 250%. I might have to uncap my acceleration. Oh, no, it's going
like
faster.
I specifically like I can pull up links to the TMC 2208s I have, and on the site it says they're Stealth Chop version 2. But they also sell a white set that's version 1.
Okay, all 2208 chips have Stealth Chop 2. All 2208 chips in general. Don't trust the Chinese sites. They have no idea what they're selling half the time.
Because that's the only that's a difference I could see.
If you guys see the stream, look at it's so satisfying. Look at the rocket just coming off the build plate there.
It's like I literally have TMC 2208s on all axes, and I use linear advance, junction deviation. Like, I got all that crap enabled.
Yeah,
no issue.
I got S-curve and junction on mine right now. The only thing I don't have
I got all that.
I don't have linear advance because I didn't feel like tuning it. I probably will do it on this one. I know that the bigger nozzles can definitely benefit from linear advance.
But there are like a bunch of issues on the issue queue that are like, oh, well, TMC 2208s just can't run linear advance. It's like, I can show you a video of it doing like for hundreds of hours.
There were a bunch of people that were on the teaching tech did a review on our board, And there's a bunch of people that comment, well, the 22.8s don't do linear advance. I'm like, we have it working on our board. He's like, well, my SKR with these Feistek drivers don't work. I was like, I don't care about what your Chinese boards do. I'm telling you our board works with it. Like, I have people running it. I use it on my Ender 3 Pro. If your Chinese boards have some weird issue where they can't handle it, I don't know. But, you know, going around telling people that it doesn't work just because your different vendors' boards don't work is not fair to my...
Because it didn't work for you.
Right.
It doesn't mean...
And I know I know for a fact if it still wasn't working, I'd be hearing from it from our customers, because that's how I heard about it first. And it was weird because, like I said, I didn't have problems with it on mine, but then we made the square wave stepping and a bunch of other not a bunch of other changes. We did the square wave stepping and that fixed it. I think we changed the junction deviation value, but square wave stepping is what fixed it, and it works in cell chop or spread cycle.
The stuff I changed in December, that resolved an issue that made square wave stepping mandatory.
So I still have it enabled just because why not? So here, look how hang on, look how fast look how fast this spool is moving. This is fantastic. This thing is cruising. That little extruder's keeping up.
Like, I think the weirdest part, like, you put those timing changes in, but like I've been running these settings since like almost a year, and I didn't have problems even in the beginning.
So we're running, unless what if there's just a bunch of clone 22.8s?
Yeah, maybe they're just shit. Like I suspect it's hardware defect.
It's either what if the 22.8s they're using and they're able to do these so cheaply is because they're getting the ones that failed the testing. What if they're using like the castaways? You know what I'm saying? Like the ones that failed and like someone's sneaking them out the back door? Because I've heard of that stuff
happens
happening.
a lot in China.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because like I know how much our bomb costs for our board, and I'm sitting there going, how the hell is Big Tree Tech selling a board for under $20 that has 4 2209s on it? Like, those drivers alone are about 25% of the cost of that board. And not counting all the other stuff.
I have all these boards because they're practically free.
Like, that's what I'm saying. What if that's the case? What if most of these are, and I don't think they're doing it intentionally. I think whoever's making them is just getting chips from wherever, and they're just, you know, they find them.
What is the state of the art with chip manufacture now? Is it possible to manufacture those chips in fabrication that's less sophisticated than what Intel has? Like, I don't suppose they're using...
I've had chips cloned in China.
Yeah, typically what happens is like the company will be closed and they'll be made like after hours and not to spec and stuff like that happens all the time in China.
Or like I said, they're just ones that didn't pass QC. Instead of them going in the bin like they're supposed to, they end up getting sold to these board assemblers or other companies. It's like,
I guess what I'm saying is, with like Intel, they can do like 7 nanometer process and stuff.
Yeah.
You don't need that for us.
No.
And obviously,
is that it? I haven't even looked. Maybe that's in the data sheet for the Trinamics. I don't know what their process is. That's actually interesting.
Well, they also need very robust traces because they have H bridges inside those things.
Yeah.
So I mean, they're basically big old, H bridge switchers, and they're like they've got to be very robust circuits, and so I imagine they've got to be pretty fat traces inside them. And you can't use a typical, you can't use a 7 nanometer. You wouldn't even need to use a 7 nanometer processor. So they must be something at a much lower level.
Are you guys watching the stream? Do you see how nice this is printing? It's not under extruding at all. So that new extruder and the copper nozzle are doing a fantastic job. Like, look how fast that roll is spinning. And this is on the stock heater block.
Yeah, I noticed.
This is the stock heater block. Like I said, when I was playing around with these copper nozzles, they're really impressive. Like, that's why we ended up carrying them, because it's like these things, like, legitimately, like, it's like magic. It's like you throw this in and you get way more flow rate out of your stock hot end.
Yeah, it's impressive. I mean, you want the heat to get in there quick.
Yeah. I got the
only
hot
last
ends at
second.
230C right now, which I usually run this filament hotter because this is from a company called Coex, so it's very, very pure PLA. I've noticed like a lot of the U.S. manufacturers for filament, their PLA you have to run like 220, 230 because there's less fillers and shit in them. Whereas the Chinese ones you can do like 180, 190.
Can you tell by smell whether it's pure?
Oh, there's like seriously, there's more of a strong sweet smell with the stuff I get from the US versus the Chinese stuff. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the Chinese stuff. We print with a lot of Chinese filament, but there's a stronger like sweet smell from the US stuff.
Yeah, it's because we have sugary corn, right? We like to produce a lot of corn syrup, so we have sugarier corn here. That would be my guess.
This is printing really nice.
Corn
Like,
ethanol. And
do you
all that
got
stuff.
there's not a single lick of under extruder around here, and I'm put like that extruder's moving.
Yeah,
That's
it is. Everything's moving.
Yeah. Well, I'm watching the bed because the ABL's active, and the bed's just kind of like up, down, up, down, up, down.
I don't see too many artifacts on there or anything. Looks clean.
Oh, it's doing a good job.
It is round.
Yeah.
There are no pauses where it stops and leaves blobs.
This is so satisfying to watch.
Well, why does he sound like that guy from that channel we were watching yesterday?
I was just thinking that.
Notice how
It's like the guy with the bubble level that knows what that knows what he's doing, that uses the bubble level. Like,
I know what I do.
I know what I do.
I expert.
Yes,
You know.
I know what I do, Scott. That's a new thing now. I know what I do.
3D printers build the things that they do in order to change the environment around them.
Like
Make it better.
So like I'm very happy with this setup. All I'm gonna do is upgrade the cooling fan setup, but this little extruder and this nozzle are nice. I'm digging this. Like I said, I knew the nozzle could keep up, but I was a little concerned because you get the non-geared extruders and you're worried about the motor losing torque because it's spinning so fast. But we're trucking along just fine here. This is a 0.4 millimeter layer height too, and I've got the feed rate set at 300%.
Wow. Yeah, no wonder.
I think I sliced it at 60 millimeters a second. So,
Okay.
but we're already at 140 Z height. It's 50 minutes in.
Here we see the 3D printer in its natural habitat. The man cave.
Printing useless shit that's just going to be decoration.
I posted a picture of that of a calibration cube I made on my 1.75 millimeter nozzle. It's thick.
That's
it's
retarded.
a little rough.
That is retarded.
That's huge. It's awesome.
It doesn't even look like a 3D print. It looks like glass.
It does actually, yeah.
So how
Well, it's
fast?
touchy.
Okay, I want to know what speed are you running at? Because I got to imagine you got. And are
60
you
millimeters.
Are you running a Volcano?
No.
How is
regular
that?
old G-Tech bullshit.
Oh, but I do
60
see some under extrusion though. I'm just saying.
Well,
on
yeah,
the
like
inside
there's
wall
some
there.
like weirdness with it. Like some of the sides are really good, but like it's kind of uneven in certain parts. But I think that's just because I use a drill bit to make that nozzle.
I mean, it's cool just for dicking around. It's cool.
Yeah, like that's all it was for. Like I should put a real nozzle on there.
I'm just saying.
But
I'm willing to
wanted to see
trade.
if I
I'm
could do
willing to
it.
trade parts for someone to help me out with firmware. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Yeah, well, we kind of like discussed it a little, but you were busy.
Yeah. Well, and then so the reason I do the streams is when I had to get this done because I have a lot of people like asking me to get all this stuff done for this machine, and doing the streams is nice because I get to have hangouts with you guys and have some fun, and then I also get work done. So
It's like I said, like I'm more than willing to help out. It's just like the compensation issue.
yeah, no, it's all good. This is so satisfying. Like I love watching like right where it's coming out of the nozzle because you can just see the layer going down. It's just I love this stuff. I never get tired
That's
of
my
watching this.
giant 0.8 millimeter Benchy, which is one of the only prints I've ever actually
Yeah,
done.
I'm
on my
about to one up you right now.
Pretty sweet.
Hang on, you ready for this? You ready? Oh, there.
I don't want to know what you're doing there. Like,
Here.
And
like I'll show you something. Oh, just
Yeah.
like, oh, okay.
This is
in 30 seconds we'll react.
Yeah, this is 5.5 pounds of benching right here.
You'll see it in a few seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm laughing, but we still don't know what it is.
Oh, there it is.
It's like 20 seconds behind.
I'm still waiting
Signed?
here in Washington. Oh, there we go.
Right.
Yeah, it's signed by a bunch of like people. Scott, you signed it. I brought it to Murph. I had a bunch of the the people in the community sign it.
Yep, and it's,
Mine was the largest
yeah, I remember
size you
that.
could print on
It's got a good
any
amount of
cubic
info.
postal press.
It's a very solid print.
But Tim, you know what the biggest problem there was that you didn't do?
What?
Make it glow in the dark.
Well, you know what? I had a bunch of rolls of clear that needed to get burned up. So between this machine and my CR10 with the 0.6s, these two machines are just going to eat up all these random rolls I have laying around here. I also have I also have an AlphaWise U10, which is what that was printed on, with a 0.8 volcano copper nozzle, and I can make an entire roll disappear in about 8 hours.
You should see how fast the roll disappears when you print at 1.75 millimeter nozzle.
I like some print quality to be retained, so.
Well, for simple geometric shapes, it's fine.
I don't know if have you guys seen the Simi CNC's the Part Daddy?
Yes.
Hey, you want to talk about big machine?
Yeah, that's we got what, like a 4 millimeter nozzle on there?
Yeah, and it sucks up.
It drops
pellets.
ropes.
It
Yeah.
sucks up pellets from with a shop vac from a garbage can
Into
It's
the hopper.
amazing.
Yeah, that's right.
I love it.
Makes
Filament
chairs.
Filament Innovations, which is actually a company that uses our Easy ABLs on their. They make like $10,000 machines, and they got a new one out that's got a pellet extruder that they worked on with dies.
That's impressive.
Oh, this is coming out so nice. Oh.
See, why didn't you make the CO2 rocket version, where you get those, the CO2 canisters for like your automatic bike pump?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I have a couple sitting in my garage.
Yeah, there you go. That means it will never get wasted, because when it comes to, having some fun, just put a little canister in it and fire them off.
Yeah, like I said, the only thing I have left to do on this, I'm going to upgrade the cooling, the layer fan cooling, and that's it. I'm done. This machine's ready to eat some plastic.
That's when you're giving it away.
No, I'm not giving it away. Dude, we paid full price for this. I'm not giving this away. You kidding me? Creality wouldn't send us one, so I was like, fine, I guess I'm spending $550 on a printer I don't need.
But see, that's the thing. Now you can turn around and say to Creality and just go, hey, look what we did. Look, poke, 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 look.
They don't care. They're very well aware of our company and what we do.
Yeah, that's it though.
Yeah, like I can smell the PLA sweet smell. I love that smell. Oh, this looks so
like
good.
Candy corn.
It's so good.
Candy corn.
Candy corn. I don't know. I thought that was like a sweet in America. Candy corn.
Oh yeah.
It's more like something that gets regifted every Halloween, and it just never gets eaten.
Favorite.
Well, I'm pretty sure they go around and collect it all and repackage it every year.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, they just go and collect it. They put it in a new package every year and they resell it.
Nobody eats that stuff.
It's all right. You can just yeet it.
Yeah, you can just eat it.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys see this. It doesn't really come across the camera, but this filament like kind of has a shimmer to it. It like refracts the light really cool.
Yeah.
This is from a company called Coex. They're actually out of Appleton, Wisconsin. They're only about 3 or 4 hours from us.
Guess what the layer height is on that?
It has color shift like in it or something.
Yeah, it does. It goes from like a gray to a purple.
Sorry, you're gonna get strike for that. It doesn't actually have color shift. It's non-color shift. It has what we would call I don't know, pearlescence.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
Something like that.
There's some sort of additive in there that does that. The funny thing is, like on this model, there's some artifacts on the model, and they show up in the print, and you're like, is that the printer or is that the model? We're already at almost 200 millimeters in height.
Yeah, I'm not able to reproduce the baby step thing even while it's printing. I did it just 4 times just now.
What version are you on? Bug fix or 201?
Bug fix, the very latest. That I
Okay.
literally just merged it.
Okay, well, I was gonna say how stable is that, but you just merged it, so. Can you try?
printing.
Can you try with 201? I'm gonna try it with 201 tomorrow. So once this print finishes, I'm going to bed. But then I'll try it with 201 and see. I'm probably still gonna leave the stepping in 1/8 for the final firmware release, just so I'm not having a million different steps per millimeter settings. People are gonna think I'm doing voodoo magic. They're like, on my other board it's 800, but it's on TH3Ds it's 400. How is he? Yeah, my board physically modifies the pitch of your lead screws. It's magic.
So when you test that, you might try testing it for the baby stepping with bed leveling turned off as well, because it might be that that's interacting with the baby steps in a bad way.
Well,
I have it on.
Well, either way, it needs all those options need to be on, because a lot of people are using probes. I can't just turn that off. But as long as I have
No, I'm just saying it's an experiment.
Oh, for testing. Okay, I was like, wait, no. I was like, I'll have pitchforks showing up at my door.
Because normally with no bed leveling, if you're on one layer, there's no Z movement. And so
Right.
your baby steps are the only Z movement, where with bed leveling, you're going to have other Z moves mixed in.
Right. That's well, and that would make sense why it's just the driver's like, something's weird. We're just gonna go to sleep.
Well, not when moving in Z on the mesh system, it'll just move in without other Well, there would be some variance in the case of the fade of leveling. If the leveling is on and it's in fading mode.
I don't have fade on because I've had a lot of weird
that
issues
wouldn't
with
apply
fade.
to baby stepping. That would only apply to your moves on the.
Yeah, I don't. I've had a lot of just, and I have it documented somewhere, but I've had a lot of just weirdness with fade, so I just have it disabled in all our branches because it's just had some weird behavior, and I haven't had time to track down exactly what's going on.
What I'm referring to is just that while your move is happening and it's doing a Z move because of bed leveling, your baby step just randomly inserts a step in the middle of that, which maybe isn't timed well.
In the case of baby stepping, it's weird. It's funky.
Well, and like I said, I think based on the information we have here and what we've seen, I think it's more that bug is going to be more pronounced when you're running step rates higher than 400 steps per millimeter on that axis.
Yeah. So
I have a one start lead screw here.
So what is that, 1600 on a 1/16? Is that like 1600?
I haven't installed it yet, but I got sick of my bed falling on my Ender 5.
Yeah, they're shipping those with 2-start now. Both the ones I have here have an anti-backlash nut in the 4-start, and they work. I don't have issues with the beds falling.
Just put thread lock on your.
But the thing that's annoying now, from a config perspective, now you got to have 2 different configs, and the user has to know what machine version they have because it's still the Ender 5. There's no like version 2 or like Ender 5 1.1. You know what I mean? Like they're just shipping them, and they're still the same, machine information.
That came up in the Marlin examples. I told Keith, maybe you need to just make it error until they uncomment one of the options or something. How do you make that?
That's what we do. We throw errors. If you don't uncomment a printer, we throw errors saying you need to uncomment a printer. You said Keith, is that the Keith B guy?
Yeah, he makes a lot of the examples.
Yeah, he doesn't like me for some reason. Like he blocked me on Twitter. And I don't know why.
It wouldn't be hard to add an error like that.
Yeah, it's just one statement with a fucking error defined.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard when you have the same printer with the same name that ends up needing configured two completely different ways.
Yep. Oh, I'm well aware. As soon as I found out about that, I threw an option in for the new lead screw because I was like, well, now that I'm aware of this, it's only a matter of time before we start getting calls, tickets in going, I flashed your firmware and I'm trying to use your bed leveling kit, but my Z is only moving half the direction it should. It's like, yep, because they decided to change stuff in production and they never notify anybody. Like, how hard is it to like just put something on your product page saying that, hey, these new ones are shipping with this lead screw and it's 800 steps per millimeter.
Yeah, and although how easy would that be for most people to find? All these pages could gain some improvement for sure.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, we're trying. We're all trying, but some sites are pretty bad. They don't seem to put a lot of effort into the. There's sort of, I guess, what you'd call data presentation or infotainment or whatever. But there's a lot of videos. You know who puts out a lot of videos is, well, everybody. Reality puts out a lot of videos. GTech's been putting out a lot lately. ANET, like instructions on how to do the various things with their machine.
Well, I think I'm gonna make a video on how to tell what lead screws you have, so people have something to reference. Yeah. I mean, it's really simple. You just flash, like for this, you flash our firmware, tell your Z to move 10. Does it move 10 or does it move 5? If it moves 10, you're fine. If it moves 5, then you need to use the option.
Yeah, and I mean, it may suck to have smaller baby steps, but I'd like to. I mean, we will address. There's going to be some way we can address it, I'm sure. Like,
well, I'm based on the information I've been.
The thing is, there's going to be some limit to how fast you can move. That thing, because of the torque issues.
Is there a way to have baby stepping queued up like it used to be, but not completely at the end of the buffer?
Well, it always has been the way it is now, where it kind of happens as quickly as it can, because that's what you want.
Well, I think in 115, Marlin 115, it put the baby steps in at the end of the command queue because it was not instant. Because I remember when we updated the 116, I think it was either when we went to 116 or we went to 115. It was right around that version. Baby steps were never applied instantly. It was after the command. It got inserted into the queue of commands. So you'd baby step and you have to wait a second for it to actually execute that.
Well, no, it does that. It definitely does that with the move axis stuff. But because we wanted to have some way where you didn't have it like, okay, I've moved this far, now I have to wait before I can move it back. If you decided to change your mind, if you quickly moved it back, you could at least cancel the move. And then get, it would wait for you to decide, okay, where do you really want to go? And then it would start the move, rather than enforcing you to do this first. So that was kind of a typical problem, because you tended to, if you weren't used to it, you would grab the wheel and go, okay, how fast am I going to turn this? You'd always go too far. So it was good to be like, okay, if you turn it back, you'd at least gain a little time. And I think it was about a half a second delay. Now with baby steps, it's always been done with a separate routine that just kind of like sets a number, and that number gets picked up by the temperature interrupt, and that's what does the handling of that. So it actually happens 1,000 times a second. So it only interrupts the stepping routine for the main stepper if there's anything going on there for a very brief time to do the insert of the extra steps on Z, which aren't abnormal in the sense that they would be happening in the stepper ISR and pausing for a period of time anyway. So the fact that it happens at some point in the main steals a little time from what might be the stepper ISR and maybe not. Most of the time not. So it's like it's okay, but I think it's probably trying to do too much too quickly.
Yeah, all I was saying is I know
it's just a combination of a lot of things.
I was saying, like, we're talking, like I said, like back in the 115, 116 days. I know at some point it was never it was never instantaneous like it is now, or appeared to be instantaneous. There was some sort of, there was a little bit of a delay.
To make it more instant.
Right. Right. So it seemed like it was waiting for the command queue to like complete some moves before it actually did that Z move, and then you guys pushed an update and it was a lot faster. So, and I just remember it was around the 115, 116 era.
I wouldn't be surprised around there. Yeah, that's pretty early on. Come to think, but yeah, that was a whole period where it was just all about polishing stuff like that.
Yeah.
And getting it consistent.
I'm slowing my feed rate down now
goes
because
wrong
I'm
with
getting
these
near
other ones.
I'm getting near the tip of the rocket and I don't want a big blobby mess. So I'm slowing.
Slow it down.
Well, because this is a stock cooling, and I'm pushing a lot of plastic.
Slow it down. Yeah. Is it
So
going to
waiting
droop
for the
over
cues,
like a jester hat at the end? Whoops.
It's doing the top. There we go. We're done. Hour and 10 minutes. 299.8 millimeters of Z height. Oh yeah, I'm stroking the rocket.
Yeah, it's
So-
flat texture.
Waiting for the cues not too bad if you're doing like a round shape with lots of segments, but if you're doing like really long straight moves, waiting for the cue can mean your baby step doesn't happen for a while.
Okay, so I'm gonna show. This came out really nice, considering I haven't really dialed this machine in much. Like I haven't spent much time actually printing with it. But this came out really nice. Granted, it is vase mode, so but like, hang on, let me see if I can turn down my fill light here. Oh yeah, here. So you guys can kind of see this color doesn't, I can tell you right now, like this color, the camera does not do it justice. Let me see if it shows better on my main camera, my Sony. A little bit better. Come on, focus, Sony, focus. I know you can do it. Yeah, it shows better on this. But there we go.
I'll have to show you how to put an actual rocket motor in that.
Look at that. That's a 0.4 layer height. That's legit. Oh, this came out nice. So got some tuning to do, but overall, I'm very happy with how this came out. I'm digging how nice this came out. Huh?
But yeah.
Yeah, I think those have to be on the model. Like it was visibly slowing down a little bit, so it's got to be in the G code, which means it either how Simplified 3D sliced it or it's in the model. I'm gonna look at the G code right now. I'm gonna look at the G code.
Probably just very small segments.
Yeah, there are some dimples in the G code preview.
Didn't
right
even
where they
notice.
are on
it
here.
It seemed to be going so consistent. But
Yeah.
at that speed, it's hard to notice.
Yeah, it's all the facets on the model, if that's the right term. But yeah, so it's not the printer. That's all I was concerned about.
There's a lot of facets to this 3D printing.
But like, it's solid. First layer's nice. I love printing with high layer heights. And like thicker extrusion widths. It's just so satisfying. Like there's also like, I like layer lines. Like some people are like so concerned about getting it perfectly smooth. I'm like, that's part of like the art of the 3D printed object, in my opinion. Like, I don't know. It just,
I mean, it shows the mode of its creation, which is that's the thing we like to see. And
I love it. It's fantastic.
The art conceals the art of itself. But
Tank VW guy, should I buy this printer? If you need the build volume, yeah, I've been pretty happy with it. Despite the fact that the power supply is going to need to be replaced and my bed MOSFET failed, but all things considered, the main parts of the machine seem to be pretty well built. Like the bed setup, the frame. Yeah.
It's almost purple, man. It's crazy.
It is. Like I said, it's like a purple, like if I turn it, you can see it actually, oh, here. You'll see in about 30 seconds, but like I'm tilting it.
Yeah. It said it. Jinx.
This looks so cool. Like you'll see in about 30 seconds here. But yeah, I like this is their, what color is this? Iced amethyst. So if you guys want, I think it's COEXLLC.com is who makes this. And they're made in the US. They're based out of Appleton, Wisconsin.
Really working that rocket.
Oh yeah, I'm working it.
Yeah. So we've got like typically 60% humidity here. It is.
That's too much.
It is. I keep my stuff in a dry box, but even the dry box.
This filament's been sitting out for about 8 months and no No, it's just sitting.
I don't want to have to get a dehumidifier. How can I improve my situation? What's the driest place in the country?
Arizona?
Oh, I run it. I live in Washington and run a
Valley?
dehumidifier in my garage, and it's the best thing.
Oh yeah. I don't want to waste too much electricity though.
My mini split can run dry mode, but it's you know, I'm very lax about certain things. Like there's guys that are like storing all their stuff in dry boxes and you know doing all this stuff, and I literally have open spools sitting on my shelf all up here. Like if you guys look above my printers, I just throw it. I've never had issues.
Now I know that the dimples are from pauses and not from wet filament. I feel bad.
No,
well, some of the
So
dimples.
Scott, I run that dehumidifier in my garage, and I don't even notice it on my electric bill.
Oh yeah, well that's good if they're that efficient now. That's awesome.
Just don't leave your garage door open.
Someone said any experience with
That's
PLA.
one of the problems we have is we don't have the best containment.
Did you guys see when I was tilting the rocket back and forth how the colors shift?
Air supply. Oh yeah.
I saw you working the tip.
Did you say color shifts?
Whatever. Am I missing something? Is there like something that I'm not privy to for the term color shift?
Yeah, there's been a bit of a controversy over the copyright of the term.
It's called iridescent.
Yes, we just call it.
It's also hard when our words are 30 seconds away from what we can see.
We'll call it iridescent.
So next stream I can actually
TM.
set. It'll
That's a
sacrifice.
trademark, people.
It'll sacrifice some of the quality of the video, but YouTube has a low latency and ultra low latency, which is like a 2-second delay. But it does kill some of the quality, but I'll set that for the next stream. I didn't realize it was set to the normal one, which is about 30 seconds.
Just put your microscope on. Let's take a look.
I'm gonna go to sleep. As much as I wish, if today was Saturday, like I was up really late yesterday. But the thing is, I have to be the whole boss manager thing here. So, that whole work thing. Like I like doing these streams because this is when I play with my machines. Like obviously I'm getting some work done because the work that I just put in here is going to go into firmware, which then people can use our products on this machine. But this is what I enjoy doing. Like I'm passionate about this. If you guys couldn't tell, I'm very passionate about this stuff. Like I thoroughly enjoy it.
I think we all are.
Yeah. Well, you guys are in a Discord server talking to a nerd about his printer at 3 a.m.
It's all right.
Hey, it's only one here.
It's only
four here.
It is 9 o'clock in the morning.
What I will do now, though, is I'm going to make a backup copy of this firmware that I just spent 2 nights on, so I don't lose it in case for some reason my hard drive goes out. There we go. We're copying up to my file server right now.
I've been very impressed how worldwide the crowd is that works on the firmware and Marlin and just in general. I feel like I'm the only person on the West Coast.
I thought it was interesting that like Fred 13 lives down the street.
Austin's pretty good spot.
Yeah, but people watching the stream, I'm gonna wrap this up. I appreciate everybody stopping by. I'll be in Discord for a second here before I sign off. So you guys in Discord if you want to stay in for a second.
Anyone wants to continue?
said that
we have
yesterday.
a chat channel
I'm not-
on Marlin.
Yeah, there's a Marlin Discord
Marlin
server
Discord has a voice.
Yeah,
channel.
well, maybe if Scott hung out in that voice channel, people would go in there.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I don't tend to, but I've been shy on the YouTube because I'm too busy with the code, and I look like hell warm.
I do appreciate and I like that you stop in our streams. I like it. I feel special.
Well, you are special, Tim. You change hearts and minds, so it's a good thing to come up and hang out with you.
Make sure to send it to me on Facebook. Send me your new address so I can get those Meanwhile power supplies out for you. And if there's anything else on your wish list, go through my store and let me know. I'll send you stuff.
I'll post you.
So, all right, everybody watching the stream, thanks for stopping by. And as always, happy printing. Bye-bye now.